Tier 1 My Earth Dream Honda. Since gold leaf cigarette decals appeared on the Lotus 49 in 1968, sponsorship has become ubiquitous in Formula 1 and defined many of the most iconic liveries. Basically all teams got their sponsorship revenue from alcohol and tobacco advertising until these were banned in 2005, at which point Formula 1 teams started to diversify their paid partnerships, replacing tobacco and alcohol with the equally responsible crypto gambling. In 2006, Honda bought out their works team, BAR, making a formal return to Formula 1 as a constructor since first leaving in 1968. Their 2006 car, the RA106, carried the same white, black and red livery that BAR had been using since 2000, based around what had been their title sponsors, Lucky Strike Tobacco, until the aforementioned ban. In 2007, however, they did something rather different. The RA107 was first unveiled at the Natural History Museum in London and featured a striking livery that was little more than an image of the Earth floating in space. The only logos that appeared on the car were Honda's own logo on the nose cone, tyre suppliers Bridgestone on the wing mounts, wheel suppliers BBS on the wheel rims, and the web address myearthdream.com on the rear wing, a website Honda had set up to highlight climate change and Formula 1's contribution to it. They ran the campaign with a statement saying, "We all dream of a better, more energy-efficient Earth. We all dream of managing climate change. We all dream of safeguarding the future of our planet. But we can do more than dream." This year, our car will race to raise awareness of environmental issues and to encourage people everywhere to make a difference to the world around them. By pledging to make small changes to our lifestyle and supporting our environmental partners, we can all make our Earth dream a reality. Our car is your car. All of their sponsors willingly forewent appearing on the car, making it the first Formula 1 car in over 30 years with no sponsorship of any kind. The main idea behind the website was that the public could make a pledge to make some kind of lifestyle change to improve the environment, or make a donation to an environmental charity of their choice, and in exchange have their name appear on the car as a pixel that makes up the Earth image. In the end, their sponsors didn't lose much by not appearing on it, as Honda went from getting a win and 86 points and finishing 4th in the Constructors' Championship in 2006, to getting just 6 points and finishing 8th in the Constructors' Championship in 2007, even with McLaren's exclusion. At the end of the season, they were awarded the Green Awards Grand Prix, though it does remain to be seen if the approximately 70,000 fans that donated £90,000 to improve the environment was enough to counter the fact that Honda was still pumping out half a tonne of CO2 at every Grand Prix weekend and flew over 90,000 miles across the year just to get beaten half the time by their B team, Super Aguri. In 2008, Honda kept the My Earth Dream campaign, but they changed the livery as they replaced the black of space with a white base, and had the Earth extend onto the wheel hubs and stripes on the tub, with a red stripe running around the bottom of the car. This car was only marginally better, as they got 1 podium and 14 points, but were 9th in the Constructors' Championship. Honda abruptly pulling out of Formula 1 at the end of 2008 meant the My Earth Dream campaign came to an end after just 2 years, and the website itself was shut down. Their successors, Brawn GP, made no formal environmental pledges, but I doubt they cared since they won the Drivers' and Constructors' Championships. 30 years ago. I've got another question. Gentlemen, a short view back to the past. 30 years ago, Niki Lauda told us, take a monkey, place him into the cockpit, and he is able to drive the car. 30 years later, Sebastian told us, I had to start my car like a computer. It's very complicated. And Nico Rosberg said he pressed during the race, I don't remember what race, the wrong button on the wheel. Question for you two both. Is Formula 1 driving today too complicated with 20 and more buttons on the wheel? Are you too much under effort, under pressure? What are your wishes for the future concerning the technical program during the race? Less buttons, more, or less and more communication with your engineers? Can I ask you who that question's to? Who do you want to answer it? Who's it to? He said, it's for Nico and myself. You didn't listen. Can you repeat the question? It was that or posting the original and risking a copyright strike. Seriously, watch the 2014 Abu Dhabi Grand Prix drivers press conference. The whole thing is just vibes. Tier 1. Sky Sports Halo. Since Liberty Media took over the commercial rights to Formula 1 from Bernie Ecclestone in 2017, there has been a concerted effort to increase the female fan base and present a more inclusive, family-friendly image of the sport. Drive to Survive has been instrumental in this, with its way of going behind the scenes and allowing the drivers' individual personalities to flourish, compared to the corporate, media-trained veneer that they always have to put on in the paddock. The number of female engineers and mechanics is steadily increasing, and F1 Academy is striving to find the next female Formula 1 driver. With the current drivers embracing social media, their wags have become celebrities and fashion icons in their own right, but also sex sells. There has also been a significant increase in the number of female influencers, journalists, and pundits. In November 2025, Sky Sports decided to capitalise on this with the launch of Sky Sports Halo, a TikTok channel catering specifically to female sports fans, not just of Formula 1, but also football, rugby, tennis, darts, the whole shebang. It was marketed as Sky Sports Lil Sis and a, quote, inclusive, dedicated platform for women to enjoy and explore content from all sports while amplifying female voices and perspectives. The way everything was presented used random pop culture references and lots of bright pink text with girl-coded language and cutesy emojis talking about drinking matcha on hot girl walks while watching the Premier League with your Labubu man. This kind of infantile, surface-level presentation and framing was not well received by their target audience, who felt it to be condescending and undermining of the much more genuine efforts of other influencers to drive female interest in male-dominated sports. After just 3 days, the account was shut down and Sky Sports released a statement saying, "Our intention for Halo was to create a space alongside our existing social channels for new young female fans. We've listened, we didn't get it right. As a result, we are stopping all activity on this account. We are learning and remain as committed as ever to creating spaces where fans feel included and inspired." Unfortunately, because the message wasn't in bright pink text surrounded by cutesy emojis, no girls could read it. Sky Sports Halo, November 13th, 2025 to November 15th, 2025. Rest in matcha. Tier 1. Spa 1998. As an outdoor sport, Formula 1 has often had a complicated relationship with the weather. Deliberately thought out decisions regarding when and where each race takes place, that also have absolutely nothing to do with money, means that the majority take place in dry, sunny weather, though from time to time we are also blessed with rain. Wet weather has become a contentious issue in Formula 1 in recent years, as ever since Jules Bianchi's fatal accident in 2014, race control have become increasingly hesitant about allowing the drivers to race in the rain, and there have been a sharp rise in the number of red flags and safety car starts. Enter Spa-Francorchamps. Located high up in the Ardennes forest, the track is often hit by weather fronts from the North Sea and the Atlantic Ocean, with low-hanging clouds enveloping the surrounding hills in fog and mist. Nowhere was this truer than in 2021. The entire weekend was beset with heavy rain, and come race day, instead of letting the best drivers in the world race when the rain was relatively light, they sat there letting it get heavier and heavier until eventually sending them out for 2 laps behind the safety car and then calling it a day. Now, you can link what happened that weekend to race control's general incompetence that year, the extreme wet tyres not being up to the task, but another reason could be memories of the 1998 race. This race started in a similar fashion with heavy rain on Sunday, though unlike 2021, up until then the weekend had been dry. The previous year's race in 1997 had also been wet, and had been started behind the safety car, though this time that would not happen. Pole sitter Mika Hakkinen maintained his lead at the start, whereas teammate David Coulthard, who started second, dropped to fourth, behind Jacques Villeneuve and Michael Schumacher, and then when heading down towards Eau Rouge, he emerged from the huge column of spray at a right angle to the track and hit the concrete wall, and then went back through the water and emerged on the other side with no front wing and only one wheel. Damon Hill, Ralf Schumacher and Giancarlo Fisichella were able to evade this, but Coulthard triggered a 13-car pileup involving every other driver except Esteban Tuero, whose slow driving came in handy for once. Naturally, the race was red flagged, and more than an hour was spent recovering the cars and clearing the track. At the time, a race that was red flagged within the first 2 laps would be restarted as if the original start had never happened, meaning no drivers were officially classified as retired. As well as this, each team would bring a third car to each race to be used as a spare in the case of scenarios like this. The only team with both cars unscathed was Jordan, whereas Prost, Arrows, Tyrrell and Stewart had totaled both cars, meaning that Olivier Parnis, Mika Salo and Ricardo Rossit couldn't take the restart, and Rubens Barrichello didn't due to injury, which meant Jos Verstappen could take the spare Stewart. An hour later, the race got underway again, and this time it was Hakkinen with a poor start who was passed by Hill, and then clipped Michael Schumacher at La Source and spun and was collected by Johnny Herbert. At the time, Hakkinen was leading the championship with 77 points, with Michael Schumacher 7 points behind in second. Schumacher was now in second place and could take the lead in the standings if he won. Not long after the restart, he took the lead from Hill and disappeared into the distance. On lap 24, he came up to Lap Coulthard, who on Ferrari's insistence had been ordered by McLaren to let him through, who then lifted off while still on the racing line, and in the spray, Schumacher was blindsided and rear-ended him, taking off his right front wheel and Coulthard's rear wing. Both drivers made it back to the pits, where Schumacher stormed after Coulthard, accusing him of trying to kill him. Clearly not the best race for Coulthard. After all this, Hill won the race, giving Jordan their first win, and no points for Hakkinen or Schumacher meant Hakkinen maintained his title lead and eventually took the title. Upon reflection after the race, Schumacher conceded that his collision with Coulthard was a racing incident and that sharper rules around blue flags needed to be put in place. A whole 5 years later, Coulthard took responsibility, saying he shouldn't have lifted off on the racing line with that much spray. Translate this into 2021 and you get Checo wiping out half the field, lack of spare cars meaning only 8 drivers take the restart, Hamilton and Verstappen colliding after the restart and Verstappen getting collected by Ocon, Checo then also taking out Gasly, and then Hamilton when being lapped, and Vettel and Stroll then taking the lead and giving Aston Martin a 1-2. Oh, what could have been. The fan car. The 1970s was a period of extremely rapid aerodynamic development in Formula 1. Most innovations had come from Lotus and Colin Chapman, who in 1968 launched the first wings on a Formula 1 car with the Type 49B, the first side-mounted radiators and overhead air intake with the Type 72D in 1972, and then in 1977 launched the Type 78, the first Formula 1 car to use ground effect by way of a pair of inverted aerofoil wings covered by skirts that sealed the car to the ground. In 1978, they launched the much improved Type 79, which used ground effects so effectively that no other car was able to match it. The other teams and engineers as well were at a loss as to what they had done, as the skirts concealed the underside of the car from view, except for Gordon Murray. By the start of 1978, Brabham's technical director had worked out what Lotus had done. However, he had also worked out that Venturi tunnels couldn't be effectively applied to Brabham's car, the BT46, due to the space taken up by its very wide flat 12 Alfa Romeo engine. He, however, had thought up another solution. In 1970, the Chaparral 2J had appeared in the Can-Am series and featured a pair of fans on the back of the car run by a 2-stroke engine that would draw air out from under the car and suck it to the ground with the help of side skirts. With the fans maintaining a constant speed, it also maintained a constant level of downforce, but it was quickly banned as it was considered too dominant. The fans were counted as movable aerodynamic devices, and they often threw up bits of gravel and debris at drivers running behind. Tyrrell in 1978 had added a small fan to their car, used mostly for engine cooling, but did also notice a small increase in downforce. It was eventually removed due to chronic overheating, but they referred their design to Brabham, and with the BT46B, Murray adopted this idea with a single, very large fan that instead of running independently was connected directly to the car's engine. This therefore meant that engine speed dictated downforce levels rather than car speed, as shown by the car squatting when stationary with the engine idling. Movable aerodynamic devices were also banned in Formula 1, but as the fan also cooled the engine, and Murray claims this was its primary purpose, it was initially approved. In testing, Niki Lauda had to completely adjust his driving style, as up to this point drifting cars through corners was the fastest way of getting around the track, but the BT46B developed so much downforce that it drove like it was on rails, and he had to learn to accelerate through the corner, subjecting himself to massive G-forces in the process, and with this revelation quickly named it the best car he'd ever driven. Lauda and teammate John Watson qualified behind the Lotus of Mario Andretti in Sweden, deliberately sandbagging by running with full fuel tanks, but during the race the car came alive. Watson retired early on, but Lauda eventually passed Andretti, who retired himself, and after Jean-Pierre Jabouet spilled oil on the track, Lauda was able to drive straight through it rather than slowing down or avoiding it completely like every other driver, and won the race by over 30 seconds. The rest of the grid naturally protested against the car, but it was again found to be legal. However, Brabham still voluntarily withdrew it, as team principal Bernie Ecclestone wanted to avoid creating conflict with the other privately owned teams as part of his own ambitions to eventually become chief executive of the Formula One group in the early stages of the FISA-FOCA war. Brabham reverted back to the A-Spec model, which itself was also innovative with carbon brakes, but made provisions to design their next car with Venturi tunnels in mind. Kimi Raikkonen bankrupting Lotus. Yes, I know, but we kind of have to have this in here. When Kimi Raikkonen returned to Formula One in 2012, he signed a 2-year contract with Lotus. Lotus had had a largely fruitless 2011 season, shuffling drivers around and banking on innovative forward-facing exhausts that did not give the expected performance benefits. In order to incentivise the former champion to join the team, Raikkonen's contract included a clause of a bonus of €50,000, or approximately $62,000 for every championship point scored, with the team expecting to remain in the midfield. Raikkonen scored points in every race in 2012, however, except China, where his tyres fell off and he dropped from 2nd to 12th in 2 laps. In what on average was the 4th fastest car, Raikkonen got 7 podiums and the team's first win in 4 years at Abu Dhabi, and even teammate Romain Grosjean, when he made it past turn 1, could be a contender for wins. By scoring 207 points, Raikkonen was owed a bonus of €10.35 million, against a team budget of €130 million for the year. 2013 began with a win, and after this, Raikkonen finished second 6 times. Near the end of the season, however, his relationship with the team fell apart, and he turned up at the last minute in Abu Dhabi and left immediately after getting taken out at the start of the race, and then sat out the final 2 races in order to have surgery on his back. Lotus had stopped paying Raikkonen's salary, as by scoring another 183 points, he was owed another €9.15 million in bonuses. Lotus's debts in 2013 had racked up to €180 million after losing a €50 million sponsorship deal with Honeywell, and they could simply not afford this, as they were in the midst of acquiring new shareholders. Raikkonen was persuaded not to sue the team, as doing so would have caused them to go under and leave a lot of his former colleagues unemployed. He instead returns to Ferrari for 2014, but the damage had been done, as Lotus came under new management and scored just 10 points that year, which is probably what they expected in 2012, which would have yielded a bonus of a mere €500,000 for Raikkonen. Haas's sponsors. Since the 1960s, Formula One teams have been dependent on sponsorship in order to cover the enormous expenses of putting on a Formula One campaign. Most teams will typically have a title sponsor and several smaller ones, and it's easy to get into hot water depending on who exactly your sponsors are or how you were performing on track. For their first 3 seasons, Haas ran without a title sponsor, getting bankrolled by engine, gearbox and suspension suppliers Ferrari, their drivers' personal sponsors, and parent company Haas Automation Incorporated. In 2019, however, things changed with the unveiling of their new 4-year partnership with Rich Energy Drinks, run by the enigmatic William Storey. There was an obvious incentive for Rich Energy to enter Formula One as a direct competitor to Red Bull, but virtually nobody had heard of them, and it was very hard to find any concrete information about the company or even where to buy the drinks. William Storey was often very evasive when asked how he was generating money and where it was coming from, and the previous year he had tried to secure a sponsorship deal with Williams, but then pulled out at the last minute, and then claimed to have bought Force India for $100 million, which was denied by them. In 2018, Haas had been the fastest midfield team for most of the year, but found in 2019 that the car had fantastic qualifying pace, sometimes qualifying top 6, but this pace evaporated in the races as they couldn't get the tyres up to temperature. Nowhere was this more true than in Austria, where Kevin Magnussen qualified 5th, started 10th and finished 19th. Around this time, Rich Energy got sued for copyright infringement by British company White Bikes, who claimed the deer antlers in Rich Energy's logo were stolen from them, which was upheld, so the antlers subsequently disappeared from Rich Energy's logo. They were also regularly antagonising both White Bikes and Red Bull on Twitter. In the run-up to the British Grand Prix, Rich Energy abruptly announced the end of their partnership with Haas via Twitter, citing the team's poor performances and what they perceived as a politically correct environment in Formula One. A day later, however, Rich Energy said that this announcement was a false alarm that was, quote, the rogue actions of one individual, who they were in the process of firing. The individual in question? William Story. That weekend, Haas reverted Grosjean's chassis back to its factory spec in order to compare it against the upgrade package that was still on Magnussen's car, which had not delivered the expected results. Any chances of running this test, however, were dashed when both drivers collided on the first lap. As this unfolded, Story started firing shots at Haas on Twitter via the Rich Energy account, taunting them for their poor performance. Haas, unsurprisingly, had had enough of this, and tried to see if there was a way of getting minority shareholders to take control of the company and oust Story, but instead agreed to terminate the sponsorship deal, but wanted the $35 million they would have received over the next 3.5 years paid up front. They eventually did terminate the contract 6 weeks later at Monza, but continued to run the black and gold livery without the Rich Energy logo, but at subsequent races Rich Energy and Story continued to tweet as if they were still supporting them, and have since sponsored teams in Superbikes and BTCC. Haas managed to survive in 2020 without a title sponsor, and dropped both Grosjean and Magnussen at the end of the year. In their place, they took an incumbent Formula 2 champion Mick Schumacher and Nikita Mazepin. Schumacher's appointment was well received, was PR gold, and helped to reinforce their partnership with Ferrari as he was a Ferrari Academy driver. Mazepin's appointment was received far more coldly, however. He had won 2 races in Formula 2 that year and finished 5th in the standings, and was clearly fast but also very aggressive. The original expectation was that the second seat would go to vice Formula 2 champion Callum Ilott, who himself was also a Ferrari Academy driver and had been assaulted by Mazepin at a European Formula 3 race 4 years earlier, and had previously tested with Haas but now conceded that his chances of breaking into Formula 1 had gone. The reasoning for this decision became clear when Haas announced Russian fertilizer company Uralkali as their new title sponsor, whose shareholders included Nikita's father Dmitry, who had an estimated net worth of $800 million. Things took a turn for the worst, however, when Nikita posted a video on Instagram of him pinching a girl's bare breasts in the back of a car in Dubai, with her batting his hand away and giving him the middle finger. From this came the hashtag #WeSayNoToMazepin, and he was on his last legs at Haas, with only his conduct on track able to redeem him now. Worldwide sanctions on Russian athletes following the doping scandal there meant Mazepin raced as a neutral driver under the flag of the Russian Automobile Federation. Haas's car, however, had several not-so-subtle Russian flags plastered on it under the guise of the Uralkali sponsorship. This was an interesting choice for a team that prides itself on having an all-American image, despite the fact they've never had any American drivers, have an American HQ that's almost never used, have an Italian team principal, Italian-built cars, and majority British staff working out of their British base. Mazepin made attempts to clean up his image, both on and off track, but crashed out only 2 corners into the first race and across the season was consistently outperformed by Schumacher and was constantly spinning, ignoring blue flags and cutting off other drivers. Despite that, he had secured his seat for a second year, ahead of other prospective drivers such as vice Formula 2 champion and Ferrari junior Robert Schwartzman, and long-term Haas reserve driver Pietro Fittipaldi, who had driven for them twice in 2020. The new car carried the same livery as the old one, but on the second day of pre-season testing, Russia launched its invasion of Ukraine. This put the team in a difficult position, as not only was Uralkali a Russian company, but Dmitry Mazepin was part of Vladimir Putin's inner circle and attended a general meeting with Putin on the day of the invasion. On the final day of the first test, the team ran a plain black and white livery, and before the second test began, Haas terminated both their sponsorship deal with Uralkali and Mazepin's driver contract. Magnussen returned in Mazepin's place, and Nikita and Dmitry were both added to the EU's sanction list, effectively trapping them in Russia. Several other Russian drivers and other athletes had either lost their own contracts or were forced to compete under neutral flags, so Nikita launched a new campaign titled We Compete as One, which has received very little support or attention outside of Russia. Haas persevered without a title sponsor once again, but were helped by having a far more competitive car, and took on smaller sponsors including Home Deluxe, the origins of the Steiner ship meme. For 2023 they have taken on American financial company MoneyGram as their latest title sponsor. So far, things are hunky-dory, though Haas recently had to put out a statement confirming that, contrary to allegations, parent company Haas Automation Incorporated are not still supplying products to Russia. Somehow, I get the feeling we haven't heard the end of this one. Berger's stolen Ferrari. One of the perks of driving for Ferrari is that you get access to some pretty neat company cars, especially compared to, say, Renault. Gerhard Berger and Jean Alesi were teammates at Ferrari from 1993 to 1995. Shortly before the 1995 San Marino Grand Prix at Imola, Berger was loaned a red Ferrari F512M Testarossa, and Alesi was loaned a silver grey Ferrari F355. Both drivers were staying at a local hotel for the duration of the race weekend, and while Alesi was elsewhere, Berger witnessed his and Alesi's cars pulling out of their parking spots and ran in front of them, only to realise the drivers weren't going to stop. He jumped into a friend's Volkswagen Golf and gave chase, but they got away. Both cars were never seen again, until Berger's Testarossa suddenly turned up almost 29 years later in a multi-storey car park in London in January 2024. The Met Police were tipped off by Ferrari after the car was sold by a British broker to a buyer in the United States, and they were asked by the buyer to carry out an inspection of it. After seizing the £350,000 car, one of just 501 to be made, the police discovered that soon after it was stolen, it was shipped to Japan, whereas at the time, Italian police believed it was stolen to order and was headed for the Middle East. It remained in Japan until being shipped to the United Kingdom in late 2023 in preparation for being delivered to its new buyer in the United States. At some point on its travels, all the wheels had been replaced and an aftermarket steering wheel was installed. No arrests have been made, and once the case has been closed, the car will most likely be returned to Ferrari, as Berger did not technically own it and hasn't been a Ferrari employee for a little over 28 years. Alesi's car remains at large. Indianapolis 2005. I could go on for ages about this, but I'll attempt to keep this succinct. During Friday practice for the 2005 United States Grand Prix, Ralf Schumacher crashed at the Brickyard's famous banking after suffering a left rear tyre failure. Toyota's test driver Ricardo Zonta took his seat for the remainder of the weekend, only for the same thing to happen to him at turn 4. Eyes quickly fell on their tyre supplier Michelin, who hastily flew in replacement rubber from France that had the same issue. The banking at Indianapolis had always put a large load on the tyres, as the previous year Schumacher had suffered a near-identical crash at the same place during the race and broken his back. Since then, however, the track surface had been repaved with more abrasive, grooved tarmac, increasing the loads on the tyres even further. No other Michelin running teams suffered any tyre failures, and the 3 Bridgestone teams had no such problems at all, but it quickly became clear that the tyres were faulty and couldn't survive a race distance, as the regulations stipulated that they should in 2005. Various attempts were made to rectify or compromise on this, such as speed limiting the Michelin teams or installing a temporary chicane on the banking. Paul Stoddart of Minardi and Colin Collins of Jordan, along with all the Michelin teams, agreed to install a temporary chicane. However, Jean Todt of Ferrari said no, so it didn't go ahead. There were then talks of making it a non-championship event, and negotiations quickly turned into the Michelin teams Jordan and Minardi versus Ferrari, Bernie Ecclestone and the FIA. But as cash is king, the race went ahead as planned. All 20 drivers lined up on the grid, and at the end of the formation lap, the 7 Michelin teams all pulled into the pit lane, leaving just the 2 Ferraris, the 2 Jordans and the 2 Minardis to start the race. Paul Stoddart did not want to race, but as Jordan had decided to themselves, he knew he had no choice in the interest of keeping Minardi's constructors' battle with Jordan alive. Unsurprisingly, virtually nothing happened during the race. The Ferraris of Michael Schumacher and Rubens Barrichello stormed ahead, and after a close call at turn 1 after Schumacher's second pit stop, finished first and second. The Jordans and Minardis ran close together in the early laps, but they eventually spread out, with Thiago Montero finishing third, Narain Carter-Kayan fourth, Christian Albers fifth, and Patrick Friesacher sixth. During the race, many of the spectators left in droves, and those that stayed jeered and heckled across the start-finish straight to the pit lane and threw water bottles and beer cans onto the track. A race that should have been cancelled on safety grounds instead went ahead half-heartedly because money. Sounds familiar. Ericsson hit us. Romain Grosjean was enjoying a strong race at the 2018 Azerbaijan Grand Prix. After 3 races in 2018, he was yet to score any points, whereas teammate Kevin Magnussen had scored 11. He was up to 6th after Daniel Ricciardo and Max Verstappen took each other out and the safety car was deployed. While weaving to warm his tyres, he lost control and crashed into the wall between turns 13 and 14, and his race engineer famously said over the radio, "I think Ericsson hit us." Just Grosjean things. Multi 21. It's the 2013 Malaysian Grand Prix. Despite starting in 5th, Mark Webber has managed to pass teammate Sebastian Vettel during the pit stops and take the lead of the race. With Red Bull controlling the race, both drivers are ordered to turn their engines down, maintain position and conserve tyres. Vettel, however, starts taunting Webber on the radio and disobeys this order and takes the lead on lap 46 after they twice nearly touch. Webber tries and fails to take the lead back the following lap, and Vettel goes on to win. In the cool-down room after the race, a furious Webber exclaims to Vettel, "Multi-21 Sib, Multi-21," referring to the code name for the order to maintain position, with the numbers being their driver numbers. In the aftermath, Vettel initially apologised to Webber and the team, but then recanted this at the next race, and much later it was revealed that this move was revenge for Webber pushing Vettel into the wall at the start of the 2012 Brazilian Grand Prix, compromising Vettel's start and causing him to be hit and spun round by Bruno Senna, almost costing him the championship. This was the final nail in the coffin for Red Bull's number 2 driver, who retired at the end of the season. Giga Kubica. Robert Kubica retains a loyal fan base as one of only a few F1 drivers from Eastern Europe, and someone seen as a future champion until his near-career-ending rally crash in 2011. He received praise for his resolve and determination when he returned to the Formula 1 grid with Williams in 2019, though he was in by far the slowest car, and due to the extent of his injuries and surgeries he had almost all of the controls on his steering wheel moved to the left-hand side, and he was a mere shadow of his former self with the injuries and being out of the sport for such a long time. He was outqualified by rookie teammate George Russell at every race, but scored the team's sole point of the year. In September of that year, a video titled Giga Kubica was uploaded to YouTube, in which Kubica's car had been digitally altered to be much larger and was superimposed into other races, which had been inspired by a similar video titled There's Some Big Competition in Racing These Days, itself inspired by the Big M8 series of images. This meme template was brought to the attention of the Formula 1 world, and now often gets used to reference drivers such as Fernando Alonso who have a particular aptitude for defensive driving. Kubica to Ferrari? Robert Kubica is in many respects a lost talent. He gave BMW Sauber their sole pole position and win in 2008, and could have made a run for the title had the team not halted car development in order to focus on what ended up being a far less competitive car in 2009. After leaving them, he joined Renault, where he got 3 podiums in an upper midfield car and came close to getting pole a few times. He was set to continue with Renault as they transitioned into Lotus Renault in 2011, until a rallying crash a few days after pre-season testing where an Armco barrier penetrated the cockpit and partially severed his right arm. After this, it seemed his racing career had come to an end. However, after extensive surgery and physiotherapy, less than 2 years later he returned to rallying, and in 2013 won the World Rally Championship too. In 2017, he started testing Formula 1 cars and was made reserve driver for Williams in 2018, and then made an official return by getting a race seat in 2019. The long-term effects of his injuries and an uncompetitive car, however, meant he qualified last at every race and scored only 1 point. In 2020, he moved with his sponsors Orlen to Alfa Romeo to become their reserve driver, and in 2021, he filled in for Kimi Raikkonen for 2 races. When Orlen moved to AlphaTauri in 2023, Kubica left Formula 1 for good, and can now be found competing in the World Endurance Championship and the European Le Mans Series. The 8-year interruption to his Formula 1 career has left a lot of what-ifs, and the biggest one surrounds the fact that when he appeared on the Beyond the Grid podcast in 2018, he revealed that before his accident, he had signed a contract to race for Ferrari alongside Fernando Alonso in 2012. That creates a huge domino effect, starting off by kicking Massa out of Ferrari 2 years early. Could it be a simple driver swap and he joins Lotus alongside Raikkonen? Unless Ferrari keep wanting to continue to screw with Raikkonen and he's with Grosjean? Could Massa have taken Senna's seat at Williams? Who knows? Kubica and Alonso at Ferrari is an interesting prospect. That kind of lineup could definitely have made a run for the Constructors' title in 2012. With Kubica there, would Kimi have ever returned to Ferrari? Would Vettel have left Red Bull to join them? Would Kubica have ever prevailed and taken the title in the future? That could be a question for a video of its own. Tier 2. The South Africa boycotts. In the late 70s and early 80s, Formula 1 became embroiled in the FISA-FOCA war between the Fédération Internationale du Sport Automobile, the sport's governing body, and the Formula 1 Constructors Association, fronted by Bernie Ecclestone and designed to protect the rights and interests of the smaller customer teams against the bigger, FISA-aligned manufacturer teams. Various disputes came and went over things such as car designs, like the aforementioned Brabham BT46B, technical regulations, allocation of prize money, and commercial rights, and in 1982, FISA tried to impose new super license conditions, which would have tied drivers to a single team for up to 3 years. In response, the Ferraris of Gilles Villeneuve and Didier Pironi, the McLaren of Niki Lauda, the Renault of René Arnoux, and the Alfa Romeos of Bruno Giacomelli and Andrea De Cesaris all refused to sign the new deal, so a meeting was held with FISA President Jean-Marie Balestre on the Wednesday before the opening round in South Africa, who said that no changes could be made to the deal without first going through the FIA Executive Committee, so if the drivers refused to sign it they would not be allowed to race. The following day, the Grand Prix Drivers Association, a trade union formed in 1961 to represent the needs and desires of the drivers, hired a coach which all the drivers except Jochen Mass, who was staying with friends and didn't know about, and Jackie Ickx, who was only covering for Mark Surer, boarded, and instead of taking part in practice, they staged a sit-in at the Sunnyside Park Hotel in Kyalami. Elio De Angelis, a highly trained pianist, entertained the drivers with his musical skills, and Teo Fabi eventually defected and explained everything the drivers had been discussing to Tolman boss Alex Hawkridge. Practice on Friday morning went ahead, with only Mass taking part. The other drivers eventually abandoned the strike, after ostensibly being told they would not be penalised for striking. The race went ahead, but all drivers were issued fines of between $5,000 and $10,000 and given a 2-race ban, and the new licence rules were scrapped. The drivers refused to pay the fines and abandoned the GPDA and replaced it with the Professional Racing Drivers Association, available to all racing drivers. The FIA Court of Appeal intervened, reduced the fines, changed the 2-race ban to a 1-race suspended ban, and the next Grand Prix went ahead. 3 years later, the South African Grand Prix was in turmoil again due to the increasing condemnation of the nation's policy of apartheid, which had seen various sanctions, both sporting and diplomatic, over recent years, and an increasing number of protests from South African citizens, which led to President P.W. Botha declaring a nationwide state of emergency. Renault and Ligier both boycotted the race due to pressure from the French government after they sanctioned South Africa, and 1980 champion Alan Jones feigned illness in order to withdraw due to pressure from African-American employees of his team Haslola's main sponsors Beatrice Foods. Most other drivers expressed condemnation of the South African government, but still felt compelled to race as they were contractually obliged to, though the Brazilian government tried and failed to prevent Nelson Piquet and Ayrton Senna from racing, and the Swedish and Finnish governments tried respectively to do the same with Stefan Johansson and Keke Rosberg. Eventually, the race went ahead with 21 of the usual 26 drivers and would not return until 1992, after apartheid had ended. Due to rising costs, however, only a year later it was dropped again. 30 years later, with apartheid now a thing of the past, there are increasing calls and a failed attempt by 1979 champion Jody Scheckter's nephew to bring the South African Grand Prix back, and to give the African continent some much-needed representation in this World Championship. Prince Malik Ado Ibrahim. Anyone with an email address knows all too well just how many Nigerian princes there are out there willing to part with their considerable money, as long as you give them your bank details, so they know where to transfer it, of course. It's not just hapless pensioners that have fallen for this type of scam before. Even Formula 1 teams have. Arrows had a turbulent experience in the 1990s. They had ended the 1980s relatively strongly, but in 1991 they were purchased by Wataru Ohashi and renamed Footwork, and suffered through a failed engine deal with Porsche. In 1996, Tom Walkinshaw bought the team, and they became TWR Arrows from 1997. They had a bit of a boost in performance with new Yamaha engines and the acquisition of defending champion Damon Hill and Pedro Diniz's Parmalat sponsorship, but in 1998 they lost Yamaha and Hill and started building in-house engines after buying out Brian Hart's company, who had supplied their engines in 1995 and 1996. These engines were abysmal, however, and they also lost their newly acquired technical director John Barnard, but still salvaged 6 points with Mika Salo and Diniz. In 1999, they took on a new driver lineup of Pedro de la Rosa and Teranosuke Takagi. American office equipment company Danker had been their title sponsor for the past 2 years, but with them leaving, Arrows was brought to the attention of Prince Malik Ado Ibrahim. 28-year-old Prince Malik Ado Ibrahim was a larger-than-life figure who was a prince of the Igbira people of Nigeria, one of at least 75 different Nigerian royal houses, and claimed to have been privately educated in the United Kingdom and California, though he never specified where, and also claimed to have raced in the 24 Hours of Le Mans under a pseudonym. He was the founder of the company T-, and with support from banking giants Morgan Grenfell Private Equity, he offered Arrows $125 million in exchange for as much as a 30% stake in the team. These days, that's a relatively small sum of money for a Formula One team, particularly if you want a 30% stake. But at the time, it would have utterly transformed Arrows and stopped them being dependent on pay drivers and shoddy engines, so they immediately accepted, and Ado Ibrahim became Formula One's first black team owner. Arrow's car that year, the A20, featured bright orange paint on the front half, which prominently displayed sponsors Repsol, PIAA and Morgan Grenfell, and the rear half was jet black and featured Zepter, Ixion and T-. Nobody really knew what T- was, but Ado Ibrahim's claim was that he would raise money through it by launching an energy drink, which he did, and by having other companies purchase the rights to the name and use it to promote their own products. He also hired an expensive PR agent to make him, quote, as famous as Eddie Jordan. De La Rosa scored a point at the opening round, but the team scored no others all year, and eventually Walkinshaw started wondering when this famed money was supposed to come in. By the summer break, T- had paid absolutely nothing, and Ado Ibrahim vanished from the paddock. Morgan Grenfell, who too had been duped by him, was still involved, and so Walkinshaw took out a hefty loan from them, but after paying them back had basically nothing left for car development. They eventually finished 9th in the Constructors' Championship, but from 2000 secured a sponsorship deal with Orange, giving rise to one of the most iconic liveries in Formula One history. Original team founder Jackie Oliver sold his shares to Walkinshaw in 2001, leaving him in complete control, though he was still taking out loans from Morgan Grenfell. He attempted to get Red Bull to buy the team out, but Morgan Grenfell would only agree to this if Red Bull also bought their 45% stake. Instead, Red Bull ended up sponsoring the team in 2001 and 2002 via Enrique Bernaldi. With the debts mounting up, Arrows folded mid-season, as did Tom Walkinshaw Racing. Arrow's final car, the A23, was used again by Minardi and Super Aguri, as was their factory by the latter and Caterham, and Walkinshaw eventually resurrected TWR through Holden in V8 supercars, but died from cancer in 2010. But what became of Prince Malik? After effectively signing the death knell for Arrows, for seemingly no other reason than wanting a free paddock pass, he turned his attention towards the United States, and in 2008 received $750,000 from Robert Richardson Sr. in exchange for helping to develop the prospective NASCAR career of his son. Instead, he just took the money and ran, but was arrested and taken to court. He was cleared, but because he had made a large number of false statements in the lead up to the trial, he was charged with perjury and was unable to post the $35,000 bail from his Texas jail cell. After eventually being released, he returned to Nigeria and co-founded renewable energy company The Bridge. But in 2010, a warrant was issued for his arrest after claims he had stolen as much as $200,000 during his probationary period in Texas. He is yet to be extradited back to the United States on these charges, and in 2016 he started working for another renewable energy company, Nigus Infinity, and then in 2023 he unsuccessfully ran for president with the Young Progressives Party, even though he was 62 years old at the time. In his 2008 trial, Collin County Assistant District Attorney Christopher Milner described Prince Malik Ado Ibrahim as a manipulator of men and a manipulator of the desires of men's hearts. And while he may have been the first man to scam a Formula One team with an obscure energy drink company, he definitely wasn't the last. The Lotus 88. Colin Chapman's unparalleled genius knew no bounds, and between 1958 and 1982 he was responsible for almost every innovation in Formula One car design. Be it the monocoque chassis of the Lotus 25, the aerodynamic wings of the Lotus 49, the inboard brakes, overhead air intake and side-mounted radiators of the Lotus 72, or the ground effect of the Lotus 78, Formula One cars as we know them today would not exist without him. After introducing ground effects to Formula One in 1977, a common problem that was found by many teams was that maintaining aerodynamic efficiency required extremely stiff suspension, which created an extremely uncomfortable ride. In 1980, Chapman attempted to find a solution to this. With the 86, he split the car into two separate chassis. The inner chassis formed the main bulk of the car and included the cockpit and the entire drivetrain, providing all the mechanical grip. The outer chassis formed the bodywork and the aerodynamics, including the Venturi tunnels, providing all the aerodynamic grip. The outer chassis was connected to the inner one with compression springs, while the inner chassis was independently sprung, which meant the driver could have a much more comfortable ride, while the outer chassis could be made as rigid as possible in order to maximise aerodynamic efficiency. In the wind tunnel, however, it was found that the revolutionary concept made little difference in performance. In 1981, in an attempt to slow the cars down, flexible skirts were banned and a minimum ride height of 5 cm was enforced. This made the ride even more uncomfortable, as without completely rigid suspension, there was very little aerodynamic stability. Chapman, however, realised that removing the skirts was the key to making his concept work, and so the 86 was redesigned as the 88. When stationary, the outer chassis would sit at the required 5 cm ride height, but when moving, the Venturi tunnels would suck it to the ground as if the skirts had always been there. Ever since the launch of the Lotus 25 in 1963, aluminium honeycomb monocoque chassis had been industry standard, providing a solid balance between weight, strength, and rigidity. In high-speed accidents, however, it could offer little protection. Steel was too heavy, and magnesium was too volatile. As well as this, with the dawn of ground effect, aluminium also wasn't strong enough to handle the aerodynamic loads, which would warp the chassis and bend the suspension. The 86 was built from aluminium, but Chapman decided to build the 88 out of carbon fibre, which, while expensive to produce, was both stronger and lighter than aluminium. Nigel Mansell and Elio De Angelis tested the car extensively and had nothing but praise for it. The 88 debuted at the season opener at Long Beach. It immediately caused an uproar, as every other team had a conventional single chassis, and they fervently protested it, citing the regulations that said that aerodynamic parts must remain immobile in relation to the sprung part of the car. Even so, the car passed scrutineering and was allowed to be driven in practice. The other teams continued to protest, however, and the FIA declared that while the car was legal, there was no rule against twin chassis, and both chassis were strictly speaking sprung, it violated the spirit of the regulations, and so it was banned for the remainder of the weekend. The same thing happened in Brazil, and following this, Chapman mounted a legal challenge to get the car signed off. It next appeared at the 9th round at Silverstone with a few modifications, and again passed scrutineering and was driven in practice. The FIA intervened again, however, and banned twin chassis outright, and the car was never seen again. The race was won, symbolically, by John Watson driving the MP41, also built from carbon fibre. And because the MP41 was used in competition, it is somewhat inaccurately usually credited as the first carbon fibre Formula 1 car. Boys don't wear dresses. One of the many distinctive aspects of Lewis Hamilton's personality is his outspoken political views. He prides himself on being at the forefront of progressive politics, but caused a bit of a stink when he posted this to Instagram on Christmas Day 2017.
I'm so sad right now. Look at my nephew. Why are you wearing a princess dress? Is this what you got for Christmas? Why did you ask for a princess dress for Christmas? Boys don't wear princess dresses!
This was not received well by trans rights activists, and so Hamilton swiftly deleted the video, and the following day issued a statement saying, "Yesterday I was playing around with my nephew and realised that my words were inappropriate, so I removed the post. I meant no harm and did not mean to offend anyone at all. I love that my nephew feels free to express himself as we all should. My deepest apologies for my behaviour, as I realise it is really not acceptable for anyone, no matter where you are from, to marginalise or stereotype anyone. I have always been in support of anyone living their life exactly how they wish, and I hope I can be forgiven for this lapse in judgment." This rattled Hamilton enough that he wiped his Twitter and Instagram accounts of all content, and later tried to make amends by posing in a kilt for GQ magazine and buying his nephew a Rapunzel dress on a trip to Disneyland Paris. Tier 2. Fernando is faster than you. It's the 2010 German Grand Prix. Felipe Massa, who starts third, passes teammate Fernando Alonso and pole sitter Sebastian Vettel at the start to take the lead of the race. Massa is controlling the lead with Alonso close behind, until lap 48, where Massa's race engineer Rob Smedley calmly says to him over the radio, "Okay, so Fernando is faster than you. Can you confirm you understood that message?" And so Alonso, who was 25 points ahead of Massa in the championship, not so subtly passes him on the following lap and takes the win. At the time, team orders were banned, and despite Ferrari's denial, they were fooling no one, so the FIA found them guilty of breaching Article 39.1 of the sporting regulations, and they were fined $100,000, but the results stood, and team orders were then eventually legalised again. Tier 2, Monaco 1982. The 1982 Monaco Grand Prix has gone down in folklore as the race no one wanted to win, with one of the most bizarre conclusions we've ever seen. The main bulk of the race was fairly ordinary, with, typically for Monaco, very few overtakes. Alain Prost had worked his way to the front and inherited the lead from teammate René Arnoux, and was leading the Brabham of Riccardo Patrese by 6 seconds, and the Ferrari of Didier Pironi another 10 seconds behind, with only 9 of the 20 starters still running. In the closing stages, rain started to fall, and Prost crashed on the run to the back with less than 3 laps remaining. Patrese inherited the lead, but on the following lap he spun on oil between Mirabeau-Haute and the Lowe's hairpin and stalled. Pironi then inherited the lead and had to crawl around as the circuit got wetter. On the final lap, his car lost a lot of pace and his battery died in the tunnel. The Alfa Romeo of Andrea De Cesaris then became race leader, but at the same time that Pironi's battery died, De Cesaris ran out of fuel at Casino Square and never managed to pass him. The Williams of Derek Daly, still on the penultimate lap, therefore took the lead. Earlier in the race, he had lost his rear wing and part of his front wing in collisions, and his gearbox came loose at the swimming pool chicane and he coasted to a halt, which led to a famous quote from BBC commentator and former champion James Hunt: "Well, we've got this ridiculous situation, we're all sitting about the start-finish line waiting for a winner to come past and we don't seem to be getting one." Before Pironi's car died, Patrese had managed to restart his car by rolling it downhill and bump starting it, critically without the marshal's help, which would have got him disqualified, and he started the final lap and eventually saw the checkered flag, taking his first Grand Prix win. Of the 9 classified drivers at the end of the race, only 5 of them crossed the finish line. Only Patrese completed the full 76 laps. Pironi and De Cesaris were classified 2nd and 3rd. Lotus teammates Nigel Mansell and Elio De Angelis were lapped only 1 lap before Prost's crash, and they crossed the finish line 1 lap down in 4th and 5th respectively. Daly, having retired on the penultimate lap, was classified 6th. Prost was classified another lap down in 7th, and the Tyrrell of Brian Henton and the Arrows of Mark Sura crossed the finish line 4 and 6 laps down in 8th and 9th respectively.
Blown diffuser. After the rule changes in 2009, there followed several years of speculation and gossip about different teams' diffuser designs. Braun, Williams and Toyota all had a double diffuser in 2009, which was legal but miffed the other teams because they hadn't thought of it first. Red Bull and McLaren ran their own double diffusers in 2010 and then placed the exhaust immediately in front of it, creating a double blown diffuser, drastically increasing downforce when on the power. And then after double diffusers were banned, Red Bull went one better in 2011 with an off-throttle exhaust blown diffuser. By manipulating the engine maps, they were able to keep exhaust gases flowing over the diffuser pretty much constantly. McLaren, as well as several other teams, tried to copy this, though not particularly effectively, or came up with their own failed ideas, such as Lotus Renault's forward-facing exhausts. At the British Grand Prix, off-throttle diffusers were banned, which allowed the non-exhaust blown Ferrari of Fernando Alonso to win the race. They were then reinstated, however, but banned outright in 2012, though this didn't stop different teams coming up with creative alternatives. Tracing Point. When the new Racing Point team unveiled their 2020 Challenger, its near-perfect resemblance to the previous year's championship-winning Mercedes was hard to ignore. Racing Point were already a customer team of Mercedes, and the car quickly got the nickname Tracing Point. Renault decided to protest the car's brake duct design, claiming it was the same as Mercedes. The FIA agreed and fined Racing Point $400,000 and deducted 15 constructors' points. But they could keep the car, which while not a front-runner was clearly the fastest midfielder that year and would have finished 3rd in the Constructors' Championship without the points deduction. Crashgate. So, it's the inaugural Singapore Grand Prix in 2008, Formula One's first ever night race. Felipe Massa is leading the race with title rival Lewis Hamilton in 2nd. Fernando Alonso in 11th is the first driver to pit on lap 12 for fuel and rejoins in 20th and last. 2 laps later, his teammate Nelson Piquet Jr. crashes at turn 17, which brings the safety car out. The pit lane is temporarily closed, and after it's open, most of the bunched up field pit for tyres and fuel. In the chaos, Massa exits his pit box with the fuel hose still attached, and Alonso is now up to 5th, amongst those other drivers who hadn't pitted and those that were forced to pit when the pit lane was closed in order to not run out of fuel. Drive-through penalties for Nico Rosberg and Robert Kubica move Alonso up to 3rd, and during the next pit stop phase he takes the lead and goes on to win his first race of the year. Fast forward 10 months, and Formula 1 has largely forgotten about this race, until Piquet gets fired from Renault due to his poor performances, and during the summer break then reveals that he was asked by Managing Director Flavio Briatore and Executive Director of Engineering Pat Simmons to deliberately crash after Alonso had pitted for fuel in order to bring out the safety car and give him track position. The World Motorsport Council charged the team with race fixing, Briatore and Simmons left Renault, and the team were given a disqualification from Formula 1 suspended for 2 years. Briatore and Simmons were given indefinite bans from Formula 1 which were later redacted, and Simmons has since been a consultant for a few teams, but Briatore has not returned. Jim Clark driving one-handed. Jim Clark often comes up as a candidate for greatest driver of all time. When the machinery at his disposal was working fully, he was unbeatable, and sometimes when it wasn't. The 1963 season began in Monaco, where Clark took pole and was comfortably leading until the gearbox died on lap 79. At the next round at Spa, he qualified a slightly low 8th, with the car still on an oversteery Monaco setup and with gearbox problems persisting, 3 seconds off Graham Hill on pole, but on the circuit's original 14km configuration and with the rather loose rules around starting positions at the time, meaning he was effectively on the second row. Rain came for the race, and Clark had a lightning fast start and took the lead almost immediately, but Hill chased him hard. At the time, Formula 1 cars featured manual transmission, or stick as our colonial cousins call it, with sequential gearboxes not coming into widespread use until 1989. During the race, Clark's gearbox started playing up again and forced him to grasp onto the gear lever every time he was in 5th gear, effectively driving with one hand at all the fastest parts of the circuit, including the perilous Master Kink. After Hill retired from behind him on lap 18, he could ease up a bit, and decided instead to just not use 5th gear at all, but at least now he could drive with both hands. Even with these setbacks and the treacherous conditions, he lapped everybody up to Bruce McLaren in second, who finished almost 5 minutes behind, again on a 14km circuit, which is the equivalent of lapping the entire field at Monaco 4 times. It was the first of a record-breaking 7 wins that year, not broken until 1984.
Ryo Hirakawa fatigue. Okay, this is less of a meme and more just a personal bugbear of mine. Like many Japanese racing drivers, Ryo Hirakawa made a career racing in Super GT and Super Formula simultaneously, and was very successful, as he took the Super GT GT500 title in 2017 and finished runner-up in Super Formula in 2020. He went international in 2022, joining Toyota Gazoo Racing in the World Endurance Championship, and won the title 2 years running. In September 2023, he joined the McLaren Driver Development Programme and was immediately made a reserve driver for 2024. He made his Grand Prix weekend debut at the end of that year, paying McLaren $3.5 million to drive in FP1 at Abu Dhabi, and then for the post-season Young Drivers Test he switched and drove for Haas, as Ollie Behrman was ineligible to do so. A month later, he then joined Alpine as test and reserve driver for 2025. He drove for them in FP1 at Suzuka and then immediately switched to join Haas soon after Toyota Gazoo Racing became their title sponsor, and did 4 FP1 sessions and the Young Drivers Test again. He remains a reserve driver in 2026 alongside Jack Doohan. Now, Naoki Yamamoto, another former Super GT champion, made a one-off appearance of Toro Rosso in FP1 at the Japanese Grand Prix in 2019. But in 2 years, Hirakawa has been a reserve driver for 3 different teams, and joined McLaren's driver development program at 29, something usually reserved for teenagers. He does have a very impressive CV, but as Brendan Hartley demonstrated, who himself had previously been on a junior program at the age you would expect it, the transition from endurance racing to Formula 1 is not as easy as it seems. Hirakawa is older than 17 of the 22 current Formula 1 drivers, and has been given far more track time than most of the prospective drivers coming up through FIA Formula 2, and has still crashed in tests at Zandvoort and Yas Marina. Like, bro, you're never going to race in Formula 1, so just go away.
HRT's fuel loads. What better way to start the first conspiratorial statement than with HRT? 2012 had begun for HRT in much of a similar fashion as the previous 2 seasons. Endless delays with building their car meant they missed most of pre-season testing and had to use the first couple of races as extended test sessions. Once they got into a stride, more or less worked out how to set the car up, and introduced a few upgrades, most of which were just parts from the previous 2 cars, they found themselves once again as the slowest team, on a good day being able to match Marussia in qualifying, but being nowhere near on race pace. There was something of a breakthrough in Canada though.
Here, they introduced a very thin, low downforce rear wing, which combined with the car's fundamental lack of downforce already and relative strength in low-speed corners meant they were topping the speed traps and setting unusually competitive times in practice. In qualifying, Pedro Della Rosa beat Timo Glock and Charles Pic by over a second, and Narain Carter-Cain was only a tenth behind Pic, but had lost 6/10 with a mistake at the final turn. In the race, Della Rosa was able to gain half a second per lap on Glock in the opening stint, while Carter-Cain was able to keep himself just outside of DRS range of Pic. A power loss for Glock dropped him back towards Pic and Carter-Cain, which meant that when the first round of pit stops began, Della Rosa had a very comfortable 15-second lead. One of the major problems HRT had in 2012 was with overheating brakes, and Montreal, with its long straights into slow corners, is especially tough on them. This came to heads here as on lap 23 Carter-Cain spun at high speed braking for turn 1 and then pulled over at turn 4, and Della Rosa then pulled into the pits on lap 25 with black smoke billowing out of the brake ducts. At the following round in Valencia, both drivers outqualified Pic but finished behind him in the race, and for the rest of the year were consistently slowest in both qualifying and the race, and only once beat any rivals in a fair fight. One race the team were anticipating was Monza, as they were expecting the circuit, which like Montreal is a low downforce power circuit with long straights and medium to low speed corners, to suit their car again. Instead, they qualified on the back row and finished 40 seconds off Pic. So where had this unprecedented pace in Canada come from? A common tactic used by HRT, Marussia and Caterham was to underfuel their cars, as without safety cars they could anticipate being lapped up to 4 times in a race, to try and extract whatever pace they could. In Canada, HRT may have taken this to a new level. Their relatively small budget of $50 million did not leave much leeway when it came to spare parts, and late in the season particularly, before their impending downfall, they were known to reuse old parts. They could well have realised before the race that the brakes would not last, but they could at least go out with a bang by running half-full fuel tanks, giving them a significant pace advantage over their rivals before the brakes gave out in what was their only double retirement of the year. Non-championship races. When looking at the statistics and career records of drivers from the 1950s and 1960s, it can be easy to think that they had quite a relaxed schedule. The 1950 season featured only 7 races, one of which was the Indianapolis 500, stretching from May to September, a far cry from the 24 races of the 2025 season stretching from March to December. But this doesn't really give the full picture. Max Verstappen's recent excursions to the Nürburgring are not permitted in most drivers' contracts, but back in the day, things were rather more flexible and informal. Most drivers raced actively in sports cars alongside Formula 1, but also a multitude of Grand Prix that did not count towards the World Championship. Grand Prix racing long precedes Formula 1. Series such as the Italian and European Championships were prestigious events in the 1930s, but Formula 1 itself was the first attempt at a World Championship for single-seaters. When it was formed, the FIA were quite selective regarding what races counted towards the championship. As mentioned before, the number of World Championship Grand Prix in 1950 was a mere 6, all in Europe, but the number of non-championship Grand Prix totaled 17. Different races carried different levels of prestige, so events such as the Pau Grand Prix would receive a fully fleshed out grid with all major manufacturers present, while some events could have as few as 3 drivers taking part. The smaller events did, however, give an opportunity for the B and C tier Formula 1 drivers to get their moment in the spotlight, not being overshadowed by drivers such as Juan Manuel Fangio, Alberto Ascari or Stirling Moss. I've mentioned Prince Bira earlier in this video, for example, who never got a podium in the World Championship but won 2 non-championship races. The races themselves were held mostly in Europe, with some in Africa and South America, but could be in places untouched by Formula 1, such as Jersey or the Isle of Man. Some non-championship Grand Prix, such as the Dutch, Spanish, Argentine and South African Grand Prix, eventually got promoted to World Championship status, but most were hangovers from the pre-war era. The number of non-championship races each year varied a lot, peaking with 35 races each in 1952 and 1953 respectively. With such a high number, the A-list drivers were very selective regarding what races they did or didn't take part in. Fangio entered 25 non-championship races between 1950 and 1957 and won 9 of them, and Moss entered 77 non-championship races between 1950 and 1962 and won 19 of them. In the mid-1960s, due to the expansion of the World Championship calendar and many of the smaller circuits becoming outdated, the number of non-championship races dropped sharply. In 1976, there were just 2 non-championship races, both held in the United Kingdom, the Race of Champions at Brands Hatch and the BRDC International Trophy at Silverstone. Only the Race of Champions ran in 1977, and only the BRDC International Trophy in 1978. The Race of Champions was joined in 1979 by the Dino Ferrari Grand Prix at Imola, held so that the circuit could qualify for World Championship status the following year. There were no planned non-championship races in 1980, but FISA President Jean-Marie Balestre demoted the Spanish Grand Prix to non-championship status as punishment for several FOCA Alliance drivers failing to attend driver briefings. The South African Grand Prix was demoted to non-championship status in 1981 as FISA insisted on a date change that the organisers could not accommodate, so it instead was run as a Formula Libre event, with only the FOCA aligned teams present, which also made an all-Ford Cosworth DFV grid. The Race of Champions made one last return in 1983. Only 13 drivers took part, but it saw defending champion Keke Rosberg in a tense duel with young upstart Danny Sullivan. Between 1988 and 1996, the Formula One Indoor Trophy was run at the Bologna Motor Show. It was usually contested by the smaller Italian teams, with only 6 entrants, and was run in a knockout format similar to the modern-day Race of Champions. From 1997, it was run using Formula 3000 cars, and so by winning the 1996 event, Giancarlo Fisichella holds the status of being the most recent Formula One driver to win a non-championship Formula One race.
Hamilton 2007 crane assistance. So, it's the 2007 European Grand Prix, being held at the Nürburgring in Germany. The track is dry, but dark clouds are forming overhead. Debutant Markus Winkelhock pits for intermediate tyres at the end of the formation lap, but all other drivers start the race on slicks. Rain starts falling immediately, and by Sector 2 drivers are spinning and running wide. Lewis Hamilton, who qualified a disappointing 10th, gets up to 6th at the start, but then gets a puncture from a spinning Robert Kubica at turn 2 and drops to the back, and then pits for intermediate tyres at the end of the first lap, along with almost everyone else. The rain quickly becomes torrential, and a river forms at turn 1, causing Jenson Button to lock up there on lap 3 and slide into the gravel trap. Hamilton then does the same thing. He's quickly followed by Adrian Sutil, Nico Rosberg and Scott Speed, all of whom beach their cars in the gravel, and then Anthony Davidson, who stops just short of the gravel and reverses back out and carries on. The safety car is then deployed. Antonio Liuzzi also goes off there and narrowly misses the safety car itself and lightly touches the recovery crane. Button, Sutil, Rosberg, Speed and Liuzzi all switch their cars off and walk away. Hamilton, however, keeps his engine running and gestures to the recovery crane to put him back on the circuit, and he carries on 1 lap down on new race leader Winkelhock in 17th and last. 2 laps later, the race is red flagged, and when it's restarted, he goes on to finish outside the points for the first time in his Formula One career.
CVT. Compared to Formula One car engines, Formula One car gearboxes have gone through relatively few variations in design. For the first 40 years of the sport, H-pattern stick-shift manual gearboxes were the norm. While they were easy and cheap to build and allowed drivers to skip gears when necessary, incorrect gear changes could put huge strains on the engines and hinder lap times. The driver had to lift off the accelerator when changing gears. Changing gears through corners was difficult as the driver would need to steer one-handed, and creating room for the gear lever and the driver's hand impeded streamlining and aerodynamics. In 1989, Ferrari created the first example of a sequential gearbox with gear shifters on the steering wheel, which allowed the driver to keep both hands on the steering wheel at all times, thereby permitting mid-corner gear changes and also permitting a narrower tub for better aerodynamics. Being made from a modified manual gearbox, however, it was extremely unreliable. In 1991, Williams built a purpose-built sequential gearbox, using hydraulics to change gears without the use of the clutch pedal. This was quickly followed by every other team, and by 1996, manual gearboxes were a thing of the past. In 1993, Williams had developed fully automatic transmission, which the driver could manually override when desired. Despite their clear dominance, they then tried out continuous variable transmission, or CVT. CVT replaces dog gears and a clutch with a pair of variable diameter pulleys connected by a drive belt. The pulleys have cone-shaped sheaves on either end which can be pulled together and pushed apart, thereby adjusting the gear ratio without the engine speed needing to change. It allows the engine to run at a constant speed, which improves fuel consumption and also means it can be refined to work within a very narrow power band. CVT had been invented in the 19th century, but is relatively rare and only used on low-powered vehicles with high torque such as snowmobiles that won't destroy the driving belt, as well as hybrid and electric cars. In 1993, however, Williams developed a belt that could withstand their Renault V10. The new gearbox was tested on the FW15C by David Coulthard. The car's ECU kept the engine and gearbox in constant communication so that the engine could run at its optimal power band and the gearbox would do the rest, which resulted in a monotone engine note with no audible gear shifts. It made the car's handling even smoother than it was already, as it eliminated torque loss during gear shifts and allowed the engine to always run at full power. But to be really effective, Renault would have had to redesign the engine to run at maximum efficiency within the power band, but claimed it could be up to 4 seconds per lap faster. They never got to this stage, however, as CVT was banned in 1994, along with fully automatic transmission and all other electronic driver aids. It was felt that it would have caused R&D budgets to skyrocket, and the monotone engine notes would have been almost unbearable to listen to. But funnily enough, reception to engine sounds suddenly stopped being a problem from 2014 onwards. The CVT gearbox was developed and built by Van Dorn Transmission, and the FW15C that was tested still exists and is on display at the DAF Museum in Eindhoven in the Netherlands. Tier 3. The FIA FOTA Dispute. In the late 1970s and early 1980s, Formula One was plagued by the FISA-FOCA war, which was a battle between the Fédération Internationale du Sport Automobile and the Formula One Constructors Association regarding things such as broadcasting rights, prize money allocation, safety standards, and technical regulations. 30 years later, the teams and powers that be were warring once again over a proposed budget cap. The aftermath of the FISA-FOCA war resulted in the formation of the first Concorde Agreement, which offered much fairer pay terms for all teams and drivers, and universal live broadcasting of all races, making the sport go truly global. The fifth Concorde Agreement was signed in 1998, and by 2006 all teams had signed an agreement to extend it until 2012, meaning all teams would be expected to race until at least 2012. In mid-2008, the FIA announced new, sweeping technical regulations for 2009, completely changing aerodynamic design. At the time, Formula One was suffering, as was most of the world, under the global financial crisis, which resulted in Honda withdrawing from Formula One at the end of the year, and the FIA introduced a near-total ban on in-season testing for 2009. Due to the uncertainty caused by this, in July 2008, all teams formed the Formula One Teams Association to give them a united voice to negotiate changes to the Concorde Agreement. On March 17, 2009, the FIA announced an optional budget cap from 2010 onwards of just £30 million as a cost-cutting measure, which would allow far more technical freedom to any team who signed up for it, as well as unlimited testing mileage and wind tunnel time. None of the teams approved of what they saw as an attempt to create two different sets of rules, and so on April 30th, this was raised to £40 million. This was still not enough, however, and 7 teams, Ferrari, BMW Sauber, Toyota, Renault, Braun GP, Red Bull, and Toro Rosso all threatened to withdraw from the championship and not submit entries for 2010. In mid-May, negotiations between the FIA and FOTA were attempted, but FOTA were much more stubborn than the FIA expected, and they went nowhere. Ferrari attempted to flex their muscles and took the FIA to court to get the budget cap removed, which was thrown out. At the Monaco Grand Prix a week later, all 10 teams unanimously agreed to withdraw from Formula One in 2010 unless the proposed budget cap was withdrawn, 6 days before the 2010 application deadline of May 29th. Williams shortly after, however, broke ranks and did submit an unconditional entry before the 2010 deadline, as regardless of the terms, they existed purely to race, and so were expelled from FOTA. The remaining 9 teams eventually caved and submitted conditional entries, but Force India followed Williams' example and changed theirs to unconditional, also being expelled from FOTA. While this was taking place, the FIA had expanded the grid for 2010 to allow another 3 teams to compete. 15 teams applied, and 3 were chosen: Campos Meta, Manor Grand Prix, and USF1, who all made their preparations for 2010 under the pretense of the budget cap being in place. These 3 appeared alongside all 10 other teams on the published entry list for 2010 on June 12th, with McLaren, BMW Sauber, Renault, Toyota and Braun GP's entries still being listed as conditional, but Ferrari, Red Bull and Toro Rosso's being changed to unconditional as the FIA claimed they were contractually bound to compete until 2012, and the other 5 teams were given 1 week to remove their conditions. FOTA attempted to get the FIA to extend the application deadline to give time to negotiate a new Concorde agreement. As negotiations were getting nowhere, before the British Grand Prix, the 8 remaining FOTA teams launched their own breakaway series, the Grand Prix World Championship, and 5 days later published a 17-race calendar for 2010 that included a mixture of past and present Formula 1 circuits. The following day, however, the FIA and FOTA finally reached an agreement to continue together, with the budget cap being withdrawn, in exchange for the established teams providing technical assistance to the 3 new teams. It was also announced that FIA President Max Mosley would stand down in October. The following day, however, he had an about-face, accusing FOTA of misleading the media and Ferrari CEO Luca de Montezemolo of calling him a dictator, and he may run again as FIA president if he wants. Negotiations continued over the next few weeks, and at the German Grand Prix, FOTA turned their attention towards the CVC, who held the commercial rights to Formula 1, to negotiate a new Concorde agreement. 3 days later, Mosley confirmed he would step down as FIA president, and a revised Concorde agreement was signed on August 1st by all teams except BMW Sauber, who 2 days earlier had announced they would withdraw from the sport at the end of the season. This put an end to the dispute, but as BMW Sauber were now withdrawing, failed applicant Lotus F1 were offered their spot on the grid and began preparing for 2010. At the end of the season, Toyota then withdrew as well, reducing the grid to 24 cars. Peter Sauber eventually repurchased a majority stake in BMW Sauber, and they returned for 2010. Manor Grand Prix became Virgin, and Campos Meta became HRT, who both just about made the grid, but USF1 barely got off the drawing board and withdrew at the 11th hour, leaving a 24-car, 12-team grid for 2010. Lotus, Virgin and HRT all effectively still operated within the confines of the budget cap, and ended up receiving very little technical assistance from the bigger teams beyond a few gearboxes, and all folded over the coming years. The 7th Concorde agreement was signed with far fewer roadblocks in 2013. Williams and Force India were readmitted into FOTA in September 2009, and all 12 teams were members in 2010. HRT left at the end of 2010, and Ferrari, Red Bull, Toro Rosso and Sauber all left at the end of 2011. With only McLaren, Mercedes, Lotus, Williams, Force India, Caterham and Marussia left as members, FOTA was disbanded in February 2014, having lost its purpose. Hamilton tweeting data. After his first title triumph, Lewis Hamilton's remaining years at McLaren became known as his zombie years due to several crashes, collisions with other drivers, and generally inconsistent performances. He was beaten by teammate Jenson Button in 2011 and had a troubled start to 2012. He got 3 third-place finishes in a row, 2 of which were from pole, and in Bahrain dropped from 3rd to 8th after 2 botched pit stops. He got pole at the next round in Barcelona, but the car ran out of fuel on his in-lap after a mechanic accidentally drained the tank when he was meant to fill it, and he was disqualified and started at the back. At the Belgian Grand Prix, he qualified 7th, 8 tenths behind Button, who was on pole. Both drivers are running different configurations, with Button using a new low downforce rear wing. In his anger, Lewis attempted to explain the gap in pace by tweeting screenshots of confidential McLaren telemetry data comparing his and Button's lap times, and also giving away sensitive information such as ride heights. He was ordered by the team to immediately take the tweets down. In the race, he was taken out by Romain Grosjean at turn 1 while Button went on to win, and 3 weeks later Hamilton announced he was moving to Mercedes for 2013. Tier 3 X-Wings. When Lotus launched the first aerodynamic wings on the 49 at Monaco in 1968, this was quickly followed by every other team, who all made designs similar to the pioneering Chaparral 2E, of wings mounted high up on struts connected to the suspension. At the Spanish Grand Prix in 1969, Lotus teammates Graham Hill and Jochen Rindt both had big accidents caused by these wings breaking. So, at the following round at Monaco, they were abruptly banned, and height restrictions were enforced from then on. 28 years later, they made something of a comeback. At the Monaco Grand Prix in 1997, Tyrrell 025 appeared with a pair of strut-mounted winglets on the side pods. They'd been introduced in Monaco specifically in order to claw back extra downforce, being able to receive unobstructed airflow. With transverse mounts also connected to the cockpit, these appendages quickly became known as X-Wings or Tyrrell Towers. Despite their gangly appearance, it seemed that they did offer some benefit, as Mika Salo finished 5th to score Tyrrell's only points of the season. As circuit-specific components, the X-Wings didn't appear again until the Hungarian Grand Prix 6 races later, another high downforce circuit. Tyrrell's X-Wings returned in 1998. That season, maximum track width was reduced by 20 centimetres and grooved tyres were enforced, and so the X-Wings suddenly became a very convenient way of clawing back lost downforce. This time, they were mounted on a single strut, and were also a bit shorter, sitting below the roll hoop. They appeared at the season opener in Australia, and they were also joined by Prost bringing their own, which was single-mounted with a double element, though theirs were only used in practice and qualifying, as they had inadvertently blocked the fuel cap and made refueling during pit stops impossible. At the third round in Argentina, X-Wings suddenly appeared on Sauber and Jordan's cars as well. Jordan's were twin-mounted with a single element, while Sauber's were also twin-mounted with a transverse strut and a double element. Jean Lacey finished 5th for Sauber, despite one of the X-Wings breaking off during a pit stop when an air hose got tangled in it, and Damon Hill was 8th for Jordan. At the next round at Imola, another high downforce circuit, Prost's X-Wings returned, and Ferrari now brought their own. Ferraris had a single mount with a twin element, but even so, they were outpaced by McLaren all weekend. With 5 of the 11 teams now using X-Wings, the FIA decided to intervene and banned them the following day on the grounds that they posed a safety risk to mechanics during pit stops, could break off on their own, and were a hazard during side-on impacts and barrel rolls.
Tier 3. 6-wheeled cars. It's easy to think that it's set in stone that cars must always have 4 wheels, as the majority do, but that hasn't always been the case. The world's first car, the Benz patent Motorwagen of 1886, has 3 wheels, as does the Reliant Robin, the original Daihatsu Midget, and the Bond Bug. There's a wealth of reasons why 3 wheels would not work in Formula 1, unless you're Lewis Hamilton, but that has not stopped teams going the other way. A maximum front wing width of 1.5 metres in the mid-1970s meant most teams had the issue of the front wheels sticking out from the front wing in order to accommodate the suspension, steering mechanism, pedals, and of course the driver, which had the effect of increasing drag and disrupting the airflow to the rear wing, particularly after the massively oversized airboxes got banned at the end of 1975. Gaining a notable advantage over other teams was difficult, as Formula 1 was as close as you could get to a spec series, as almost every team was using the same Cosworth TFV engine, the same Hewland gearbox, and the same Goodyear tyres. Tyrrell tried downsizing the front wheels so that they did fit behind the front wing, to the point that they were only 10 inches in diameter, compared to the 16 inches of their rivals and the 28.3 inches of the current cars. This massively reduced the contact patch to the point that it wasn't viable, so technical director Derek Gardner instead came up with an ingenious solution by adding a second pair of leading wheels behind the front pair, creating a 6-wheeled car. With Ken Tyrrell's approval, testing and development went on in secret, even being kept from drivers Patrick Depailler and future champion Jody Scheckter, who along with everyone else were in utter disbelief at what they were looking at when the P34 was unveiled in September 1975. The suspension system had to be enlarged for the extra pair of wheels, but the issue of modifying the steering system was solved by connecting the rear pair to the front pair by way of a bell crank. The added grip at the front gave the car fantastic turn-in and grip in sustained corners, and it also had good braking with an extra pair of discs. However, due to their small size, the front discs were prone to overheating. The car made its competitive debut at the 1976 Spanish Grand Prix and was competitive from the get-go. Depailler had nothing but praise for the car, but Scheckter was not impressed, calling it a piece of junk. Despite that, he took pole and the win at Andersdorp in Sweden, with Depailler in second, a circuit with long sustained corners that 2 years later would be host to the sole appearance and victory of the aforementioned Brabham BT46B fan car. Between them, the two drivers achieved 7 more second-place finishes after this, and the car was generally competitive, but did struggle at bumpy, undulating circuits, which often meant that only one of the 2 pairs of front wheels would be in contact with the tarmac, which also created problems on turn-in when braking, particularly on off-camber corners. They finished 3rd in the Constructors' Championship, and Scheckter then left the team and was replaced with Ronnie Peterson for 1977. Further modifications to the car made it wider and added weight, and Peterson as well struggled with it, though Depailler continued to praise it. Goodyear's effective abandonment of development of the 10-inch tyres as no one else was using them meant Tyrrell got only 4 podiums and finished 5th in the Constructors' Championship, so Tyrrell went back to a conventional 4-wheeled design for 1978, just in time for the dawn of ground effect. This car has become legendary as a sort of engineering curiosity and makes regular appearances at Goodwood. It was a short-lived experiment, and while Tyrrell were the only team to race a 6-wheeled car, several other teams designed and tested ones of their own. March's technical director Robin Hood took note of the P34 and decided to design a 6-wheeled car of his own, but with 4 driving wheels instead of 4 leading wheels. The logic was that Tyrrell had overlooked the drag generated by the 24-inch driving wheels, and so Hood reduced all 3 pairs of wheels to 16 inches, which would reduce drag while also improving rear grip and torque, and not suffering with lack of tyre development due to their novel design. The car was named the 240, a homage to the white notation used for steam locomotives, denoting 2 leading wheels, 4 driving wheels, and 0 trailing wheels. March's budget was much smaller than Tyrrell's, and so instead of being an original design, the 240 was a modified version of the 761. Problems appeared immediately at the first test in December 1976, as the gearbox, which was now attached to 2 axles, started flexing and got unmeshed. The time and expense involved in redesigning the gearbox meant it was put on the back burner, and after another test at Silverstone in February 1977 by Jody Scheckter's brother Ian, it was shelved and reverted back to its original 4-wheeled configuration. Also in 1977, Ferrari modified the 312 T2B with a second pair of rear wheels on the same axle as the original pair and dubbed it the 312 T6. This got around the complexity of adding a second axle, which then had to be connected to the gearbox, but effectively just meant the car had 1 pair of extremely wide driving wheels, which while offering plenty of grip and torque, meant it only increased drag. It was also far beyond the maximum width permitted in the regulations, and after Carlos Reutemann crashed the car at Fiorano and it promptly burst into flames, it too was shelved. 4 years later, Williams decided to revisit the concept. The ground effect era was coming to an end, and with flat-bottomed cars returning for 1983, it was believed the same problems with drag would return as well. Williams at the time were also still running naturally aspirated engines, so they had to compensate for their lack of power with improved grip and reduced drag. The FW07D, which like the March 240 had 2 leading wheels and 4 driving wheels on 2 axles, was built as a prototype and tested in November 1981 and proved a success, so a 6-wheeled version of the FW08 was quickly developed. The FW08D was tested in early 1982 and had fantastic grip on the exit of low-speed corners, and its lengthened wheelbase meant lengthened Venturi tunnels, but it was hindered by the fact that it was very heavy and there was a differential between the front axle and the middle axle, but not the middle axle and the rear axle. Eventually, somebody at FOCA reported the design to the FIA, citing that it would drive increased costs and create havoc during pit stops. So, the FIA put in a concrete rule that Formula 1 cars must have 4 wheels maximum, with 2 of these being the driving wheels. And so, Williams were forced to wake up and smell the petrol and jump on the turbo bandwagon. Leafield's Technical Centre. Leafield's Technical Centre is not something that may ring a bell to most of you, but it may jog a few memories if I refer to it by its informal name, the abandoned Caterham factory. Leafield's Technical Centre began life in 1912 as a radio transmitting station built by the General Post Office, being built on 25 acres of farmland 1 mile to the west of the Oxfordshire village of Leafield and adjacent to the hamlet of Langley. It continued in this function until being decommissioned by British Telecom in 1986, who redeveloped the site into a training college, though this only lasted 7 years and closed down in 1993. British Telecom sold the site to a property development company, and in 1997 it was leased to Tom Walkinshaw, who had recently bought out Footwork and renamed it TWR Arrows, and it became their new base and factory. It was now a part of Britain's Motorsport Valley, being 9 miles southwest of what was then Benetton's factory in Enstone, 16 miles north-northwest of Williams' factory in Grove, and 28 miles southwest of Silverstone. In mid-2002, Arrows folded and the site was abandoned. 1 year later, Menard Competition Technologies Limited began operating out of an office and a workshop on the site, who would build engines for sports cars and the V12 engine used in Super League Formula. In December 2005, the site was leased out to Aguri Suzuki of the new Super Aguri Formula 1 team and became their new factory. This also meant that Arrow's final Formula 1 car, the A23, returned to its original home in a new guise as the Super Aguri SA05,
having been purchased by Paul Stoddart of Minardi and then Aguri Suzuki. In mid-2008, Super Aguri went into administration and moved out, and Menard Competition Technologies Limited ceased trading in 2011 and the site was abandoned yet again. But in 2012, it was then bought by Caterham F1 team, who in their previous guise at Lotus had a factory in Hingham in Norfolk. As previously mentioned, in October 2014 the building was seized by bailiffs and all staff were evicted shortly before Caterham went into administration. The team made a temporary base in Cologne, Germany, but 4 months later they too folded and put all assets up for auction, and the factory has been abandoned ever since. Despite having been empty for less than 10 years, the site has been heavily vandalised and fallen into a heavy state of disrepair, with smashed windows, ceilings caving in and heavy water ingress. There are still signs of its past, however, with Caterham signage and postage on some of the floors and windows, and some small memorabilia in the form of postcards. The factory is a popular target for urban explorers, but these days it's not advisable to go there as it has on-site security. In 2021, the site was purchased by Silvertown Properties, and in 2023 a planning application was lodged with Leafield Parish Council to turn the site into a holiday park. The site has a large factory floor, plenty of office space, and a simulator room, and there is a certain American team trying to break into Formula 1 that would surely need a European base. Just saying. The missing Jaguar Diamond. The Monaco Grand Prix is known as the pinnacle of glamour in Formula 1, what with the expensive yachts, the world-renowned Monte Carlo casino, and the celebrities who don't give a rat's ass about Formula 1 and won't even show their face on camera despite being given extremely exclusive paddock and grid access. One of the many traditions seen at Monaco is the special one-off liveries. In 2021, McLaren ran a golf-inspired livery commemorating their near 60-year partnership with the company. In 2019, Mercedes painted the halo red and put a red star on their car as a tribute to the recently deceased Niki Lauda. In 1994, Larousse ran a red and white checkered livery to promote sponsors Kronenbourg beer, also doing so at the San Marino and Pacific Grand Prix. In 2005, Red Bull ran a flaming red livery to promote the release of Star Wars Episode 3 Revenge of the Sith, and in 2006 they put a red cape on the car and had the drivers wear Superman-themed overalls to promote the release of Superman Returns. None of these quite hold a candle to what Jaguar did in 2004, however. In a tradition that, as we've seen, will continue under their future buyers Red Bull, for the Monaco Grand Prix in 2004, Jaguar ran a new livery to promote the release of Ocean's 12, in which not only had they simply painted the car's nose cone and engine cover red, but both cars had a $250,000 Steinmetz diamond embedded into the nose cone, which was uninsured. Mark Webber and Christian Klein got through Friday and Saturday unscathed, but Sunday did not go so well. Webber's gearbox died only 11 laps in, but Klein rear-ended Nick Heidfeld at Mirabeau Hort on the first lap, which sent the front wing under the car and put him in the barriers at the Lowe's hairpin. It wasn't until after the race that Jaguar were able to retrieve the car. The chassis was intact, the front wing was in bits, but the diamond had completely vanished. One of three things may have happened. The diamond went down a storm drain and is now at the bottom of Monaco Harbour, where some things that should not be forgotten are lost. History becomes legend. Legend becomes myth. And for 2,500 years, the diamond will pass out of all knowledge, until, when chance comes, it will ensnare another bearer. The diamond was embedded in the barriers, which subsequently would have been recycled and or destroyed, or there is a Monegasque track marshal somewhere sporting some serious bling. Take your pick. I like the first one. Stefan Belloff's lost win. Stefan Belloff is a lost talent whose short Formula 1 career was fraught with setbacks and controversies. He made his debut in 1984 with Tyrrell. He scored a couple of points in the early rounds, and then at Monaco achieved his first podium in the pouring rain. This race is best remembered for the debut win that was not to be for Ayrton Senna, as race leader Alain Prost gestured for the race to be stopped when the rain became torrential, and several other drivers had already crashed out, and so the race was red flagged on lap 32, so Prost pulled over on the start-finish straight and was passed by Senna, who had been gaining on him, and crossed the finish line and took what he thought was his first win, and only his sixth race in Formula 1.
However, the rules at the time stipulated that in the case of a red flag, the official classification was to be taken from the last lap completed by every driver, lap 31, so Prost was declared the winner, Senna 7.5 seconds behind in second, and Beloff 21 seconds behind in third, and half points were awarded, which cost Prost the title by half a point. Beloff had qualified in 20th and last, and as teammate Martin Brundle had failed to qualify, he was the only driver in the race without a turbocharged engine, putting him at a 150 horsepower deficit to his rivals. However, Monaco is not a power circuit, and with the rain being so heavy, good car control mattered a lot more, as well as the better tyre wear afforded by him having much less power. He gained 10 places alone on the first lap, and by lap 24 7 cars had crashed out, and Beloff was up to 4th. He passed René Arnoux for third on lap 27, and along with Senna in front was closing in on Prost, whose normally unstoppable McLaren MP42 was misfiring and had no temperature in its forward-thinking carbon fibre brakes. Of the three, Beloff was fastest, being 2 seconds per lap faster than Senna and 5 seconds per lap faster than Prost. Had the race carried on, and these trends had continued, Senna would have taken the lead from Prost on lap 33, Beloff would have then passed Prost for second on lap 36, and then taken the lead from Senna on lap 38, and presumably gone on to take his debut win. All this would have ended up being for moot, however, as later in the season it came to light that in order to remain competitive against their turbocharged rivals, Tyrrell had been running their cars underweight and then filling the water tank used for brake cooling with 140 pounds of lead shot in their final pit stop in order to bring the cars above the minimum weight limit in time for the weigh-in. The giveaway was that after their final pit stops, lead shot would often shoot out of the top of the car and rain down upon the neighbouring team's pit boxes. After Brundle finished second at Detroit, the cars were weighed, and it was determined that this lead-shot-laden water was part aromatic, and therefore constituted an extra fuel source, despite the fact it came nowhere near the engine and had no effect on propulsion. So, for this, Tyrrell were charged with in-race refuelling, using illegal aromatic fuel, using illegal fuel lines, and misuse of ballast. They were therefore retroactively disqualified from all the previous races and excluded from the championship. Tyrrell attempted to appeal this, and were then further charged for having illegal holes in the car's floor that constituted ground effect and were banned from the final 3 races. Beloff stayed with Tyrrell for 1985, and only halfway through the season finally got a turbocharged car, but not long after this he was killed in a crash at the 1000 km of Spa as the defending world sports car champion. The lost Vietnamese Grand Prix. Since 1976, 12 Asian nations have hosted a Formula One Grand Prix. All but 2 of these, Japan and Malaysia, first appeared on the calendar in the 21st century, with Bahrain and China in 2004, Turkey in 2005, Singapore in 2008, the United Arab Emirates in 2009, South Korea in 2010, India in 2011, Azerbaijan in 2016, and Qatar and Saudi Arabia in 2021. In 2016, the first proposals were put forward to have a Grand Prix in Vietnam. However, it was rejected by Bernie Ecclestone as there were already 2 races in Southeast Asia, and he'd been criticised for adding Russia and Azerbaijan to the calendar. 2 countries with little to no motorsport history or heritage, high levels of corruption, and questionable human rights, but could pay a generous premium fee to host a Grand Prix, and the Vietnamese authorities were willing to pay £320 million for a 10-year contract. In 2017, Ecclestone was replaced as chief executive of the Formula One group with Chase Carey when Liberty Media took over. And in 2018, Malaysia was dropped from the calendar, which reopened talks of having a race in Vietnam. In November 2018, the Vietnamese Grand Prix was confirmed for the 2020 season, with the funding primarily coming from conglomerate company Vingroup. Herman Tilke was commissioned to design a street circuit in the nation's capital of Hanoi, which was built in the Nam Tu Liem district adjacent to the Mai Dinh National Stadium, at a cost of £540 million. The middle sector ran along a section of highway and was bookended by 2 hairpins, whereas the first and third sectors were purpose-built and much more technical, and it featured a full 23 corners. The circuit was completed in February 2020 and was scheduled to host the 3rd round of the season on April 5th. However, the outbreak of COVID-19 over the winter meant that the season-opening Australian Grand Prix 3 weeks earlier was cancelled at the last minute, and all other races were either cancelled or postponed as the world went into lockdown. Eventually, a new 17-race calendar was devised that Vietnam did not feature on, as the country had taken on a zero-COVID strategy with a very tough lockdown.
It was hoped that the Grand Prix would appear on the calendar in 2021. However, this was thwarted when the chairman of the Hanoi People's Committee, Nguyen Duc Chung, who had been a major stakeholder in the event and was the main driving force behind it, was arrested on corruption charges unrelated to the Grand Prix in August 2020 and sentenced to 10 years imprisonment. The Grand Prix hasn't appeared on the calendar again, and it's unlikely it ever will. The circuit lies silent and didn't host its first race until New Year's Eve 2022, when Honda Vietnam hosted their Honda Thanks Day celebrations there with a series of races using Honda motorbikes on an abridged version of the circuit that only used the permanent sections. Since then, the grandstands have been torn down, the third sector has been fenced off, but the start-finish straight is open to the public, and people sometimes break into the third sector and use it for cycling. The Dutch Grand Prix at Zandvoort was also set to appear on the calendar in 2020, but too was cancelled. It did, however, reappear in 2021, and each year since has sold out due to its location near to a city and in a country that are major tourism hubs, the Netherlands' extensive motorsport history and culture, and the presence of Max Verstappen. Vietnam, by contrast, is a developing country that has never produced any notable racing drivers, let alone any Formula One drivers, and the circuit was built on largely undeveloped land surrounded by slums, a far cry from the rolling hills around the Red Bull Ring or the exotic resorts, hotels and marina of Abu Dhabi. Had the race gone ahead, both attendance and reception probably would have been tepid at best. We may never know what really would have happened. However, you could experience the circuit for yourself as it features in the non-COVID-19 affected F1 2020 video game. I hate it. Andrea de Cesaris. Andrea de Cesaris was a bit of a paradox. He had one of the longest tenures in Formula One history and had a way of always staying employed, yet was incapable of keeping his car out of the wall or other drivers. You think Romain Grosjean or Pastor Maldonado was bad? You've seen nothing yet. De Cesaris was in Formula One from 1980 to 1994, and in that time drove for 14 different teams, 2 of them in 2 separate stints. He entered 214 races, failed to qualify for 4 of them, failed to start 2 of them, and failed to finish 147 of them, including every race in 1987, giving him a finishing rate of 29.3%. Despite that, he still got 5 podiums and a pole position, but held the record for most race starts without a win until 2024, 30 years after retiring. Now, as this was the 1980s, most of these retirements were mechanical problems, but many of them were his own fault as well. Marlboro-backed De Cesaris started out with Alfa Romeo with 2 races in 1980 and crashed into Derek Daly at Watkins Glen. He got a full-time drive with Marlboro-backed McLaren in 1981. He crashed into Alain Prost and Hector Rabac on the first lap in Long Beach, Mario Andretti on the first lap in Monaco, crashed by himself in Spain, spun off trying to avoid Gilles Villeneuve at Silverstone, and crashed in Germany. When he crashed in practice at Zandvoort, the team withdrew him from the race as by now he had crashed 19 times, and they'd spent more than 120 hours repairing his cars. He then spun and stalled trying to pass Nelson Piquet in Canada and was fired, and had put Ron Dennis off ever hiring another Italian driver. He returns to Alfa Romeo in 1982. He crashed in Long Beach, having started on pole, spun off at Paul Ricard, and then crashed into teammate Bruno Giacomelli in Austria. He stayed on in 1983, and the only incident was spinning off at Monza. He moved to Ligier in 1984 and crashed at Zolder, crashed on the first lap in the rain at Monaco, and spun off in the heat in Dallas. He stayed with them in 1985 and crashed in Brazil, spun off at Imola, and collided with teammate Jacques Lafitte at the first corner in Germany. In Austria, he caught the grass and did a quadruple barrel roll and landed on his head, only being spared serious injury by the soil being damp. He returned to the pits and told the team the car had stalled, but when they saw a replay of the crash, Guy Ligier lamented that he could no longer afford to employ him, and he was fired after the next round and replaced by Philippe Streiff. He returns to Formula One by joining Minardi in 1986. His only crash was in Portugal, but he only finished 1 race. In 1987, he joined Brabham. He spun off at Imola, crashed in Mexico City, and spun off with 3 laps remaining in Australia, and didn't see the checkered flag once all season. Brabham folding meant he joined new team Real in 1988 as their sole driver. He collided with René Arnoux at Spa and finished only 3 races. He joined new team Scuderia Italia in 1989. He collided with Nelson Piquet at the Lowe's hairpin at Monaco and put teammate Alex Caffey in the wall at Phoenix. He crashed on lap 13 in Adelaide, but still managed to finish 8 races. He stayed with Scuderia Italia in 1990 and crashed into Jean Alesi and Riccardo Patrese in Brazil, spun off on the first lap in Portugal, and spun off in Japan. He joined new team Jordan in 1991. At Silverstone, he went into the concrete wall at Abbey after his suspension broke, and at Suzuka, he spun on lap 2 and was hit by JJ Leto, Emanuele Pirro and Karl Wendlinger. Jordan securing sponsorship from Barclays Cigarettes for 1992 meant the Marlboro-backed De Cesaris had to leave and joined Tyrrell. He spun off at Monaco and Silverstone but managed to finish 8 races. He stayed there in 1993 and spun off in Canada and crashed on the first lap at Suzuka. In 1994, he was left without a full-time drive for the first time, but returns to Jordan for 2 races to cover for a banned Eddie Irvine and spun off at Imola. Soon after, he took over from an injured Karl Wendlinger at Sauber for the remainder of the season. He caused a 4-car pile-up at the start in Germany, crashed into Gianni Morbidelli in Hungary, and had the final crash of his career by spinning off at Estoril. When he retired, he was second only to Riccardo Patrese for number of race starts, but of his 208 starts, he crashed out of 38 of them, and 20 years later, he was killed in a motorcycle accident in Italy. Now, De Cesaris was affected by a nervous twitch which would cause him to close his eyes, which made many of his rivals apprehensive about going anywhere near him on track. And to be fair, having a driver who would effectively go temporarily blind periodically probably isn't the best recipe for success in Formula 1. Tier 4, 1:21.072. In a sport as competitive and close-fought as Formula 1, accurate and precise timekeeping is paramount. Despite regular complaints of how uncompetitive Formula 1 can be, the field spread has never been closer, and as the field has gradually closed up over the years, so have the timings had to close up too. In the 1950s and 60s, lap times were recorded the old-fashioned way, with a mechanical stopwatch operated by someone at trackside, often the driver's wives or girlfriends. Lap times are measured only to the nearest tenth of a second, and this created an interesting conundrum at the 1954 British Grand Prix, as Jose Froilan Gonzalez, Mike Hawthorne, Onofre Marimon, Juan Manuel Fangio, Sterling Moss, Jean Beira, and Alberto Ascari all set an identical fastest lap of a 1:50 dead, so all 7 drivers were each awarded 1/7 of a point. Formula 1 went digital in the early 1970s, and Jack Heuer became the official timekeeper to Ferrari in 1972 and then the whole of Formula 1 in 1974, and devised a system still in use today of a transponder mounted on the car that would send a signal to a receiver on the start-finish line, which could record lap times accurate to within 1/1000th of a second. Heuer handed the torch, or stopwatch, over to Longines and Olivetti in the 1980s, and then they did in the 90s to AMB, who continued to supply the equipment used, now under the name MyLaps, though today Formula 1's official timing partner is Rolex. In the 1990s, Heuer was the official timing partner again, now under the name Tag Heuer. The incredible precision of timekeeping meant issues such as those at Silverstone in 1954 were almost unheard of, but came to heads once again in 1997 in a much more dramatic fashion. The season finale of 1997 was the European Grand Prix held at Jerez in Spain. The title had come down to the wire between the Ferrari of Michael Schumacher and the Williams of Jacques Villeneuve, with Schumacher ahead by just 1 point. 14 minutes into the 1-hour qualifying session, Villeneuve set a provisional pole time of a 1:21.072. 28 minutes in, Schumacher also set a 1:21.072, and 51 minutes in, Villeneuve's teammate Heinz-Harald Frentzen as well set a 1:21.072. None of the 3 drivers were able to improve in their remaining 11 allotted laps. This was the first and so far only occurrence of an identical pole time being set by 3 different drivers. Under the rules, precedence was given based on the order the lap times were set, so Villeneuve was given pole, Schumacher started second, and Frentzen started third. Attempts have been made to analyse the 3 pole laps and see if they genuinely were identical. 2 drivers setting the same time happens more often than you do expect, including as recently as Bahrain this year between Lando Norris and Logan Sargent. But 3 drivers? Not so much. Doing so visually by use of onboard cameras is a dead end as they are of 90s potato quality, but as well as the aforementioned transponders, there are also infrared photocells and timer-linked videos on the start-finish line as backup to ensure accurate reading at all times. The timings that appear on screen are shown to within 1/1000th of a second, but the measurements are actually done to within 1/10,000th of a second, which the control room can see. Somewhere out there is a Tag Heuer employee who knows what the 4th decimal point was for each driver and who the rightful pole sitter was. Tier 4. Now we're starting to transition away from objective historical facts into more conspiratorial territory.
Liegate. In the closing stages of the 2009 Australian Grand Prix, Sebastian Vettel and Robert Kubica collided while battling for second place and the safety car was deployed. Lewis Hamilton and Jarno Trulli were promoted to third and fourth, and Trulli ran off the road and was passed by Hamilton. Hamilton then slowed down to let him back through to take the final podium spot. After the race, Trulli received a 25-second time penalty for overtaking behind the safety car and dropped to 12th. Hamilton initially said the team had ordered him to let Trulli pass, but then behind closed doors told the stewards no such order was given and that Trulli had consciously passed him himself. A few days later, Hamilton and Trulli were summoned to a stewards' hearing. Hamilton and McLaren continued to deny that any orders were given, though an audio recording of this happening was played back, and as they had misled the stewards, Hamilton was disqualified, McLaren was stripped of their constructors' points, and Trulli was reinstated in third place. The following day, McLaren sporting director Dave Ryan was sacked, as he was the one who had instructed Hamilton to lie. 2003 tyre changes. In 2002, Michael Schumacher tied with Juan Manuel Fangio to win his fifth driver's title, and a third consecutive one, having finished on the podium in every single race that year. Ferrari had also won their fourth consecutive constructors' title, with almost 2.5 times the points of runners-up Williams. Such sustained dominance had never been seen before, and 2002 had been full of forgettable races, so rule changes were brought in to close the field up, such as one-lap qualifying and awarding points for the top 8 instead of the top 6. Schumacher had a troubled start to 2003, but then got 3 consecutive poles and wins. After this, however, Ferrari's Bridgestone tyres began to suffer with the onset of a Europe-wide heatwave. He won only one of the next 7 races, and there were 5 other different winners, 4 of which were running Michelin tyres. After the Hungarian Grand Prix, there were just 2 points between Schumacher, Juan Pablo Montoya and Kimi Raikkonen. At this point, however, Ferrari and Bridgestone protested that Michelin's tyres appeared to deform beyond the maximum tread width during races, and so they were forced to design narrower tyres, which took away Williams and McLaren's competitive edge. Schumacher won the next 2 races, while Raikkonen finished 4th and 2nd and Montoya 2nd and 6th. At the final round in Japan, Schumacher qualified 14th and climbed up to 8th. Montoya was now out of the title fight, and Raikkonen qualified 7th and finished 2nd, behind Schumacher's teammate Rubens Barrichello, but Schumacher still won his record-breaking 6th driver's title by 2 points, despite winning 6 races to Raikkonen's 1 and Montoya's 2. Fangio's kidnapping. Up until the 1980s, non-championship events were run alongside the official Grand Prix that counted towards driver records, and more often than not drivers did more of these in a year than the official races. In 1957, Cuban President Fulgencio Bautista launched the Cuban Grand Prix, held on a street circuit in the nation's capital, Havana. The inaugural race was won by defending champion Juan Manuel Fangio. After winning his 5th driver's title that year, Fangio returned for the 1958 race. He set the fastest times in practice, but on the morning of the race, he was seized from his hotel room in the Hotel Lincoln by 2 gunmen of the 26th of July movement, a radical organisation fronted by communist revolutionary Fidel Castro. President Bautista ordered the city to go into lockdown and assigned guards to all airports and all other drivers, but the race still went ahead. The gunman moved Fangio between 3 different houses across the city. He was given access to both a radio and television in order to receive coverage of the race, in particular because of a crash that killed 6 spectators, and in the 3rd house he was given his own bedroom, but made no attempts to escape as he suspected someone was standing guard outside the door. The captors wanted to talk to him about their revolutionary programme and explained that their objective was to force the cancellation of the race and undermine and embarrass President Bautista. Fangio, however, refused to humour them, always remaining apolitical. Fangio was handed over to the Argentine embassy the following day after 29 hours in captivity, saying that despite being blindfolded he had been treated very well, as if he was a friend. Despite not achieving their short-term goals, the kidnapping had the effect of damaging Bautista's waning popularity and credibility as he had failed to track the captors down. Less than a year later, Bautista was ousted and Castro took power. The Cuban Grand Prix was cancelled that year, but made one last return in 1960. Red Bull rigged Max to win in Spain 2016. After Daniel Kvyat crashed into Sebastian Vettel twice in 2 corners at Sochi in 2016 and inadvertently punted Vettel into teammate Daniel Ricciardo at the same time, the decision was made by Helmut Marko to demote him back to Toro Rosso and bump up Max Verstappen to Red Bull early, after greatly impressing them in his debut 2015 year. At the next round in Barcelona, Verstappen qualified 4th, behind new teammate Ricciardo, with the two Mercedes unsurprisingly on the front row. Hamilton and Rosberg took each other out at turn 4 at the start, which meant for the first time in about 3 years we had an actual race on our hands. Ricciardo inherited the lead with Verstappen now in second, followed by his former teammate Carlos Sainz, who had jumped the Ferraris of Sebastian Vettel and Kimi Raikkonen. After the safety car came in, Ricciardo and Verstappen built up a lead over Sainz, but after Vettel and Raikkonen passed him, that lead was quickly eroded. Verstappen remained on his planned 2-stop strategy, whereas Ricciardo was put on a 3-stop as they knew Ferrari's long-run pace was strong. Ferrari employed a similar strategy, with Raikkonen on a 2-stop and Vettel on a 3-stop. They all made their first stops around the same time, all switching from soft tyres to mediums. Ricciardo and Vettel made their second stops within 1 lap of one another from first and third, for a short stint on soft tyres. 6 laps later, Verstappen and Raikkonen then pitted for a long second final stint on medium tyres and rejoined behind both of them, with Ricciardo back in the lead. Vettel then made his third stop only 2 laps later in an attempt to undercut Ricciardo and drop to 4th. 7 laps later, Ricciardo made his third stop from 6 seconds in front of Verstappen and rejoined in 4th, behind both Ferraris. Raikkonen closed up to Verstappen in the final stint, and Ricciardo closed up to Vettel. Despite their fresher tyres, neither Raikkonen nor Ricciardo were able to make any moves on Verstappen and Vettel respectively. Ricciardo then got a puncture on the penultimate lap and pitted again, but remained 4th, whereas Verstappen went on to take his maiden win on his debut with Red Bull and become the youngest race winner in Formula 1 history. Ricciardo was not impressed with this strategy decision, as Ferrari's struggles on the medium tyre showed that on a 2-stop strategy he could have maintained position and won the race, and it is customary for the leading driver in the team to get priority on strategy. This, coupled with the fact that Ricciardo had come into the team and usurped Vettel, and a few years later was then himself usurped by Verstappen, led to conspiracy theories that they had deliberately put him out of contention to have the fairy tale story of Verstappen winning on his debut, which there would have been no consideration of until Hamilton and Rosberg took each other out, and it would have been a 4-way fight for the final podium spot. If they did intentionally rig the race result, then they did it in a far more subtle and far less illegal fashion than Renault did at Singapore in 2008.
Barrichello's Brazil curse. Home races are a special occasion for any driver. Nigel Mansell once famously said that the home fans give you half a second per lap, which maybe explains how he took 4 home victories. Lewis Hamilton himself has won the British Grand Prix 8 times, Michael Schumacher won the German Grand Prix 4 times, Alain Prost won the French Grand Prix 6 times, and Max Verstappen has won the Dutch Grand Prix 3 years running. Not everyone is so successful at home, however. In 5 attempts, Charles Leclerc's best result at Monaco is 4th, and Niki Lauda won the Austrian Grand Prix only once in 12 attempts, but perhaps the worst offender in this regard is Rubens Barrichello. Barrichello's first Brazilian Grand Prix was in 1993 and was only his second race in Formula 1. He was driving for midfielders Jordan, and so would have been targeting points instead of a win. He qualified 14th, whereas teammate Ivan Capelli failed to qualify, and he was running in 12th when his gearbox died on lap 14. Barrichello stayed with Jordan in 1994, and the Brazilian Grand Prix was now the season opener. He qualified 14th again, but in a race that saw his new teammate Eddie Irvine trigger a 4-car pile-up and his mentor Ayrton Senna spin-off, Barrichello stayed out of trouble to finish a career-best 4th. The Brazilian Grand Prix in 1995 was a sombre event as it was the first one since the death of Senna, which made Barrichello Brazil's leading driver. He was still with Jordan and qualified 16th, whereas Irvine was 8th. He had a good start but then lost places and was running in 12th when the gearbox died on lap 17. Barrichello did a 4th consecutive year with Jordan in 1996, and the Brazilian Grand Prix became the second race of the year behind Australia. This time, he qualified a sensational 2nd, even if he was almost a second off pole sitter Damon Hill. The race was wet, and Barrichello drops a 4th at the start, but stuck close to Jean Alesi and 3 times tried to pass him. Alesi and Jacques Villeneuve spinning off later on gave Barrichello 2nd, but the track was still wet when he made his only planned stop, and being forced to pit again for slicks dropped him back to 4th, and while trying to pass Michael Schumacher for 3rd, he spun off into the gravel at Decido de Largo on lap 60. In 1997, Barrichello joined the new Stewart team. He qualified 10th, with teammate Jan Magnussen 20th, but stalled at the start, and then a large crash meant the race was red flagged.
He jumped into the T car for the restart and was running in 13th when the suspension broke on lap 17. He stayed with Stewart in 1998 and this time qualified 13th with Magnussen 16th. He got up to 9th in the first stint and was running in 11th towards the end when the gearbox died on lap 57. 1999 was Barrichello's third consecutive year with Stewart. He qualified a surprise third behind both McLarens and inherited second when David Coulthard stalled at the start and took the lead from Mika Hakkinen on lap 4. He led for the next 23 laps before pitting and rejoining in 4th. He passed Eddie Irvine for 3rd on lap 36, but then his engine died 7 laps later. In 2000, Barrichello finally got his big break by moving to Ferrari to partner Michael Schumacher. In what was the fastest car, he qualified 4th, just behind Schumacher. He took 3rd from Coulthard at the start, while Schumacher took the lead, and he then passed Hakkinen for 2nd on lap 15. Barrichello led for 2 laps after Schumacher pitted, and he rejoined in 4th when he pitted, but on lap 27 he pulled into the pits after the hydraulics gave out. In 2001, Barrichello was now a race winner, having taken victory at the German Grand Prix the previous year. The Brazilian Grand Prix was now the 3rd round of the season, and he qualified a disappointing 6th while Schumacher was on pole. Barrichello's car died on his way round to the grid, so he had to start the race in the T car. Hakkinen stalling at the start meant the safety car was deployed. Barrichello had been passed by both Jordans at the start and the BAR of Jacques Villeneuve, but managed to repass Villeneuve at Decido de Largo. At the restart on lap 3, Barrichello passed Heinz-Harald Frentzen at the Senna S, but then speared into the back of Ralf Schumacher at Decido de Largo. In 2002, Barrichello qualified 8th while Schumacher was 2nd. Schumacher took the lead on the first lap and Barrichello got up to 6th, and then worked his way up to 2nd on lap 6. As Barrichello was on a 2-stop strategy, Schumacher gave him the lead on lap 14, but 3 laps later the hydraulics gave up. In 2003, there was something of a breakthrough as Barrichello took his first home pole position and Schumacher was 7th. Torrential rain meant the first 8 laps were run behind the safety car. He was immediately passed by Coulthard at the restart, and was passed by Kimi Raikkonen and Juan Pablo Montoya on the next lap, and then Mark Webber and Schumacher on the one after that to drop to 6th. He worked his way back up as the circuit dried out and got up to 2nd on lap 28, and then retook the lead from Coulthard on lap 45. However, 2 laps later he ran out of fuel as the car's telemetry had told him he had more than he did. In 2004, the Brazilian Grand Prix became the season finale. Barrichello managed to take pole position again, while Schumacher qualified 8th and then dropped 10 places for an engine change. The track was damp, and Raikkonen took the lead from him at Decido de Largo. Barrichello retook the lead at the Senna S on lap 4. After an early pit stop for dry tyres he dropped to 6th, and then passed Takuma Sato for 5th on lap 33. After the 3rd round of pit stops, he leapfrogged Fernando Alonso and Ralf Schumacher to move up to 3rd, and finished there, over 20 seconds behind Montoya and Raikkonen. While he had failed to convert his pole to a win, Barrichello still got a home podium, and saw the checkered flag at Interlagos for the first time in 10 years. 2005 was to be Barrichello's final year with Ferrari, and the Brazilian Grand Prix was the 3rd to last round. In what was a difficult year for Ferrari, he qualified 10th and started 9th, with Schumacher 7th. He passed Felipe Massa at the start, undercut Christian Klien in the first round of pit stops, and then passed Jenson Button on lap 44 to finish 6th, 33 seconds behind Schumacher in 4th. In 2006, Barrichello moved to Honda, and the Brazilian Grand Prix became the season finale once again. He qualified an impressive 5th, while new teammate Jenson Button was 14th, but lost out to a sensational drive from Button and a charging outgoing performance from former teammate Schumacher to finish 7th. In 2007, Honda dropped to near the back of the grid, but Barrichello qualified a modest 11th with Button 16th, and Barrichello was running in 11th when the engine died on lap 41. Very few improvements were made in 2008, but Barrichello had surpassed Riccardo Patrese to become the most experienced driver in Formula 1 history. Here, Barrichello qualified 15th with Button 17th, but managed to get up to 11th at the start, and was running there when the rain started coming down on lap 63. Barrichello pitted for extreme wets on lap 64, while everyone else went for intermediates or stayed out. The rain did not come hard enough, however, and so the tyres overheated and he pitted again on lap 67 for intermediates and finished 15th. In 2009, Honda became Brawn GP. Barrichello now had a front-running car and found himself fighting for the title alongside Button,
with his wins in Valencia and Monza being his first in 5 years. The Brazilian Grand Prix was the penultimate round of the season, and Barrichello was 14 points behind Button with 20 up for grabs, and 2 points ahead of Sebastian Vettel. Torrential rain in qualifying allowed Barrichello to take his sole pole position of 2009, and first since he took pole at Interlagos in 2004, and Button and Vettel were 14th and 15th respectively. Barrichello led the first 21 laps before pitting and rejoined in 10th. He was overcut by Mark Webber and Robert Kubica and was back up to 3rd behind them on lap 38, now being pressured by Lewis Hamilton. Hamilton made a pass on him at the Senna S on lap 62, but in so doing gave Barrichello a puncture which meant he pitted and dropped to 8th, while Button finished 5th to be crowned champion. In 2010, Barrichello left Brawn when they became Mercedes and instead joined Williams, returning to the midfield. In a damp qualifying, Barrichello qualified a strong 6th, while his rookie teammate Nico Hülkenberg took a shock pole position. Kubica passed Barrichello at the start, and he had a slow first pit stop on lap 13 and rejoined in 17th. While battling for 13th with Jaime Alguersuari on lap 34, Barrichello tried to pass him, but they made contact which gave him a puncture and he pitted again and rejoined in 18th. He made up a few positions towards the end and eventually finished 14th while Hülkenberg was 8th. Barrichello stayed with Williams in 2011 and was now joined by rookie Pastor Maldonado. The Brazilian Grand Prix was the season finale again and Barrichello qualified 12th, with Maldonado 18th. After a poor start, Barrichello dropped to 19th, just in front of Maldonado. After the first round of pit stops, he'd worked his way up to 15th and eventually finished 14th. Barrichello had intended to continue racing in 2012, but unfortunately, this was to be his final Brazilian Grand Prix and final appearance in Formula 1, as Frank Williams fired him over the phone in January 2012, in place of his late mentor's nephew, Bruno Senna. Rubens Barrichello contested the Brazilian Grand Prix 19 times. 3 times he got pole position, but only managed a best result of 3rd and failed to see the checkered flag 11 times. This despite the fact that 6 times he had a car capable of race wins. In 8 attempts, Emerson Fittipaldi won it twice. In 13 attempts, Nelson Piquet won it twice. In 11 attempts, Ayrton Senna won it twice. And in 14 attempts, Felipe Massa also won it twice. Since 2012, Barrichello has been racing in Stock Car Brazil. He won the title in 2014 and 2022, but of his 20 wins, none of them have been at Interlagos. Piquet's insults. Brazilian Nelson Piquet won 3 drivers' titles in the 1980s and is the patriarch of a motorsport dynasty that includes racing driver sons Nelsinho and Pedro and daughter Kelly, who has a daughter with Daniel Kvyat and is currently dating Max Verstappen, which, if Formula 1 was the 19th century English aristocracy, would be considered a good match. With 3 drivers' titles, 23 Grand Prix victories and 60 podiums, Piquet is one of the stars of the 1980s and one of the greatest drivers of all time. Off track, however, he has often been something of an outcast and a pariah, and he has a tendency to run his mouth and hasn't been particularly good at making friends. At the end of 1985, he was looking to leave Brabham and was offered a seat with McLaren, but was turned off by the amount of PR duties required to appease McLaren's title sponsor Marlboro, and said, "Ron Dennis mentioned so many days a year working for Marlboro, I lost interest. I won't waste my life talking to people who don't understand racing." After he won his 3rd title in 1987, he jumped ship from the sinking Williams and took fellow countryman Ayrton Senna's seat at Lotus after he moved to McLaren. Senna was now dominating, and Piquet was left in a midfield car with Satoru Nakajima as his teammate, beating him in a far less convincing fashion than the younger and less experienced Senna had done the year before. Clearly jealous, he called Senna the Sao Paulo taxi driver and said he doesn't like women, insisting that Senna's ex-wife and succession of girlfriends were what would be referred to in modern parlance as beards, which had done little to help his domestic popularity since Senna is basically the patron saint of Brazil. Senna retorted by saying, "Tell Piquet to ask his wife if I'm gay." He also came for now ex-teammate at Williams Nigel Mansell, calling him an uneducated blockhead and his wife Roseanne stupid and ugly. If that wasn't enough, he then called Ferrari boss Enzo senile, who was 90 years old at the time and in the final months of his life, saying the team would be performing better if he was 30 years younger.
In 2022, some 31 years after Piquet retired from Formula One, he got himself in hot water once again when footage surfaced of an appearance Piquet made on a Brazilian podcast in November 2021, where when talking about Lewis Hamilton and Max Verstappen's high-profile collision at Silverstone 4 months earlier, he referred to Hamilton as a neguinho, which literally translated means little black boy. This appears to be a term that, depending on the context, can range from being a term of affection, as Piquet has referred to his own family members that way, despite them being white, to a racial slur, but it was taken by most people with a far better understanding of the Portuguese language than myself as the latter. Piquet has subsequently been banned indefinitely from the Formula One paddock and lost his honorary membership in the British Racing Drivers Club. As well as this, he was recently prosecuted by the Brazilian government and fined 5 million Brazilian real, which is just shy of $1 million US. Clearly, the Brazilian constitution does not have a First Amendment equivalent. Following this, further remarks made by him started surfacing in the Anglosphere, including from an interview with Brazilian magazine Metropolis at the end of 2016, in which he said that Hamilton lost the 2016 championship because he, quote, must have been giving a lot of ass at the time. He was pretty bad. Hamilton had lost the title, in equal machinery, to Nico Rosberg, whose father Keke had won the 1982 championship and was a former rival of Piquet, and in the same interview he said he was a shit driver and had zero value. Call it a generational gap, or things being lost in translation, but what's the old saying? If you can't say something nice, don't say nothing at all. Jev is the GOAT. Okay, so, in 1950, Giuseppe Farina became the inaugural Formula One Drivers' Champion. In 1955, Farina was beaten by Ferrari teammate Maurice Trintignant. In 1954, Trintignant was beaten by Ferrari teammate Mike Hawthorn. In 1957, Hawthorn was beaten by Ferrari teammate Luigi Musso. In 1955, Musso was beaten by Maserati teammate Jean Beira. In 1956, Beira was beaten by Maserati teammate Sterling Moss. In 1959, Moss was beaten by fellow Cooper driver Jack Brabham. In 1967, Brabham was beaten by Brabham teammate Denny Hulme. In 1974, Hulme was beaten by McLaren teammate Emerson Fittipaldi. In 1973, Fittipaldi was beaten by Lotus teammate Ronnie Peterson. In 1978, Peterson was beaten by Lotus teammate Mario Andretti. In 1981, Andretti was beaten by Alfa Romeo teammate Bruno Giacomelli. In 1983, Giacomelli was beaten by Toleman teammate Derek Warwick. In 1987, Warwick was beaten by Brabham teammate Riccardo Patrese. In 1993, Patrese was beaten by Benetton teammate Michael Schumacher. From 2010 to 2012, Schumacher was beaten by Mercedes teammate Nico Rosberg. In 2006, Rosberg was beaten by Williams teammate Mark Webber. From 2009 to 2013, Webber was beaten by Red Bull teammate Sebastian Vettel. In 2014, Vettel was beaten by Red Bull teammate Daniel Ricciardo. In 2015, Ricciardo was beaten by Red Bull teammate Daniel Kvyat. And in 2014, Kvyat was beaten by Toro Rosso teammate Jean-Eric Vergne. Ergo, Jev is the greatest Formula One driver of all time. I mean, the logic is undeniable. Tier 4, Mercedes Secret Tyre Test. Prior to 2009, Formula One teams could do just about as much private testing as they could muster, with their dedicated test drivers such as Luca Badoer at Ferrari and Pedro Della Rosa at McLaren often clocking in more mileage than the race drivers. Since 2009, Formula One teams have been extremely limited on the amount of testing they're allowed to do, and so you have to make the most of what little time you have. Since then, official tests at the end of each season at Yas Marina to test out the new tyre compounds for the coming year have been commonplace. They occasionally take place mid-season, usually at either Silverstone or the Hungaroring, but it seems that in 2013 Mercedes was doing a bit of extracurricular work. In the week after the Spanish Grand Prix, when Nico Rosberg and Lewis Hamilton had started on the front row but finished 6th and 12th respectively, Mercedes stayed behind at Barcelona to conduct a 3-day Pirelli tyre test, in which they covered over 1,000 kilometres, more than 3 Grand Prix distances. It took an entire week before anyone else, including the FIA, found out that this test took place. This despite the fact that when every other team was packing up and leaving Barcelona, they would have noticed Mercedes not doing the same, and the fact that Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya is an open venue in a major metropolitan area, and the cars of the time could be heard from miles away. The FIA had not authorised the test,
and as it apparently happened behind closed doors, nobody knew what tyre compounds were being tested, what data was gathered, and who was even driving. The Pirelli tyres used in the first half of 2013 were perhaps the worst we've ever seen in Formula 1, sometimes lasting as little as 5 laps. Mercedes was suffering particularly hard as they had a brilliant qualifying car but couldn't make the tyres go the distance, as demonstrated by their shambolic performance at the race just past. And Hamilton had suffered a tyre failure so destructive in Bahrain that it broke his gearbox. At the following round at Monaco, where the news broke, the paddock was rife with gossip and speculation about this test. The week before the Spanish Grand Prix, Ferrari had done their own private test at Catalunya. However, this was authorised by the FIA as it was done in a 2-year-old car, whereas Mercedes were using their current car, and the rules stipulated that current cars could be used only for straight-line tests and the official young drivers test at Abu Dhabi. Pirelli insisted that they did not tell Mercedes what compounds they were testing, but either way, it seemed Mercedes had learnt something from it, as at Monaco they locked out the front row again, but this time Rosberg won and Hamilton finished 4th. A month later, the FIA launched an investigation, and while they acknowledged that Mercedes and Pirelli had broken the rules, they gave Mercedes a reprimand and banned them from taking part at a scheduled official Pirelli tyre test at Silverstone. The British Grand Prix took place shortly before this test, and in the race, 6 drivers suffered tyre blowouts, including Hamilton. Pirelli was suffering a lot of reputational damage after these episodes and had received a lot of criticism over the last 2 years for making extremely fragile tyres, and had even threatened to not continue in Formula 1 from 2014. From Hungary onwards, they introduced new compounds that were a mixture of the 2012 and 2013 ones, and what until then had been a relatively close championship fight became a cakewalk for Sebastian Vettel, who won 9 races in a row. Mercedes continued to suffer with high tyre degradation in races, but for all we know, this secret test played some part into the dominance that would come. Phoenix Finance. Alain Prost's career as a team principal was the polar opposite of his career as a driver. As a driver, he achieved 4 championship titles and 51 wins, holding the record for most wins for 14 years. But his 5 years as the figurehead of his own team was an utter train wreck that saw 3 podiums and just 35 points. In November 2001, Prost appeared on the official entry list for the 2002 season, but only a month later, increasing debts meant the team was liquidated, and in January 2002 their assets went up for auction. Paul Stoddart of Minardi was interested in their cars, equipment and entry, but the highest bidder ended up being Tom Walkinshaw, owner of TWR Arrows, who bought their 2 AP04 chassis and the blueprints and a scale wind tunnel model of the AP05 for €2.6 million on February 28th. This puzzled a lot of people as he was currently involved in an expensive court case against Jos Verstappen following the dismissal of him the previous year, and if anything, Arrow's own cars were better, even if they were struggling financially themselves. It quickly came to light, however, that the assets had been bought not for himself, but on behalf of Phoenix Finance. Phoenix Finance was a banking company fronted by Charles Nickerson, a longtime friend of Walkinshaw who had experience working in the agricultural sector and had once been a proficient rally driver. Nickerson would bring the money, Walkinshaw would bring the expertise and the know-how. Walkinshaw had bought Prost's assets and what he thought was their official entry, which would have afforded them $12 million of TV money up front if they made the grid, as per the Concorde Agreement. However, Prost's racing licence had been revoked by the French Motorsport Association after the team folded, and Walkinshaw had drafted up a new one from the Motorsports Association and claimed it as Prost's. As everything had been finalised less than a week before the season began, the team planned to skip the first round in Australia and make their debut in Malaysia. 2 days after the Australian Grand Prix took place, Walkinshaw received the 2 Prost AP04 chassis from 2001 at Arrow's factory in Leafield. However, they had not bought the Acer-branded Ferrari V10 engines or the gearboxes they ran on, so Walkinshaw made the engineers hastily acquire a pair of 1998 spec Hart V10 engines and gearboxes that powered the Arrows A19. These, however, did not fit into the AP04, and as the engines they had found with only a few days' notice had been sourced from the Arrows AX3 3-seater car used for track days and customer experiences, the rear half of this car was attached to the front half of the AP04, and the resultant car was named the Phoenix AP04B. Both Bridgestone and Michelin declined to provide tyres for them, and it's believed they were planning to use Avon tyres instead. In terms of drivers, the first driver signed up was Gaston Mazzacane, who had raced for Prost in the first 4 races of 2001 with backing from sports channel PSN, who agreed to back him again. Jos Verstappen was also linked to them, because good luck finding a team he wasn't linked to back then, and also because it was hoped that he might drop the court case if Walkinshaw gave him a seat elsewhere. This, however, did not work, and they instead signed former Minardi driver Tarso Marquez up to the second seat. The rest of the paddock began speculating about this new entry in Australia, as they were absent, but had sent a pair of nose cones from the cars there for scrutineering, which they failed. Bernie Eccleston at this point spoke out and said that contrary to what Phoenix Finance thought, they had not bought Prost's entry, and so as they were considered a new entry, unless they paid the $48 million entry fee, they would not be allowed to race in Malaysia. FIA President Max Mosley reiterated that he had heard nothing from them regarding submitting an entry, and Paul Stoddart was threatening legal action against the FIA if they violated the Concorde Agreement and allowed them to race, as he was still angry about not being able to buy Prost's assets and entry and receive that much-needed $12 million for Minardi. Former Arrows driver Mika Salo also commented, saying, "I don't know why everyone is so worried about Phoenix. There's no way they'll qualify with those engines, trust me." A few days before the Malaysian Grand Prix, the FIA released a press statement saying, "Phoenix Finance Limited and Mr. Charles Nickerson have informed the FIA that they have purchased certain assets from the judicial liquidator of Prost Grand Prix and have indicated that they intend to present 2 cars for scrutineering at the Malaysian Grand Prix." Having examined the judgment of the Tribunal de Commerce de Versailles, the court overseeing the liquidation of Prost Grand Prix, the FIA's advisors have noted that the court has not transferred Prost Grand Prix itself nor made any attempt to transfer the Prost Grand Prix entry into the 2002 Formula 1 World Championship, either to Phoenix Finance Limited or to Mr. Nickerson. The FIA has therefore informed Phoenix and Mr. Nickerson that they are not entered into the 2002 FIA Formula 1 World Championship and that it cannot allow them to participate in Malaysia even on a provisional basis. Phoenix ignored Eccleston and Mosley and turned up in Malaysia anyway with 2 Frankenstein-esque cars, Mazzacane and Marquez, and about 50 TWR and former Prost mechanics and engineers. Upon landing at the airport, the cars were seized and impounded by customs and the team were barred from competing, and Mazzacane and Marquez travelled to the circuit to find none of their team there, so they and the mechanics enjoyed a short holiday in Kuala Lumpur and returned to the United Kingdom the day after the race. Walkinshaw and Nickerson refused to back down, however, and continued to insist that they had bought Prost's entry. At this point, they suddenly renamed themselves to Dart Grand Prix, with Dart being a distributor of Dunlop racing tyres that Walkinshaw had owned in the 1980s, but only a few days later they changed this back to Phoenix. In Malaysia, they were also seen chatting to former BAR team principal Craig Pollock, presumably to try and give him the same role at Phoenix. The Concorde Agreement stated that any team was permitted to miss a maximum of 2 races per year, and as Phoenix had already missed 2, time was rapidly running out to resolve everything and travel to Brazil. This deadline passed, and in April, Phoenix decided to take the FIA to court as they believed their legitimate entry had been barred. A month later in the trial, the presiding judge sided with the FIA, and Phoenix were forced to pay $1.2 million in legal expenses, draining what little money they had left. It's not entirely clear why Walkinshaw was so invested in this project. Presumably, as Arrows themselves folded a few months later, he knew that team was on its last legs and so wanted to transfer his assets over to a team with no outstanding debts, and hoped he could circumvent the FIA and avoid paying the entry fee. Nickerson never again made any Formula 1 aspirations, and Stoddart instead ended up winning out, as after Arrows collapsed, he then bought their cars and used them himself. Drivers getting robbed. As an elite sport, Formula 1 drivers are global celebrities and icons and also get paid extremely generous salaries. While they may live lives of privilege in their rich guy parallel universe, also known as Monaco, they can't exactly disappear into the crowds and are not immune from the effects of crime. In February 1958, Juan Manuel Fangio was attending the Cuban Grand Prix in Havana when he was kidnapped outside his hotel and held for ransom by henchmen of Fidel Castro, and he was held hostage for 29 hours in an attempt to put pressure on President Fulgencio Batista before being released. By all accounts, he said he was treated well and even allowed to listen to the race on the radio. In April 1995, Gerhard Berger was given a Ferrari 512M Testarossa as a company car for the duration of the San Marino Grand Prix weekend. He left his hotel in Imola one morning to find the car being driven off, which he tried in vain to chase down. It disappeared for the next 29 years until being found in a car park in London in 2024. In November 2010, while in Sao Paulo for the Brazilian Grand Prix, Jenson Button was leaving the circuit after qualifying with his father John, manager Richard Goddard and trainer Mike Collier, when armed men surrounded their car at traffic lights. The police-trained chauffeur squeezed the armoured Mercedes B-Class past several stationary cars and they managed to successfully escape. 3 weeks later, then CEO of the Formula One group Bernie Ecclestone was in Knightsbridge in London with his then-girlfriend Fabiana Fosi when he was beaten by 4 robbers who stole an £11,000 Hublot watch and £250,000 worth of jewellery, leaving him with a black eye. His mugshot was later used in a marketing campaign with the tagline, "See what people will do for a Hublot." The suspects were all arrested and sentenced to a combined 53 years in prison, and Ecclestone quipped, "If I'd been wearing a Tag Heuer, I doubt they'd have bothered." In August 2015, Jenson Button and his then-wife Jessica Michibata were asleep in a rented villa with friends in Saint-Tropez in France when 2 men broke in and pumped sleeping gas into the air conditioning to prevent them waking up and stole more than £250,000 worth of jewellery, including Michibata's engagement ring. After returning to his Normandy home following a triple header at Silverstone and Barcelona in August 2020, Pierre Gasly found that his house had been ransacked, and the burglars had stolen several BRM and Tag Heuer watches, expensive jewellery, and some of his racing helmets. In July 2021, Lando Norris attended the Euros final between England and Italy at Wembley Stadium in London. After the match, he was returning to his car when he was approached by 2 men. One of them put him in a headlock, while the other ripped his Richard Mille 6702 watch with a tailor-made strap worth £144,000 off his wrist. A suspect was arrested and went on trial, but in March 2023 was acquitted by the jury, and the watch has never been recovered. In December 2021, Lewis Hamilton was leading the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix when Nicolas Latifi... On Easter Monday in April 2022, Charles Leclerc was in Viareggio in Italy with his trainer and some friends in preparation for the upcoming Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix. He was taking pictures with fans when one of them grabbed his designer Richard Mille watch worth £266,000 off his wrist. The assailant fled the scene with an accomplice on a scooter and 2 others in an SUV, and Leclerc attempted to give chase in his Ferrari 488 Pista Spider, but they escaped. 1 year later, the 4 suspects were arrested, 3 of them were convicted and sentenced to a combined 22 years in prison. In May 2022, Sebastian Vettel was in Barcelona for the Spanish Grand Prix and had his bag stolen from him when getting out of his car in front of his hotel. He tracked the suspect via the AirPods in the bag with an app on his phone and gave chase on an electric scooter. The suspect escaped, but the bag and all its contents were found and retrieved from a flower vase in a store in the city centre. In June 2023, Lando Norris was on holiday in Marbella in Spain, and while out for dinner with friends, including influencer Jenny Demova, the villa they were staying in was burgled, including all of Demova's items. In September 2023, Carlos Sainz was in Milan after finishing 3rd in the Italian Grand Prix, when a man stole his Richard Mille watch worth £500,000 from his wrist. Sainz was still in his racing gear and was accompanied by his trainer and several bystanders, who chased the man down and managed to successfully catch him and retrieve the watch, and the man was arrested. In February 2025, Jenson Button and his wife Brittany Ward had enjoyed a 2-week getaway in Paris and returned to London via St Pancras station. While helping their chauffeur load their luggage into a taxi outside the station, Morad Aid, an illegal immigrant from Algeria, snatched one of Brittany's suitcases while they weren't looking, which contained jewellery, family heirlooms and 2 designer handbags, in total worth almost £400,000. Aid was arrested and pled guilty and sentenced to 2 years in prison, but none of the items were ever recovered. 3 months earlier, Button had had a bag of his stolen in a park in London, and the British couple who live in Los Angeles have since said they have no interest in returning to London in the future. In June 2025, Gabriel Bortoletto was enjoying dinner with friends in Hinwil in Switzerland when a man broke into his car and stole a backpack that contained his laptop, assorted clothing and his passport, which almost caused him to miss the next race in Canada. In January 2026, Philippe Bianchi, father of the late Jules Bianchi, was burgled when 2 men broke into his house and stole 9 go-karts that had belonged to Jules. None of the go-karts have yet been found.
BAR second fuel tank. BAR had enjoyed a strong 2004, where between them, Jenson Button and Takuma Sato achieved 11 podium finishes, but no wins, and were runners-up to the all-conquering Ferrari in the Constructors' Championship. They struggled at the start of 2005 with 3 double retirements. At Imola, Button qualified 3rd and Sato 6th, and they finished in 3rd and 5th respectively. In Parc Ferme after the race, Button's car was found to be 5 kilograms underweight when drained of fuel. The car had a hidden second fuel tank which could store up to 11 kilograms of fuel. The stewards cleared them, as BAR insisted the car needed at least 6 kilograms of fuel in the system to be able to work, and thought the minimum weight rule applied during the race only, but they were taken to court by the FIA, and Button and Sato were both disqualified and banned from the next 2 races, as they were effectively using fuel as ballast. FIA President Max Mosley wanted them excluded from the championship, but they were instead given a far more lenient 6-month suspended sentence.
René Prévost. Colin Chapman has arguably had more effect on the evolution of Formula One car design and race car design in general than any other person in history. Under his watch, Lotus introduced the first monocoque chassis, the first aerodynamic wings, the first side-mounted radiators, the first ground effect car, the first carbon fibre chassis, the first twin chassis, and the first active suspension. The first ground effect car, the Lotus 78, was years ahead of its time, and kick-started a major aerodynamic revolution whose legacy is still felt today. Chapman, however, was not the first person to discover the benefits of ground effect, as someone rather less well known had done so many years before. René Prévost was born in France in 1886. He trained as an engineer following the end of World War I and became director of the Bureau Veritas in Algeria and later vice president of the Air Club of Algeria and secretary general of the Federation of Aeroclubs of North Africa, also being awarded the Légion d'honneur. His area of expertise, naturally, was in aviation and aerospace engineering, but in September 1928 he published a letter in the British journal The Automobile Engineer in which he made a proposal to design a car with, quote, a form of keel capable of offering the minimum resistance to advance in the air, while at the same time giving the machine the maximum stability and power of keeping to the track. The scientific principles behind downforce had been understood since the 18th century and were intrinsic to aeroplane design but had been almost totally ignored when it came to cars, which typically had very high ground clearances and boxy, unaerodynamic shapes. Prévost went to the drawing board and designed a car whose entire underside was an inverted aerofoil with 2 large keels on either side, giving it a vague resemblance to a catamaran. He drew some sketches and made a small wooden wind tunnel model. He predicted that the underside of the car would create a low pressure zone that would draw the car to the ground, improve tyre grip and increase cornering speed. Essentially, the entire car was one big diffuser. Adrian Newey, eat your heart out. Nobody, however, took any interest in what to them was an utterly alien concept, and a working car was never built nor tested. What Prévost had done was to pioneer ground effects some 50 years before Colin Chapman and his engineering team at Lotus, who themselves discovered it by accident. Prévost's design differed from those of Lotus as the much larger ride height of cars in the 1920s meant he was able to fit one very large Venturi tunnel directly underneath the driver's seat in the engine, instead of having 2 smaller tunnels under the side pods impeded by the wheels and the suspension. Prévost conceded that in order to achieve the full results, the keels would need to be able to seal to the ground in some way to prevent air leaking into the low pressure zone, but have failed to think up the flexible skirts that Lotus did that were key to their car's successes. In 2011, engineers created a 3D model of the car and ran aerodynamic tests on it using computational fluid dynamics to see if the car would work as intended. They found that at high speed, the car generated about 30% of the downforce of that of a modern Formula One car, which, considering the age of the car, is incredibly high. The downforce peaked just ahead of the rear axle and had a large stall point under the nose, which meant the car would have had fantastic traction but also have massive understeer at high speed. Had a working car been built and run in 1928, it would have had definite performance advantages over conventional cars, but would have also been a total death trap. Safety was of no consideration at the time, and the cars were not built particularly strongly, this being long before the advent of carbon fibre and monocoque chassis. Ground effect has a tendency to warp bodywork and flex suspension due to the strain it puts on cars, which is what forced the transition away from aluminium honeycomb to carbon fibre, and so this car would probably have been susceptible to breakages at high speed and would have needed much thicker and more robust tyres and wheels than what was available at the time. Prévost died in obscurity in Marseille sometime after 1974, right around the time Lotus began experimenting with ground effect, some 50 years after he had done so. It is not known if he lived to see the ground effect revolution in Formula 1, but he was an unsung hero thinking way ahead of his time. Magnussen was a 2014 title contender. Upon seeing this, I thought it was some kind of retrospective declaration, but when googling it, I found that it was more that after finishing second on his debut, Kevin Magnussen thought that he would then be fighting for the championship. That, of course, never happened. That podium finish remains the only one of his Formula 1 career. He scored points at most of the remaining races in 2014 and finished 11th in the standings with 55 points, behind teammate Jenson Button in 8th with 126, and far behind eventual champion Lewis Hamilton with 384. Mercedes gave Lotus party mode at Spa 2015. It goes without saying that since the advent of the hybrid era, Mercedes have produced the best power units, both in power and reliability. When needed, mostly in qualifying, they've been able to crank the power up to what's informally referred to as party mode. This was most notably demonstrated on Lewis Hamilton's car at Interlagos in 2021, where he went from 20th to 5th in the sprint race and 10th to 1st in the main race. After a year of suffering with inadequate Renault engines in 2014, Lotus switched to Mercedes power for 2015. The car's reliability was still a far cry from Mercedes, but most of the team's non-finishes came from Romain Grosjean and Pastor Maldonado's fetishes for crashing. They still scored points almost every time they finished though, and at Spa, Grosjean managed to qualify 4th and Maldonado 8th, though Grosjean was demoted to 9th for a gearbox change. Maldonado's engine died on the 3rd lap, but Grosjean got lucky by being able to time his second stop with a virtual safety car after Daniel Ricciardo retired and he came out in 4th, having got ahead during the first 2 stints of Felipe Massa, Valtteri Bottas and Sergio Perez, all of whom had Mercedes engines of their own. In the dying laps, he closed up to the Ferrari Sebastian Vettel, who was on a one-stop strategy and running a very long second stint, who then had a tyre blowout on the penultimate lap which handed 3rd place to Grosjean. At the time, Vettel was 21 points behind Nico Rosberg in the standings and 42 points behind Lewis Hamilton. His tyre blowout all but destroyed any chances he still had of challenging them for the title, and it was triggered partially by running a very long second stint and also the pressure from the uncharacteristically fast Lotus of Romain Grosjean. 2 years later, Lotus's CEO at the time, Matthew Carter, revealed on the Missed Apex podcast that Mercedes had given the team their famed party mode during the race in order to allow him to challenge Vettel for the final podium spot. From lap 30, Grosjean's lap time suddenly dropped, and he rapidly caught up to Vettel. He didn't know what was going on, just that the car suddenly felt better, and Mercedes never declared the full nature of the engine mode and never allowed Lotus to use it again.
Tier 5. How to throw away a championship. No championship comes easy, but some certainly come easier than others. Reliability has been a factor in almost every championship battle, and driver errors sometimes as well. When the title goes down to the wire, every moment counts, and the smallest of errors can sometimes prove costly. With that in mind, here are some examples of drivers whose own errors cost them championships. 1958, Stirling Moss. This one is a little different from the others, as it's an error that happened off-track rather than on-track. Moss won the 9th round of 1958 in Portugal with Mike Hawthorne in second. After the race, Hawthorne was disqualified as he had run up an escape road and got out and pushed his car back onto the track in reverse. Moss intervened, however, and defended him, claiming that he had put no one in danger, and so Hawthorne's second place was reinstated and Moss lost the title to him by 1 point. 1976, Niki Lauda. I know what you're thinking, but this is not because of the crash. Lauda was in complete control of the title until almost losing his life in Germany, and when he heroically returned, he'd lost a lot of his pace and confidence. He still had a 3-point lead at the season finale in Japan, but voluntarily retired, fearing another crash in torrential rain, and lost the title to James Hunt by 1 point. 1981, Carlos Reutemann. Reutemann had a very strong start to 1981 and peaked with a 17-point lead after Silverstone. The final 6 races were replete with mechanical problems, but at Zandvoort he crashed into Jacques Lafitte while battling for 4th, and at Caesar's Palace he plummeted down from pole position and made little attempt to defend against title rival Nelson Piquet and lost the title to him by 1 point. 1982, John Watson. 1982 was one of Formula 1's most topsy-turvy seasons. The title battle was blown wide open after Didier Pironi's career-ending crash in Germany. It ended up going to Keke Rosberg, 5 points ahead of him and John Watson. In Germany, Watson crashed from 3rd place, and Rosberg inherited it from him.
Had Watson not crashed, he would have been tied on points with Rosberg, but with 2 wins to Rosberg's 1, would have been crowned champion. 1984, Alain Prost. Prost famously lost the title in 1984 to teammate Niki Lauda by just half a point, on a technicality as Monaco was stopped early and half points were awarded. In the oppressive heat of Dallas, however, Prost crashed from the lead 4 laps before Lauda also did, and without that would have been champion by 8.5 points. 1986, Nigel Mansell and Nelson Piquet. Mansell and Piquet tripped over each other a lot in 1986, and famously both lost the title to Alain Prost when Mansell's tyre exploded in Australia and Piquet pitted as a precaution. Outside of that, Mansell crashed into Ayrton Senna on the first lap of the first race, battling for the lead, which stopped him securing the title by 5 points, and Piquet crashed from second in Detroit, which stopped him securing the title by 4 points. 1997, Michael Schumacher. It's not exactly what you think. Schumacher crashed into Rubens Barrichello at turn 1 in Argentina. A sure third place would have put him 5 points ahead at Jerez, meaning he could have simply let Villeneuve pass him and taken the title by 1 point. 2003, Kimi Raikkonen. In 2003, Raikkonen almost became the first driver to win a championship with a single victory in 21 years, losing out by just 2 points. An engine failure from the lead at the Nürburgring was costly, but in Spain he spun off in qualifying and started last, and then hit a stalled Antonio Pizzonia almost immediately. 2007, Lewis Hamilton and Fernando Alonso. Hamilton and Alonso famously both lost the title in 2007 to Kimi Raikkonen by just 1 point. If Hamilton hadn't beached the car in the pit lane entrance in China, he would have finished second and been crowned champion there and then. Alonso, where do I begin? He damaged his car running wide at turn 1 in Canada and then conceded a place to Takuma Sato late in the race. He was demoted from pole position to 6th in Hungary for blocking Hamilton in the pit lane and finished 4th, and crashed from a net 2nd in Japan. Without these, he could have been champion by 17 points. 2008, Felipe Massa. Massa may think he was wrongfully cheated out of the title in 2008, but really he only has himself to blame. He spun off from 2nd place in Malaysia, went from 9th to 13th after spinning 5 times at Silverstone, and at the race where he claims he had the title stolen from him, he left his pit box with a fuel hose still attached while leading. Without these, he'd have got the title in China. 2009, Sebastian Vettel. Vettel had the fastest car for a large part of 2009, but crashed into Robert Kubica while battling for 2nd in Australia, spun off from 8th in the rain in Malaysia, and then crashed from a net 4th in Monaco, without which he'd have taken the title by 2.5 points. 2010, Fernando Alonso, Mark Webber and Lewis Hamilton. Sebastian Vettel losing 3 wins in 2010 due to mechanical failures blew the title wide open, only to then close back up again. Alonso went off track, passing Robert Kubica at Silverstone, and after not yielding, received a drive-through penalty which he had to take immediately after a safety car, dropping him from 5th to 14th, which could have given him the title by 8 points. Mark Webber wiped out Lewis Hamilton in the dying stages in Australia and dropped from 6th to 9th, dropped from 2nd to 9th on the first lap in Valencia and then famously crashed into Heikki Kovalainen, and then crashed again from 2nd in Korea, which could have been a win, which would have given him the title by 35 points. Hamilton himself crashed into Felipe Massa battling for 3rd on the first lap in Italy, and then came together with Webber passing him for 3rd at the next round in Singapore, which would have given him the title by 16 points. 2016, Lewis Hamilton. With 2016, people will always point to Hamilton's engine failure from the lead at Sepang. Nico Rosberg himself, as I detailed in the second Iceberg, also lost a bunch of points from mechanical problems. Hamilton, however, did not help himself by conceding wins to Rosberg in Australia and Bahrain with slow starts, crashing in Q3 in Baku and starting 10th and finishing 5th, conceding another win to Rosberg with a slow start at Monza, and then conceding 2nd place to Max Verstappen with yet another slow start at Suzuka. Without all of this, even with Sepang, he'd have won the title by 51 points. 2017, Sebastian Vettel. By hitting Hamilton behind the safety car in Baku, Vettel ended up costing himself an easy win, and the crash at the start of Singapore created a 40-point swing, without which Vettel would have been champion by 7 points. 2021, Lewis Hamilton. Again, irrespective of what took place in Abu Dhabi, brake magic at Baku and staying out on intermediates in Hungary still happened, which was 32 points down the drain, and would have given Hamilton the 8th, or possibly the 11th if you factor in the other seasons here, in Jeddah. 2025, Max Verstappen and Oscar Piastri. This is an extremely obvious example, especially since the British media will apparently never let him forget it, but if Verstappen hadn't hit George Russell in Spain and been penalised and dropped from 5th to 10th, he would have won his 5th consecutive title by 7 points. With Piastri, of course, the title was blown in the very first race. Second place alone there would have given him the title by 3 points. Factor in Silverstone, Monza, Baku and Sao Paulo, and the title would have been his by 34 points. Bin Laden Williams. With the increasing number of races being held in the Middle East, and the number of Middle Eastern companies sponsoring teams, it can be easy to think that Middle Eastern involvement in Formula 1 is a purely 21st century phenomenon, but it actually goes back much further than that. When Williams Grand Prix Engineering entered Formula 1 in 1977 following the collapse of Frank Williams racing cars, they were using a customer March 761 chassis, and one of the first sponsors they had was the Saudi airline Saudia. From 1978, they began building their own cars and adopted a distinctive white and green livery. As well as Saudia, another sponsor that appeared on the car was Al Balad Hotels. This chain of hotels was one of the many business ventures of Mohammed bin Laden, who was one of the beneficiaries of the discovery of massive oil and natural gas reserves across the Persian Gulf in the first half of the 20th century, and had founded construction giant the Saudi Bin Laden Group, responsible for most of the major infrastructure projects across the Middle East, and he had become arguably the wealthiest non-royal Saudi. Mohammed had died in 1967, and the keys to the kingdom were given to his eldest son Salem. In 1979, Al Balad became Williams' title sponsor, and as such they became known as Al Balad Saudia Racing Team. The enormous investment from them triggered Williams' first wave of success, as they took both the drivers' and constructors' title in 1980 with Alan Jones and Carlos Reutemann, the constructors' title again in 1981, and the drivers' title again in 1982 with Keke Rosberg. Al Balad remained title sponsor until the end of 1981, being succeeded as such by TAG, and Saudia then left the team as well in 1985, when they took on their next iconic livery, the blue, yellow and white of Cannon. In the Middle East, the Bin Laden family are well known and well respected as they have generated massive amounts of wealth for the region and have been instrumental in its modernisation, transforming what was once an impoverished, sparsely populated backwater into a major hub of business, sport and tourism in less than 100 years. Outside of the Middle East, the Bin Laden family are known for rather different reasons, courtesy of Mohammed's 17th son, Osama. By the time they were sponsoring Williams, he was already an outcast in the family due to his religious fanaticism and support of the Mujahideen forces in Afghanistan, and himself disapproved of his family's and the Saudi royal family's actions by allowing so much Western encroachment onto what he considered to be holy land. This, of course, was long before he topped the FBI's most wanted list by founding Al-Qaeda and coordinating the September 11th attacks. Tier 5. A wooden chassis? Formula 1 cars have always been built and designed to a very high standard of engineering, and always been at the forefront of technology. Before carbon fibre was adopted as a chassis material across the board in 1981, most Formula 1 cars were made from aluminium honeycomb, which was both light and strong. A few teams experimented with magnesium, though its extremely volatile nature meant this didn't last long, and there was one team who made a car out of wood. Frank Costin was an engineer who started out in aviation working for the de Havilland Aircraft Company, but in the mid-1950s was recruited to apply his understanding of aerodynamics to racing cars, and designed the body for the Vanwall VW5, which won the inaugural Formula 1 Constructors' Championship in 1958. In the mid-1960s he founded Protos, and was commissioned by Ron Harris to build a Formula 2 car, and Costin decided to make it out of plywood. Now, plywood does have some advantages. It's cheap, easily accessible, very easy to work with, and very light. However, it's far more fragile than all metals, and it does like to catch fire. He was familiar with how to use it, as the very successful de Havilland Mosquito from World War II was made from plywood, and he built a car that was very sleek and also featured a distinctive bubble canopy over the cockpit, which was very similar to the aero screen used in IndyCar today. Harris entered the car for the 1967 European Formula 2 season and recruited Brian Hart and Pedro Rodriguez to drive it. The car shocked some people at first, as its very streamlined design made it almost unmatched in a straight line, and the canopy provided a lot of protection from flying debris and oil from cars in front. Hart managed to hold the lap record at the Hockenheimring for 2 years, and was faster than Jim Clark's Lotus at Reims. However, the enormous lack of stiffness in the chassis made it terrible in corners, which hindered their ability to get good results. The team entered the German Grand Prix at the Nürburgring, which was allowing Formula 2 entries, and Hart was joined by Kurt Arendt Jr. as Rodriguez raced in Formula 1 for Cooper. They qualified 22nd and 24th out of 26 entries, even near the back of the Formula 2 entries, and Arendt's radiator died on lap 5, but Hart managed to see the checkered flag, though he was 3 laps down and unclassified. Hart and Rodriguez continued racing it in Formula 2, but at the Mediterranean Grand Prix, Rodriguez had a major crash while battling with Jean-Pierre Beltoise for second, which left him with a broken ankle, and the car as little more than the steering wheel. Ron Harris then folded the team. The Protoss was not raced again by anyone, but a surviving example can now be found on display at the Victoria and Albert Museum in London. The 1984 Nürburgring Race of Champions. Once upon a time, the Green Hell was a staple of the Formula 1 calendar, whose 14 miles of tarmac through the Eifel Mountains offered the ultimate challenge, for which many paid the ultimate price. By the late 1960s, the drivers were starting to object to racing there due to the inherent dangers of the circuit and its inadequate safety standards. The German Grand Prix was held at the Hockenheimring in 1970 due to a boycott from the drivers, but when Formula 1 returned, even with the removal of many bumps and the installation of armcrow barriers, the circuit still wasn't up to scratch. And before the 1976 race, it was decided that the contract would not be renewed, a decision further reinforced by Niki Lauda's near-fatal accident in the race that year. The German Grand Prix moved permanently to the Hockenheimring, but the Nürburgring's owners were determined to tempt Formula 1 back. While the Nordschleife, at just over 14 miles long, was not suitable for modern Formula 1, there did exist the Südschleife. This itself was nearly 5 miles long, but like the Nordschleife was narrow, bumpy, and surrounded by ditches, ravines, and dense woodland. In 1981, the decision was made to abandon the Südschleife, which to this day exists in part as public roads, and in its place a brand new circuit was built that had state-of-the-art pit facilities, a much wider track, and large amounts of grass and runoff, which was christened in 1984 as the Grand Prix Strecke. This new circuit was booked to host the European Grand Prix later that year, and as a way of drumming up interest for the circuit's return to Formula 1, in May they organised an exhibition race called the 1984 Nürburgring Eröffnungsrennen, or 1984 Nürburgring Race of Champions, and sent out invitations to drivers that resulted in arguably the most stacked grid in the history of motorsport. All 14 living Formula 1 champions were invited, and 9 of them took part. 1959, 1960 and 1966 champion Jack Brabham was 58 years old and had retired from racing in 1970 and was busy running his farm in Australia. 1961 champion Phil Hill was 57 years old and had retired from racing in 1967 and was running a business in California restoring classic cars. 1964 champion John Surtees was 50 years old and had retired from racing in 1972 and ran a motorcycle shop and Honda car dealership in Kent. 1967 champion Denny Hulme was 47 years old and was racing touring cars in Australia and New Zealand. 1975 and 1977 champion Niki Lauda was 35 years old and was months away from winning title number 3 with McLaren. 1976 champion James Hunt was 36 years old and had retired from racing in 1979 and was now providing tactless Formula 1 commentary for the BBC. 1979 champion Jody Scheckter was 34 years old and had retired from racing in 1980 and had done the odd bit of broadcasting and was enjoying his retirement in Monaco. 1980 champion Alan Jones was 37 years old and was racing part-time in the World Sports Car Championship. And 1982 champion Keke Rosberg was 35 years old and was in his 3rd season with Williams. Of the 5 champions that declined to take part, 1951, 54, 55, 56 and 57 champion Juan Manuel Fangio was 72 years old and had retired from racing in 1958, but was present at the event as a Mercedes-Benz ambassador. 1969, 1971 and 1973 champion Jackie Stewart was 44 years old and honoured his pledge never to race again following the death of Francois Sever in 1973. 1972 and 1974 champion Emerson Fittipaldi was 37 years old and was on the other side of the Atlantic taking part in pole day for the Indy 500. 1978 champion Mario Andretti was 44 years old and was also taking part in pole day for the Indy 500.
And 1981 and 1983 champion Nelson Piquet was 31 years old and was attempting to defend his title, but simply declined the invitation. From the other drivers that participated, Alain Prost was 29 years old, Niki Lauda's teammate at McLaren, and less than 2 years away from taking the first of his 4 championship titles. Jacques Laffite was 40 years old and Keke Rosberg's teammate at Williams. Elio De Angelis was 26 years old and in his 5th season with Lotus. Carlos Reutemann was 42 years old and had retired from Formula 1 in 1982 and had done a one-off test with Ligier in 1983. John Watson was 38 years old and had retired from Formula 1 the year before and was now competing in the World Sports Car Championship. Stirling Moss was 54 years old and had retired from racing in 1963, but still did plenty of demonstration runs and the occasional bit of amateur racing. Hans Hermann was 56 years old and had retired from racing in 1970, having won the 24 Hours of Le Mans 5 times as a Porsche factory driver and raced in Formula 1 in the 1950s and 1960s, getting a podium with Mercedes-Benz in 1954. Klaus Ludwig was 34 years old and had won the Nürburgring 1000 km and the 24 Hours of Le Mans in 1978 and the Deutsche Rennsportmeisterschaft in 1979 and 1981, and would win Le Mans again in 1984 and 1985. And then the Deutsche Tourenwagenmeisterschaft in 1988, 1992 and 1994. Manfred Schurte was 42 years old and had retired from racing in 1981, having won the Nürburgring 1000 km in 1979 and the 24 Hours of Le Mans in 1975, 1976 and 1981. And Udo Schutz was 47 years old and had retired from racing in 1969, having won the Nürburgring 1000 km in 1967 and the Targa Florio in 1969. As well as these, there was another driver invited, Ayrton Senna, who was 24 years old and was largely unknown despite being the incumbent British Formula 3 champion and Macau Grand Prix winner, as he was only 4 races into his Formula 1 career with Toleman, one of which he'd failed to qualify for. As well as advertising the new circuit, the event was used as a marketing ploy by Mercedes-Benz, as all drivers would be driving identical copies of the brand new Mercedes 190E, which was in its stock road-legal form, but had a few modifications to make it race-ready, such as a roll cage and grippy Pirelli tyres, and every car was painted in either Rauchsilber, smoke silver, or Blau-Schwarz metallic, blue-black metallic. It therefore gave a unique opportunity to see some of the world's greatest drivers competing on equal terms. It was Alain Prost who took pole, just 2 tenths ahead of Carlos Reutemann in second. Prost's McLaren teammate Niki Lauda missed most of practice due to broadcasting commitments and qualified 3 seconds down in 14th. Jacques Laffite and Klaus Ludwig fell to set times, and the slowest driver who did was Jody Scheckter, 8 seconds slower than Prost in 18th. Before the race, Formula 1 drivers Manfred Winkelhock, Mark Seurer and Johnny Cecotto all did demonstration runs in modern Formula 1 cars, and Juan Manuel Fangio took part in a parade of cars to have formerly raced at the Nürburgring, alongside his former Mercedes-Benz teammate Carl Kling. The TV broadcast missed the start of the race due to an overrunning speech by Minister-President of Rhineland-Pfalz Dr. Bernhard Vogel, but Ayrton Senna, who had qualified third, took the lead at the first corner. Alain Prost dropped to third at the start and was then rear-ended by Elio De Angelis at turn 4, which meant De Angelis spent 2 laps in the pits getting repairs and Prost hobbled his way to 15th. Niki Lauda, Keke Rosberg and Jody Scheckter, who had all qualified badly, made up for this in the race and got themselves up to the front. Other drivers took it less seriously, however. James Hunt and several others cut corners in the infield section, which the cameras tried to avoid showing. John Surtees drove a very gentlemanly race as he did not want to damage the car out of respect for Mercedes-Benz for putting on the event, and Hans Hermann had bought his car for personal use and therefore drove far off the pace and finished a minute and a half down in 18th. Eventually, after 12 laps in light rain, it was Senna, by far the youngest and least experienced driver on the grid, having clearly gone to the Nico Rosberg School of Racing, who won in equal machinery, beating Niki Lauda by just over a second, who had jumped from 14th to 4th on the first lap. Carlos Reutemann had a late race battle with Keke Rosberg and John Watson for 4th, who all finished in formation. Denny Hulme started 4th and finished 6th, and Jody Scheckter had worked his way from 18th to 7th, with only 7 seconds covering the top 7 drivers. Jack Brabham started 13th and finished 6 seconds further back in 8th. Klaus Ludwig went all the way from last to 9th. After cutting corners, James Hunt was just behind in 10th. John Surtees drove cautiously from 9th to 11th,
6 seconds further back. Phil Hill started 10th and finished 7 seconds behind Surtees in 12th. Manfred Schurte started 8th and finished 13th. Stirling Moss finished just behind him in 14th and Alain Prost salvaged 15th. Udo Schutz was 9 seconds behind in 16th, having started 15th. Jacques Lafitte was behind him in 17th. Hans Hellmann was far behind in 18th, and Elio De Angelis was 2 laps down in 19th and last, with the only non-finisher being Alan Jones, who had problems from the start and pulled into the pits on lap 3. Despite setting the slowest qualifying lap, Jody Scheckter set the fastest race lap. While most drivers were doing this for a bit of fun, Senna drove dutifully and professionally and put himself on the map, wanting to prove to himself that he could compete against and beat the very best. His driving received praise from John Surtees and Carlos Reutemann, and his famous performance at Monaco 3 weeks later was where he truly arrived. This could also almost be seen as the beginning of the Prost-Senna rivalry, as Prost claims that Senna pushed him off the track when passing him. Senna's winning car was put on display at the Mercedes-Benz Museum, Lauda's car was sold in its race spec to a private buyer, but all the other cars were converted back to their road-legal configurations and sold on the market, and Senna was awarded his own model as a prize for winning the race. Formula 1 needs more events like this. Imagine how much fun it would be to invite every living champion, plus maybe Charles Leclerc, Nico Hülkenberg and Daniel Ricciardo for example, a couple of non-Formula 1 drivers like Scott Dixon and Tom Christensen, and have them all drive the same car. And then for shits and gigs, just throw Ollie Behrman in and watch him destroy them. Lewis and Nico getting fired. The rivalry between Mercedes teammates Lewis Hamilton and Nico Rosberg that ran from 2013 to 2016 is one of the most iconic in Formula 1 history. Once childhood friends and karting teammates, the two drivers pushed each other to their limits, disappearing over the horizon with no competition from anyone else. Several times they got in each other's way and came to blows, and in a recent revelation, Toto Wolff revealed that in 2016 he strongly considered firing both drivers. In 2016, Hamilton and Rosberg came together on the first lap in Barcelona and blew an easy 1-2. 4 rounds later in Austria, they came together on the final lap. Hamilton won the race, but Rosberg dropped to 4th, blowing another 1-2. Now, that season, Mercedes had the fastest car in every race, so they were never at any risk of losing either championship. Wolff, however, was under pressure to defend the honour of the Mercedes brand. The higher-ups preferred German Rosberg and felt he was more on brand for Mercedes, but non-executive chairman Niki Lauda was firmly in Hamilton's court. After the second collision, Wolff emailed both drivers and threatened to fire them both, but eventually settled for making them pay for repairs out of pocket. Now, if this had actually happened, it would have done irreparable damage to both the Mercedes team and Formula 1 as a whole. Taking place less than halfway through the season, it would have denied both drivers a chance at the drivers' title with points leads of 46 and 57 points respectively over Sebastian Vettel in third. It's hard to imagine a world where 2 drivers of that calibre would have been free agents against their will, and Mercedes would have suddenly had 2 vacancies to fill. The most realistic scenario, therefore, is that they would have done a seat swap with Felipe Massa and Valtteri Bottas at Williams. Those 2 drivers were on 38 and 54 points respectively. Being approximately 100 points behind the Mercedes, they could have still beaten Daniel Ricciardo to the title, but maybe by about 20 or 30 points. For 2017, well, Rosberg probably would have still retired. Hamilton, however, may have taken the chance of what we now know was always a dream of his and joined Ferrari, as Mercedes had been courting Sebastian Vettel, but he declined. Hamilton has hinted in the past at fishy things going on behind the scenes at McLaren during Spygate, and regarding the garage swap that took place in 2016. When he retires, we'll have to see if that tell-all autobiography he's talked about writing will reveal anything about this as well. Tier 6, the MP418. Adrian Newey is something of a wind tunnel on legs. In his 40-plus years as an engineer and technical director, he's produced some of the finest cars and greatest innovations in Formula 1 history, with his cars achieving 13 Drivers' Championships and 12 Constructors' Championships. He is only human, however, and has sometimes dropped the ball. In 1996, Newey decided to leave Williams as he was being left out of driver recruitment discussions with Frank Williams and Patrick Head, which Newey had put in his contract to be involved in, and he was placed on gardening leave before joining McLaren in 1997. He had no input on the design of the MP412, while Williams took both titles with a car he had designed, but was able to start fresh for 1998 with the introduction of a narrower track and grooved tyres. His first car for McLaren, the MP413, had the same finesse and ingenuity of all of his previous cars, and McLaren took both titles with it. 1999 with the MP414 was a bit of a close call, but Häkkinen still successfully defended the driver's title, but McLaren lost the constructor's title to Ferrari. The MP415 in 2000 was very evenly matched with Ferrari, but Häkkinen was unable to defend the driver's title again, and Ferrari won the constructor's title too. They drifted further away with the MP416 in 2001, and the MP417 in 2002 was marred with poor reliability. These 5 cars had all been evolutions of one another and shared the same basic design. However, as Ferrari had changed their concept and broken ahead, and McLaren were being threatened by Williams, Newey realised that for 2003 they needed something different. He started working on the MP418 in the second half of 2002. Twin keel front suspension mountings had been introduced by Sergio Rinland at Sauber in 2001. The MP417 adopted this concept the following year, and Newey changed it by flaring the keels outward in a waved wing design, which acted as a diffuser for the front of the car. Patrick Head at Williams came up with this idea for the FW25 independently. The rear bodywork was tightened up hugely in a similar fashion to what Ferrari had done with the F2002, with very narrow side pods and exhausts moved into the diffuser, bringing back the blown diffuser concept. The nose cone was also made very narrow and very stout so that the front wing protruded outwards. McLaren had been using Mercedes-branded Ilmor engines since 1995, but these had been a source of tension within the team, particularly for Newey, as Ron Dennis had an outlook that fast, unreliable engines were better than slow, reliable ones. Ilmor's engines had been built with aluminium beryllium alloy pistons and piston casing until these were banned in 2001, at which point they lost a lot of power. For the MP418, Ilmor designed a new engine that sat very low in the chassis, but due to the extreme confines of the bodywork it was very difficult just to get in and out of the car. They also built a new titanium carbon fibre alloy gearbox, but this too was difficult to get in and out and was surprisingly fragile. On the aerodynamic front, when everything was wind tunnel tested, it did everything Newey expected it to do, but this did not translate into on-track performance. At the time, it was still common for teams to contest the first 2 or 3 races of the season with the previous year's car, which Ferrari and McLaren both did in 2003. McLaren had planned to debut the MP418 early on in the season to take over from the MP417D, but problems arose immediately in testing. At its on-track debut at Paul Ricard, the car was overheating straight away, as the very narrow side pods were hindering the radiator's cooling abilities. They rather crudely tried to fix this by punching 2 holes in the side pods, but this didn't help, and the car would come back to the pits effectively on fire. At this point, Ron Dennis declared that the MP418 would debut sometime between the 8th round at Montreal and the 11th round at Silverstone. In another test at Jerez, McLaren's test driver Alexander Wurz had a large crash caused by the floor delaminating due to overheating, and at a test at Barcelona in between the Monaco and Canadian Grand Prix, Kimi Raikkonen crashed at the final corner and wrote the car off. The British Grand Prix came and went, and the car was still being tested in August with only 4 races remaining. In the wind tunnel, Newey had discovered that the side pods were creating a large vortex which could be alleviated by trimming the front wing, but this took away a lot of downforce. Wurz managed to complete over 200 miles at the then A1 ring, but afterwards it was found that the gearbox was delaminating as well and had reached over 120 degrees Celsius. After this, the car was shelved and never used again. The MP417D ended up being used for the entire 2003 season, and despite being a year-old design, it remained competitive as a lot of the previous reliability problems had been resolved, and Ferrari's car suffered with high tyre wear during the Europe-wide heatwave present that summer. Despite getting only a single win, Raikkonen led part of the season and lost the title to Schumacher by just 2 points, but McLaren finished 3rd in the Constructors' Championship, just 2 points behind Williams in 2nd. If the MP418 was ever to be used in competition, Newey requested an entirely new chassis design to alleviate the overheating and stability problems. He was shocked, however, when Martin Whitmarsh called a meeting of all the team's senior engineers, and in what Newey interpreted as a rigged vote, they voted against his proposal. Newey's relationship with the team had been tense already, as 2 years earlier he had signed a contract to join Jaguar, which ended up falling through, meaning he stayed with McLaren, but this meant things got worse, as Newey felt he was being undermined as technical director. The MP419 was built for 2004, which was effectively a debugged version of the MP418 and shared its distinctive narrow nose. This car, however, was not competitive and suffered 3 double retirements in the first 9 races, with no podiums, let alone wins. At this point, Newey managed to convince Ron Dennis to let him redesign the car as he had wanted to do the previous year, only now he had far less time to do so. The MP419B debuted at the 10th round at Manicourt and had a better chassis but still lacked the cooling system he had wanted to design for the MP418. Despite that, there was some redemption for him, as Raikkonen got pole at the next round at Silverstone and then won at Spa, just about salvaging 5th in the Constructors' Championship. In the end, the unraced McLaren MP418 simply ended up being ahead of its time, as a lot of its design features and innovations were used in later Newey cars and are industry standard across the board. Newey used his exhaust-blown diffuser concept to great effect with Red Bull from 2010 to 2013. All Formula 1 cars have notably tight rear bodywork now, and I think we've all seen just how diminutive the side pods are on the Red Bull RB19. Bernie's crimes. As the face of Formula 1 and the mastermind behind its commercial rights for almost 40 years, Bernie Ecclestone amassed a considerable personal wealth and also transformed Formula 1 into a global phenomenon, with all races broadcast live in full and all competing teams and drivers expected to participate in every race, in exchange for generous prize money. With so much money flying around between various different parties and with a lot of scrutiny and responsibility, he has often found himself in court. In 1996, Ecclestone created holding company SLEC Holdings for the Formula 1 group, and when it was floated, several banks and private equity firms bought shares in Formula 1. Amongst these, Ecclestone's family trust Bambino Holdings held a 25% stake, and German bank Bayern LB held a 48% stake. In 2005, Bayern LB were looking to sell their stake in the Formula 1 group. It was purchased by CVC Capital Holdings along with Bambino Holdings. CVC then also acquired JP Morgan's share, which gave them an 86% share in the Formula 1 group, making them the majority shareholder. Holding company Alpha Prema was created as a result, and Ecclestone used the proceeds from selling Bambino Holdings to purchase a 13% stake in Alpha Prema, and therefore remained as CEO of the Formula 1 group and the face of Formula 1. In 2011, former Chief Risk Officer of Bayern LB, Gerhard Grybkowski, was arrested on charges of tax evasion, embezzlement and accepting bribes. He claimed that in 2005, Ecclestone had given him a £28 million or $44 million bribe to sell Bayern LB's stake in the Formula 1 group to CVC, a buyer seen as favourable to Ecclestone's continued control of Formula 1. Ecclestone admitted that money had exchanged hands, but insisted that it was not a bribe. When Ecclestone had created SLEC Holdings, he had sold his share in the Formula 1 group to his then-wife Slavica Radic, who moved it to a family trust in Liechtenstein and then sold it tax-free. As Ecclestone himself was not in control of the trust, he was therefore legally not required to pay up to £1.2 billion, or almost $2 billion in tax. This was investigated by HMRC, the British equivalent of the IRS, for almost 10 years. But in 2008, HMRC agreed to drop the charges in exchange for a settlement of just £10 million, or $18 million, less than 1% of the total tax owed. Ecclestone claimed that 3 years before this settlement, Grybkowski had blackmailed him by threatening to expose his dealings to HMRC, and so the alleged bribe was a form of hush money. Grybkowski was eventually found guilty and sentenced to 8.5 years in prison, and in 2014, Ecclestone himself was then taken to court in Munich on charges of bribery and incitement to breach of trust, offences that carried a potential sentence of up to 10 years in prison. However, the trial never reached a verdict. In August 2014, it was dramatically brought to an end after Ecclestone agreed to pay a settlement of around £60 million, or $100 million, to German authorities. The court cited Ecclestone's advanced age, then 83 years old, and other unspecified mitigating circumstances as reasons for accepting the settlement, which also meant Ecclestone was found neither innocent nor guilty. Ecclestone remained at the helm of Formula 1 for another 2.5 years until Liberty Media bought out the Formula 1 group in January 2017 for £3.44 billion, or $4.6 billion. Ecclestone was replaced as CEO of the Formula 1 group by Chase Carey, but held an honorary role as Chairman Emeritus until 2020. 2 years later, Ecclestone ended up in court again after he was found to have failed to declare foreign assets worth £400 million, or $540 million to HMRC. In 2023, he pled guilty, paid £653 million in back taxes, and was sentenced to 17 months in prison, suspended for 2 years. Soon after, he was taken to court once again by Felipe Massa after Eccleston confessed that himself and the late former FIA president Max Mosley knew that Renault had rigged the results of the 2008 Singapore Grand Prix, but did not reveal this nor take action for fear of damaging the sport's reputation. Massa sued him, the FIA and Formula One management for £64 million or $87 million on the grounds that by not declaring that race null and void, he had therefore lost the Drivers' Championship to Lewis Hamilton and the prize money that comes with it. Eccleston, the FIA and Formula One management were eventually ordered to pay Massa £250,000 or $340,000 in compensation, but the race results stood. Notice how in these cases, despite being financial crimes, Eccleston was able to buy his way out of jail time.
Mosley the Nazi. Max Mosley entered the world of Formula One as co-founder of March Engineering, and, following a similar political career trajectory to Bernie Eccleston, became FIA president in 1993 and stepped down in 2009. Mosley came from a distinctive family as his mother was Diana Mitford, one of the famous Mitford sisters, and his father was Sir Oswald Mosley, a former Labour and Conservative MP and the founder of the British Union of Fascists, and also one of the first major proponents of Holocaust denial. Max spent the first 3 years of his life separated from his parents as they were both detained by the British government due to their opposition to the war against Germany and their sympathetic views towards Hitler and the Nazis. Max's mother died when he was 8 years old, and during his teens and early 20s he assisted his father with the running of his new political party, the Union Movement, who tried to distance themselves from Nazi connotations and portray a softer image focused around a united pan-European nationalism, though still with a strong opposition towards non-white immigration to the UK. Max campaigned for his father in 2 unsuccessful parliamentary elections, where the formerly mighty Oswald got only a fraction of the vote, and Max was also present during the Notting Hill race riots in 1958. After his father effectively gave up on any further political ambitions, Max then distanced himself from his father and his politics and trained as a barrister. In the mid-1960s, he discovered Formula One and began racing himself, and advanced up to Formula 2, where he witnessed the fatal accident of Jim Clark on his debut, and later the deaths of former teammates Piers Courage and Chris Lambert. In the interest of his own safety, he retired from racing and together with Robin Hurd, Alan Rees and Graham Coker founded March Engineering. He later also co-founded the Formula One Constructors Association alongside Bernie Eccleston, Colin Chapman, Teddy Meyer, Ken Tyrrell and Frank Williams. He was a key figure in the FISA-FOCA war in the early 80s and at its conclusion left FOCA and March to return to politics and work for the Conservative Party, but gave up on running for Parliament as he was unimpressed with the calibre of politicians in the party and by virtue of his name was unable to sway negative associations with his now dead father. He returned to Formula One in 1986 as president of the FISA Manufacturers Commission and became president of FISA itself in 1991, and in 1993 succeeded Jean-Marie Balestre as president of the FIA. He was elected to a second term in 1997, a third term in 2001, and a fourth term in 2005. During his presidency, he oversaw major events such as the deaths of Roland Ratzenberger and Ayrton Senna, the banning of tobacco advertising, the introduction of the HANDS device, the launching of the Formula One-inspired Euro NCAP car safety tests, and the Michelin controversy at the 2005 United States Grand Prix. During his fourth and final term, he oversaw the Spygate scandal in 2007, and in 2008 received mainstream attention when British tabloid newspaper News of the World published video footage of him engaging in a Nazi-themed S&M orgy with 5 prostitutes. Mosley won a court case against the newspaper for breach of privacy, but he had taken a serious knock to his credibility and reputation. At this point, his father had been dead for 28 years, his mother had been dead for 60 years, and it had been over 40 years since his time campaigning for his father's far-right politics. But that all came right back up to the surface, and he was criticised by many senior F1 figures, including longtime ally Bernie Eccleston, who called for his resignation. He eventually survived a vote of no confidence and saw out the end of his fourth term before stepping down as FIA president in 2009 and being succeeded by former Ferrari team principal Jean Todt.
In retirement, he was involved in further legal cases, mostly against Google, attempting to get them to remove the orgy footage from their web traffic, and then got in trouble again when the Daily Mail, who before his birth had been vocal supporters of his father and his politics, published a campaign leaflet made by Max in the 1960s that claimed that black immigrants to the UK spread diseases. The Daily Mail also claimed that he therefore lied under oath by not disclosing this in his court case against News of the World, and the Labour Party, who Mosley had been a prominent donor to ever since Tony Blair entered Downing Street, said they would be declining any further donations from him. Against all these accusations, Mosley always maintained his innocence, and by virtue of who his parents were in his early political career, he was always fighting off these negative associations and connotations, which stayed with him until his death in 2021. Will Smith won the 2018 Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. Will Smith certainly attended the 2018 Abu Dhabi Grand Prix as a guest of Mercedes and did basically everything you can short of driving in the race, such as attending the drivers' parade, waving the Emirati flag on the starting grid, operating a trackside camera, waving the checkered flag, and slapping Chris Rock. On the morning of the race, Mercedes posted a video on Instagram of Smith tying Lewis Hamilton to a chair in an attempt to steal his car and race in his place, then posted a video of them taking him away after trying to get into the car. Despite these pre-race antics, Hamilton still comfortably won the race. I guess this fits the bill of a conspiracy theory, though I can't find anyone online who actually believes it. Russell never had a puncture. Now, this is a conspiracy theory I could definitely get on board with. After the 2020 Bahrain Grand Prix, Lewis Hamilton tested positive for COVID-19 and so was forced to miss the upcoming Sakhir Grand Prix, held at the same circuit. In his place came Williams driver George Russell, who many expected to move to Mercedes before long anyway, getting the opportunity of a lifetime. The Mercedes overalls and shoes were ill-fitting to his 6'1" frame, but despite that, he still qualified second, less than 300ths behind teammate Valtteri Bottas, in a car which he'd driven for the first time barely 24 hours prior. When the lights went out on Sunday, Russell had the better start and took the lead at turn 1. He stormed away through the next few corners until Leclerc and Verstappen's collision at turn 4 brought the safety car out. After the race resumed, he built up a commanding lead. On lap 61, Jack Aitken, who had taken Russell's seat at Williams, spun at the final corner and broke his front wing off, triggering a second virtual safety car. When this became a full safety car, Mercedes decided to do one of their famous double stacks. Radio miscommunications meant Russell was sent out on Bottas's tyres. Bottas was then stuck in the pit box for the next 30 seconds before being sent back out on the same tyres he'd came in on. Russell then pitted again the following lap for his tyres, which left Bottas 4th and Russell 5th. After the race restarted, Russell aggressively passed Bottas on his much fresher tyres, and then easily chased down Lance Stroll and Esteban Ocon, who were still on old tyres. He went after Sergio Perez for the lead, but was told on lap 79 that he had a left rear puncture, one that he had not noticed and needed to pit again. He did so and rejoined in 14th and climbed his way up to 9th and set the fastest lap, finishing behind Bottas, who dropped to 8th on his old tyres. This was the first race that Hamilton had missed in his entire Formula 1 career, and he hastily returned for the season finale in Abu Dhabi, having clearly not fully recovered from COVID, and struggled his way to 3rd, behind Bottas and Max Verstappen, and Russell returned to his Williams hobbit hole. Now we get into conspiracy theory territory. Russell is one of the stars of the future, and at this time there had been numerous calls to give him the second Mercedes seat for 2021 instead of Bottas, as everyone was desperate to see him in a competitive car, how he'd fare up against a 7-time champion, and if he would be less submissive and compliant than Bottas. In this one-off drive, he massively exceeded everyone's expectations, and without the safety car disruptions would have comfortably won the race, in what could be seen as essentially a duel for the second seat with Bottas. Had he won, he would have not only humiliated Bottas, but also threatened Hamilton's status and reputation by essentially replicating a typical Hamilton performance in a car he'd never driven before. Mercedes have often been a bit touch and go when it comes to race strategies and pit stops, but are usually able to get away with it by being so much faster than everyone else. Putting the wrong tyres on the wrong car is something they had never done before, and I can't recall any other team having done this. Despite that, once again, the car was fast enough for them to get away with it, as George looked set to win anyway, and then got a puncture. He didn't know he had one, and if it was caused by debris, it apparently just affected him. Admittedly, when it comes to slow punctures, that's something the driver themselves may not notice, despite the enormous strains the tyres are put under, but it would appear straight away on the telemetry down at the pit wall. This happened late enough in the race to destroy any chance of victory, though he still gained 5 places back and finally scored points in the most anticlimactic and disheartening way possible.
Naturally, everyone hoped he could try again in Abu Dhabi, but Hamilton appeared all too desperate to return, even though it was the final race of the season and he'd already secured the title. Mercedes had already wrapped up both titles by the time of Sakir, so once they realised Russell was going to win, who Hamilton would naturally have seen as a threat, they could get away with some low-grade sabotage and not lose anything in the long run. They've never come close to doing anything like that pit stop blunder before or since, which is something which a team that prides itself on professionalism and the strive for perfection should know better than. Once Russell had barged his way past Bottas, again, and it was clear he was still going to win, then comes the phantom puncture, completely taking him out of contention once and for all. Russell, of course, now is at Mercedes, and guess what? He's beating Hamilton.
Senna sabotaged Warwick. No, I'm not talking about League of Legends. As a child, Derek Warwick was a name I associated with the British Touring Car Championship, where he raced with Alfa Romeo and Vauxhall, being immortalised as such in the classic racing games TOCA Touring Car Championship and TOCA 2 Touring Cars. Before this, however, he was a mainstay of Formula 1, racing all the way through the 1980s, and being considered one of the greatest drivers never to win a Grand Prix. Not that he wasn't capable, there were just circumstances getting in the way. Warwick debuted in Formula 1 in 1981 with Tolman at the age of 24. Despite being one of the first teams to adopt turbo power, the car was a dog and he qualified only once and didn't finish the race. In 1982 he failed to qualify only 3 times, but still only saw the checkered flag twice. He spent a third year with Tolman in 1983. Again, the car was unreliable, but he made a small breakthrough with a run of 4 consecutive points finishes at the end of the season. In 1984, a vacancy came up at Renault following Prost's departure, which Warwick took. He nearly won on his debut until the suspension broke. 1984 ended up being the beginning of the end for Renault. Despite that, Warwick got 4 podium finishes and very comfortably outscored experienced teammate Patrick Tambay, even if it ended up being Renault's first winless year since 1978. For 1985, Warwick was offered a seat with Williams, which he turned down and was instead given to Nigel Mansell. He remained with Renault, but they drifted back even further, and he scored only 5 points, while Tambay got 2 podiums. Meanwhile, Mansell won 2 races and then fought for the title in 1986 and 1987. At the end of 1985, Renault quit Formula 1 as a constructor, and Warwick was offered a seat with Lotus for 1986 as a replacement for Elio De Angelis, who had decided to leave as he felt the team were favouring his new teammate Ayrton Senna, who he was matching on performance. This ended up being confirmed as Senna blocked Warwick's move, citing his contract as number 1 driver and insisting that the team couldn't have 2 lead drivers at once, wanting all the resources for himself. He wanted his former flatmate Mauricio Gugelmin to take the seat, but it instead went to Johnny Dumfries, who scored only 3 points, while Senna got 8 pole positions, 2 wins and 55 points. This fractured what until then had been a fairly close relationship between Senna and Warwick, and it initially left Warwick without a drive, joining Jaguar in the World Sports Car Championship until he was brought in to replace De Angelis at Brabham following his death in a testing crash at Paul Ricard. He scored no points with Brabham and then spent 3 relatively strong years with Arrows during their most competitive stint in Formula 1, twice coming close to victory in 1989. He did eventually join Lotus in 1990, 2 years after Senna had left them for McLaren, but they were in a rapid decline and he scored only 3 points. Following this, he returned to Jaguar in the World Sports Car Championship and then won it the following year with Peugeot, before seeing out his Formula 1 career with Footwork in 1993. Whether Senna was implying that he felt Warwick was a threat to him, or simply wanted a teammate that would get in line and provide no measurable level of competition to him, is not known. Still, it goes against the competitive spirit of sporting competition to try and remove anyone that may give you a challenge, particularly when he was only in his 2nd year. If nothing else, Warwick's presence could have possibly given Lotus 2nd in the Constructors' Championship in 1986. With Nelson Piquet leaving Williams in 1988, an opportunity could have arisen there for Warwick, who at this point would have still been interested in him. And then, if he'd stuck it out with them, who knows?
Hamilton and Sutil are in a relationship. Now, this is an interesting one, and something I've partially covered in a previous video. Lewis Hamilton and Adrian Sutil were teammates in the Formula 3 Euro Series in 2005, and developed a close friendship which continued when they both entered Formula 1 in 2007. At a nightclub after the Chinese Grand Prix in 2011, Sutil got in a fight with Lotus CEO Eric Lux and stabbed him in the neck with a broken champagne glass. At the start of 2012, he went on trial for this and was found guilty of assault occasioning grievous bodily harm and was given an 18-month suspended prison sentence and also lost his seat at Force India. Hamilton was at the nightclub and witnessed the fight and was called to testify as a witness, but declined as the trial date coincided with the launch of McLaren's 2012 car. He offered to testify if the date was moved, but Sutil still branded him a coward and ended their friendship. The rumours/speculation that they were in a romantic relationship are based on pretty flimsy evidence. For several years, Hamilton was in an on-off relationship with Nicole Scherzinger and allegedly had a fling with Rihanna, amongst many other high society celebrities no doubt. Sutil has largely hidden away from the public spotlight since leaving Formula 1 in 2015 and has been in a long-term relationship with Jennifer Bex for several years, and before that dated Julia Lessin. Most of the speculation about Hamilton's sexuality comes from his colourful fashion sense, his extended periods as a bachelor, and his outspoken support for LGBT rights. Sutil's comes from him declaring early on in his career that he wasn't looking for a girlfriend, and this video from Canada in 2008. There are unconfirmed reports that Sutil attacked Eric Lux because he threw homophobic abuse at him, and Hamilton did not take the stand to avoid outing both himself and Sutil. In the unlikely event that they are/have been in a romantic relationship, they've done a very good job of hiding it. Tier 6. Did Rosberg beat Hamilton in equal machinery? Pretty much the only thing the narrow-body hybrid era had going for it was the rivalry between Lewis Hamilton and Nico Rosberg. Their cars being leaps and bounds ahead of the others meant they had little to no competition from anyone other than themselves. In 2014, Rosberg had the edge in the first half, but then fell off in the second half when Hamilton came back much stronger, and unlike Hamilton, was unable to fully capitalise when he retired, and Hamilton took the title in the final round. In 2015, Rosberg was rarely able to match Hamilton, and also had a lot of competition from Sebastian Vettel, and had costly retirements at Monza and Sochi, which meant Hamilton took the title with 3 rounds remaining. In 2016, however, things started to change. Rosberg had won the final 3 rounds of 2015 after Hamilton had secured the title, and he continued this streak going into 2016, winning the first 4 races. One thing that defined Hamilton's form at this stage was his poor race starts, often losing places off the line and losing too much time to Rosberg. At Barcelona, they came to blows and took each other out at the start, but after this Hamilton began fighting back. He won 6 of the next 7 races, which included a puncture for Rosberg in Canada, a dodgy gearbox for him at Silverstone, and another collision between them in Austria, this time on the final lap, which dropped Rosberg from 1st to 4th. After the summer break, however, Rosberg rebounded and won 3 races in a row, but the game changer came in Malaysia. Rosberg was hit by Vettel at the start and dropped to the back, and Hamilton was comfortably leading until his engine went up in smoke, and Rosberg salvaged 3rd. Rosberg then won at Suzuka after Hamilton had yet another poor start, but Hamilton then won the final 4 rounds but still lost the title by 5 points. What changed in 2016? On the driver front, Rosberg was not satisfied by having twice been defeated by Hamilton, and so he started going through therapy to help cope with the stress of competing against him, stopped cycling in order to decrease muscle mass in his legs and lose weight, shaved paint off his helmet to save weight, cut loose fibres off his gloves to give him a better feel for the clutch paddle at race starts, and stopped sleeping in the same bed as his wife to prevent his sleep pattern being disrupted. On the team front, Toto Wolff had each driver's mechanic swapped to the other side of the garage, which neither driver was appreciative of as it happened very abruptly just before the first race, but had been done as the 2 groups were starting to spar against each other and their drivers. Mechanics have no effect on setup, but obviously it's their job to maintain the cars and make sure they're running in tip-top shape, and reliability became a major source of contention in 2016. In 2014, Hamilton's engine died only 2 laps into the first race of the year, while Rosberg won. Hamilton then had a brake failure in Canada, and both drivers had MG UK failures, with Rosberg finishing 2nd, and Rosberg had a gearbox failure at Silverstone, a faulty wiring loom in the steering wheel in Singapore, and an ERS failure at Abu Dhabi, and Hamilton won all 3 races. In 2015, Rosberg had an engine failure at Monza, where Hamilton won, Hamilton had an engine failure at Singapore, where Rosberg finished 4th, and at Sochi, Rosberg's throttle got stuck open and Hamilton won again. So, across those 2 years, that's 3 mechanical failures to Hamilton and 6 to Rosberg, 5 of which were race-ending.
In 2016, Hamilton got a grid penalty for an unscheduled gearbox change at Shanghai, and then had an ERS failure in qualifying and started from the back, finishing 7th while Rosberg won. Hamilton then had a turbocharger failure in Q3 at Sochi and started 10th with the rebuilt Shanghai power unit and finished 2nd while Rosberg won. Rosberg lost 7th gear at Silverstone and got penalised for being given illegal instruction by his race engineer and dropped from 2nd to 3rd, while Hamilton won. Hamilton then took multiple grid penalties for exceeding his component quota at Spa and started 21st and finished 3rd, while Rosberg won again. And at Sepang, Hamilton had an engine failure while leading and Rosberg finished 3rd. So, that year, all mechanical problems bar one fell to Hamilton, who also had one qualifying accident and several collisions with other drivers, and the only setbacks Rosberg had were collisions with other drivers, one slow puncture and one dodgy gearbox. As the season went on, Rosberg miraculously started to see the benefits of the team reshuffle, while Hamilton was still irked about it on the eve of Abu Dhabi, where when asked about the move, Rosberg said, "We have been fighting for 3 years. We are fighting for race wins and championships. It is quite natural that a little separation can happen between two sides of the garage, and that is why the decision was taken to rotate a little bit, and it has shown this year that it is a very, very good thing to do." And Hamilton said to Rosberg, "I want to hear the reason you were given. You'll have to buy my book in 10 years' time to find out exactly what happened. It will be an interesting read." Hamilton continued to use this group of mechanics in 2017, with Valtteri Bottas now as his teammate, and it wouldn't be until mid-2018 that he had any more notable mechanical problems. If you were to look at the season as a whole and who gained and lost the most points through accidents, mechanical problems and their own errors, it could go something like this. Australia. Both drivers have poor starts, dropping behind both Ferraris, though pole sitter Hamilton's is worse, which gives the win to Rosberg. +7 to Rosberg, -7 to Hamilton. Bahrain. Hamilton has another poor start and then collides with Bottas and finishes 3rd, without which he more than likely would have won. +7 to Rosberg, -10 to Hamilton. China. Hamilton's mechanical failures put him out of qualifying and give Rosberg an easy pole and win, and Hamilton finishes 7th. Hamilton won there in 2014 and 2015, so let's assume he would have done the same again. +7 to Rosberg, -19 to Hamilton. Russia. More mechanical problems put Hamilton out of Q3 and he starts 10th and finishes 2nd, and Rosberg wins from pole. Hamilton won the previous 2 years as well, though Rosberg was leading before his breakdown in 2015 and was faster across the weekend in 2016, so I'll give him the win still. Spain. Hamilton on pole is passed by Rosberg at the start and they then collide. Hamilton won here in 2014 and Rosberg in 2015. Take your pick, I'm giving the win to Hamilton. -18 to Rosberg, -25 to Hamilton. Monaco. Rosberg qualifies 2nd, behind Daniel Ricciardo. Hamilton qualifies 3rd. Rosberg is ordered to let Hamilton pass as they are losing time to Ricciardo. Hamilton then gains the lead from Ricciardo after a dodgy pit stop and wins, and Rosberg loses places in the stops and finishes 6th. No change needed here. Canada. Hamilton takes a deserved win from pole, and Rosberg is pushed wide in a failed attempt to take the lead at the start, drops to 10th, climbs to 4th, then with a slow puncture finishes 5th. Without either of these he would have more than likely finished 2nd, -8 to Rosberg. Europe. Rosberg wins from pole, Hamilton crashes in Q3 and starts 10th, then gets his engine modes tangled up in the race and finishes 5th. Let's keep the win for Rosberg, -8 for Hamilton. Austria. Hamilton gets pole, Rosberg leads the race, and they collide on the final lap and Hamilton wins and Rosberg finishes 4th. Without the collision, Hamilton had such a good lunge he more than likely would have taken the lead anyway, -6 to Rosberg. Britain. Hamilton wins from pole, Rosberg finishes 2nd despite losing 7th gear but is penalised after being given a legal instruction by his race engineer and drops to 3rd, -3 to Rosberg. Hungary. Hamilton wins in a fair fight, no change needed. Germany. Rosberg now has a poor start from pole and drops to 4th and is then penalised for forcing Max Verstappen off track and finishes 4th while Hamilton wins. Let's give Rosberg the win without these, home race and all. -13 to Rosberg, +7 to Hamilton. Belgium. Hamilton takes an avalanche of grid penalties after the car's internals are turned inside out and starts 21st and finishes 3rd, while Rosberg wins from pole. Rosberg's race pace was stronger so he can keep the win, -3 to Hamilton. Italy. Hamilton has another poor start from pole and finishes 2nd to Rosberg. He won there in 2014 and 2015, so let's give him the win. +7 to Rosberg, -7 to Hamilton. Singapore. Both drivers started 1st and 3rd and finished 1st and 3rd. No change needed. Malaysia. Hamilton has an engine failure from the lead, Rosberg gets wiped out by Vettel and finishes third. Hamilton had pole and had beaten Rosberg there the previous 2 years. -3 to Rosberg, -25 to Hamilton. Japan. Hamilton drops from 2nd to 8th at the start and finishes third, and Rosberg wins from pole, -3 to Hamilton. The remaining 4 races were all without errors or bad luck from either driver. When you add these figures up, Rosberg gains 28 points and loses 51 across the year, a net loss of 23 points, and Hamilton gains 7 and loses 107, a net loss of 100 points. If you limit the gains and losses to just their own errors, then Rosberg gains 21 points and loses 37 points, and Hamilton gains 7 points and loses 60, which adds up to a net loss of 16 points for Rosberg and a net loss of 53 for Hamilton. Add these to their points tally in real life, and if neither driver had any mechanical problems and only lost points through their own errors and collisions with other drivers, then Hamilton wins the title by 39 points, securing it in the rain at the penultimate round at Interlagos. At which point, Rosberg does not retire, those two keep taking points off one another, which paves the way for Vettel to win both titles in 2017 and 2018. Don't at me. Schumacher was fired. When Michael Schumacher announced his retirement from Formula 1 at the end of the 2006 season in the post-race press conference after winning that year's Italian Grand Prix, it shocked many in the motorsport world. The 7-time champion was by that point 37 years old and had been racing in Formula 1 for a little over 15 years, so he was certainly in the latter stages of his career, but his racecraft had not faded one iota, and he was still locked in a tense title battle with defending champion Fernando Alonso. He was only 2 points behind Alonso, and with his 90th victory in front of the Tifosi, Ferrari had also taken the lead in the Constructors' Championship, so come the end of the season, he could either bow out gracious in defeat or at the top of his game with an unprecedented 8th driver's title. But what if, instead of jumping, he was pushed? Rubens Barrichello, of a similar age and experience level to Schumacher, had already left the team, and it was no secret that at the time Ferrari were targeting both Kimi Raikkonen and Alonso, both of whom were more than 10 years younger than Schumacher and at the peak of their powers. Ferrari president Luca de Montezemolo wanted Alonso, and CEO Jean Todt, who was a close ally of Schumacher and part of the famous Dream Team, wanted Raikkonen. The seat of course eventually went to Raikkonen, and Alonso took his seat at McLaren. Naturally, Schumacher would not have wanted a driver of Raikkonen or Alonso's calibre as his teammate, whereas Barrichello's replacement Felipe Massa was much better suited to the number 2 role. An interesting point of note is that Ferrari issued a press release announcing Schumacher's retirement before Schumacher made his own announcement in the post-race press conference. His driving for the remainder of the season, especially in the final race where he went from 10th to 6th to 19th to 4th, showed he clearly had plenty left in the bag. And of course, he didn't really retire, as a little over 3 years later he came back to full-time racing, though 3 years on the sidelines had taken his toll, and his final 3 years in Formula 1 failed to meet expectations. With Schumacher's departure also came the breakup of the Dream Team. Ross Brawn left as technical director along with Schumacher to go on a sabbatical, as did Rory Byrne, who demoted himself to chief designer to consultant, and Jean Todt left as CEO at the end of 2008 to become FIA president. Colin Chapman faked his own death. So, as has already been discussed in this video, Colin Chapman was the founder of Lotus Cars and one of the greatest and most pioneering minds in Formula 1. He led the company and the Formula 1 team until his unexpected death from a heart attack in December 1982, aged 54, which also coincided with the end of the ground effect era that he had precipitated in 1977. There are people, however, who believe that Chapman in fact faked his own death and fled to Brazil. Outside of Formula 1, Lotus Cars was also a successful manufacturer of sports cars, most notably the Elan and the Esprit, and Chapman had established performance consultancies with General Motors and DeLorean of Back to the Future fame. DeLorean Motor Company had been founded by John Z. DeLorean, the former executive of General Motors. DeLorean was a publicly funded company founded in 1975 that built its base in Belfast, Northern Ireland, with £54 million provided by the British government in the hope that it could provide employment and boost the economy in a city beset by the Troubles. The only production car made by DeLorean, the iconic DMC, was by and large designed by Chapman and Lotus, and DeLorean paid them for this through a Panama-registered and Swiss-based firm called General Product Development Services, giving them just under half the funds supplied by the British government. The DMC sold poorly, and the company went bankrupt in 1982. Soon after this, DeLorean himself was arrested and charged with smuggling $24 million worth of cocaine into the United States, and was eventually acquitted in 1984, but with his reputation in tatters. Only 2 months after his arrest, Chapman, after being interrogated by British police about where the government's money had gone, then died from a heart attack. 10 years later, Lotus's accountant Fred Bushell was charged of attempting to defraud DeLorean of over £5 million, almost all of which was from the money supplied by the British government. He pleaded guilty and was sentenced to 4 years' imprisonment. The judge in the trial insisted that were he still alive, Chapman would have received at least 10 years. Rewind back 10 years, and after DeLorean starts falling apart and Chapman sees the writing is on the wall, he renews his private pilot's license and his life insurance policy in order to ensure his wife Hazel is taken care of. He then recruits a coroner to forge a death certificate and conjure up a fake body, seen only by the coroner and Hazel. Chapman was allegedly buried in the churchyard of St Mary's Church in East Carlton on the outskirts of Norfolk in Norwich, but the funeral and burial happened with such haste that many figures from the world of Formula One, including former Lotus champions Mario Andretti and Emerson Fittipaldi, were unable to attend. The wife of the churchyard's caretaker also claimed that Chapman's date of death had been changed in the parish records, and the coroner that filed his death certificate vanished without a trace. Chapman then flies himself to Paris, then flies commercially to Brazil, changes his name, has cosmetic surgery, and has his fingerprints wiped. Not even Eichmann went that far. 3 months later, Chapman's now widow Hazel was spotted at the Brazilian Grand Prix, staying in the country for over a month, and in 1985, Emerson Fittipaldi, who had won his 1972 title with Lotus, spotted Hazel at an airport in Brazil, where she simply said she was there for holidays, which was out of character for her as she was known to have a fear of flying and had stayed grounded for over 10 years before this. Hazel died in December 2021, aged 94, almost exactly 39 years after Colin is supposed to have died. There are 3 options to solve this. You could head down to St Mary's Church at night with a spade and an oil lamp, see if anyone in Sao Paulo knows of an engineer called Carlinho Chapmenez working in Stock Car Brazil in the 80s and 90s, or if there are any officers from the Norfolk Constabulary who remember being involved in a high-speed car chase on the night of December 16, 1982, with a strange-looking sports car that hit 88 miles per hour and suddenly vanished without a trace in a flash of light. Maybe that would explain how ground effect was actually pioneered in 1928. Tier 7, Alonso Winter Testing 2015 crash. On the third day of pre-season testing at Barcelona in 2015, Fernando Alonso, who had returned to McLaren for the first time after his acrimonious departure 7.5 years prior, crashed into the inside wall at turn 3 and was knocked unconscious. He was airlifted to hospital and remained in intensive care for 2 nights, and ultimately missed the opening round in Australia and was replaced with Kevin Magnussen. The crash was never shown in any broadcast, and McLaren refused to say specifically what caused what was apparently quite a serious accident, leading to speculation that it could have been anything from Alonso blacking out from an epileptic fit to being electrocuted by the car's ERS. McLaren eventually declared that there was no mechanical failure, and they believed the accident to have been caused by unusually gusty winds. Photographs of the car showed tyre markings not consistent with a regular spin, and amateur footage captured the car grinding to a halt after the impact. As he missed Australia, it took a month before Alonso gave his side of the story during the press conference at Sepang. He said he remembered the crash, and contradicted the team by saying there was no wind and it was indeed a mechanical failure, claiming that the steering locked. Sebastian Vettel was driving behind Alonso when the crash happened, and said it looked unusual as Alonso was going relatively slowly and suddenly veered sharply to the right. After he'd gone to hospital, McLaren initially said he was uninjured, then Eric Boulier and Ron Dennis said he was concussed, and rumours started coming out that he had suffered profound memory loss, waking up in hospital speaking Italian and thinking he still drove for Ferrari, or even thinking he was 13, saying, "I'm Fernando, I race karts and I want to be a Formula 1 driver." The crash was caught on both tracks' CCTV and Alonso and Vettel's onboard cameras, but the footage was seized by the FIA for their investigation, having never been published and probably never will be.
Pique's sacrifice. Charles Pique is a driver who has been all but forgotten by the Formula 1 community, despite competing in Formula 1 not that long ago. Even though he won on his debut in the GP2 series in 2010, points were rare, and he finished 10th in the standings. In his second year, however, he got 2 wins, 3 pole positions and 5 podiums and finished 4th in the standings, behind Romain Grosjean, Luca Filippi and Jules Bianchi. At the end of the year, he drove for Marussia at the Young Drivers Test at Abu Dhabi and then signed for them for 2012, replacing Jerome D'Ambrosio.
He provided a modest challenge to teammate Timo Glock, and like him rarely qualified off the back two rows. Initially, they were primarily battling with HRT, but upgrades brought at Silverstone brought them closer to Caterham, and when Glock finished 12th at the Singapore Grand Prix, this put Marussia ahead of Caterham in the Constructors' Championship, in the critical 10th place, which would afford $14 million in prize money, while 11th place would get nothing. At the season-ending Brazilian Grand Prix, in the most sideways move in Formula One history, Pique announced he was to race with Caterham for 2013 on a multi-year deal. Here, Pique qualified a fairly typical 22nd, with Glock 21st and the Caterhams of Vitaly Petrov and Heikki Kovalainen 19th and 20th respectively. He spent what was a fairly chaotic opening stint in the rain in between both HRTs, but broke ahead after pitting, and then after a mid-race safety car gained more places when Glock was rear-ended by Jean-Eric Vergne and by passing Kovalainen. Petrov spun from in front of him on lap 46 when the rain returned, which put him 13th and leading the 6 back marker drivers. Kimi Raikkonen running into a dead end in an escape road at Junsor moved Pique to 12th, matching Glock's position from Singapore. After the whole grid pitted for intermediates again, Pique was repassed by Raikkonen and also Daniel Ricciardo, and now had Petrov only a couple of seconds behind. Ricciardo pitting again on lap 61 gave Pique 12th again, but on lap 64, Petrov passed Pique at Curva do Sul while they were being lapped by Fernando Alonso. Caterham had 3 13th place finishes, while Marussia had 3 14th place finishes, which left them poised to take 10th in the Constructors' Championship back. 4 laps later, Paul di Resta crashed out and the race finished behind the safety car with Petrov 11th and Pique a career best 12th, taking 10th away from Marussia. Caterham were overjoyed by this result, managing to clinch 10th place in the Constructors' Championship for the 3rd year in a row with only 6 laps to go. Needless to say, Marussia were furious to come so close to 10th when the previous 2 years they had finished behind HRT in 12th and last, despite having a faster car. Since only 2 days earlier, Pique had announced his move to Caterham for 2013, and this would therefore be his final race for Marussia, it's not much of a stretch to suggest that he may have given the team he was joining a bit of a helping hand. Marussia ended up having the last laugh though, as Pique got dropped 1 year into his multi-year contract with Caterham after they were finally beaten by Marussia, who then beat them again in 2014 by scoring points. After being dropped by Caterham, Pique spent 2014 as Lotus's test driver and left Formula One as the driver most overtaken in a season, ironically enough in 2012. He did a handful of Formula E races in 2015 but then retired from racing and became a managing director of the Charles André Group. In 2022, he returned to the Formula One paddock as CEO of the Dams Formula 2 team, and fortunately for him, the only person from his Marussia days he's likely to bump into is former teammate and now Sky Sports F1 Germany presenter Timo Glock.
Losing hair equals losing speed. A lot of people were shocked when pictures were leaked of Vettel's seat fitting with Aston Martin in early 2021 that showed the extent of his hair loss, which had remained hidden under his Ferrari cap for the previous few years, as his largely fruitless years of Ferrari after winning 4 straight titles with Red Bull appeared to have aged him considerably. In his time as a McLaren driver, Lewis Hamilton had a buzz cut that after a few years of post-championship struggles was noticeably thinning and receding, but now as a Mercedes driver and 7-time champion has a full head of hair with his distinctive cornrows and braids. Since leaving the Scuderia, Vettel's hair appears to have grown back with a vengeance, but considering how much money he has to afford both a high-quality hair transplant and a decent haircut, it still looks bloody awful. Finnish racing genes. Finland as a country does seem to be unique in its approach to driving, partly because of the country's unforgiving geography and also because of the culture of the people. Along with the other Scandinavian countries, Finnish drivers have had a lot of success in rallying. When you live that far north, you do need to learn how to drive on ice. In Formula One, they also stand out, as pound for pound, Finland is by far the most successful nation in Formula One history. It's a country of 5.5 million that has produced only 9 Formula One drivers, but of those 9 drivers, 8 have started a race, 5 have won a race, and 3 have won the championship. For comparison, the United Kingdom, a country of 66 million, has produced 164 Formula One drivers. 149 of them have started a race, 19 of them have won a race, and 10 of them have won the championship. Where does this unprecedented success come from in a country with no finished Grand Prix and only a single FIA Grade 1 circuit? Well, A lot of it is the culture. Due to the country's rugged terrain, which for a large part of the year is covered in snow, the driving standards for motorists are very high. In more rural areas, a lot of the roads are unpaved, and it takes more than 2 years to get a full driver's licence, during which time you have an interim licence and have to do sessions on skid pans, nighttime lessons, city driving, theory exams, and even simulator work. Outside of cars, the Finns excel at winter sports and have collected hundreds of medals at the Olympic Games, mostly in skiing events, so that competitive mindset is in the psyche. Drivers like Tommi Mäkinen, Juha Kankkunen and Ari Vatanen are household names in rallying, but Formula 1 is a bit different. It's not an off-road discipline, and 90% of the time the track is bone dry. A lot of the skill here comes from their mindset. Most budding Finnish racing drivers go through intensive coaching in their formative years, usually from more senior drivers. Keke Rosberg coached Mika Häkkinen and JJ Leto, for example. And there is also the concept of sisu, which loosely translates as courage. It typically means showing great resilience in the face of adversity, and great bravery, grit and hardiness. Historically, it can be used to symbolise their unexpected defeat of the mighty Red Army in the Winter War of 1939 and 1940. And within Formula 1, it means having the confidence to brake later, get on the power earlier, make high-risk moves on other drivers, and push the car to its limits. Keke Rosberg often shook his cars to bits, and for many years held the record for the highest average speed lap in Formula 1. Mika Häkkinen had amazing race pace, which he needed to be able to defeat Michael Schumacher, and Valtteri Bottas, while not the best in wheel-to-wheel racing, excels over one lap and as Lewis Hamilton's teammate was only marginally slower in qualifying. The notion of a racing gene is a bit of a grey area. Finland's geographical isolation and relative homogeneity of people means that it's both linguistically and ethnically unique. The Finnish language, along with Estonian and Hungarian, is part of the Finno-Uralic language family, whereas every other native European language except for Maltese is part of the Indo-European language family. The Sami are a unique minority ethnic group that mostly live in the very northern regions of Lapland, and most Finns have ancestry that originates from migration from the Russian tundra and Central Asian steppe, whereas for most other Europeans it comes from migration from more southerly areas such as the Caucasus region and the Levant. So, they're genetically unique from Western Europeans, but there's no real evidence of a racing gene, so to speak, or at least not one that isn't found elsewhere, but they just take driving and racing very seriously.
Irvine was robbed. The first half of the 1999 season panned out in a similar fashion to 1998, with Michael Schumacher and Mika Häkkinen fighting it out for the title and their respective teammates Eddie Irvine and David Coulthard making a half-hearted attempt to do the same, but mainly being there to fortify the constructors. A major spanner was thrown into the works, however, at Silverstone when Schumacher crashed and broke his leg and was put on the sidelines. Häkkinen retired from that race as well, and Coulthard won it, with Irvine finishing second. This left Irvine tied on points with Schumacher, 8 points behind Häkkinen and 10 points ahead of Coulthard, and with Schumacher's absence meant Irvine was now team leader, and it was up to him to fight for the title, supported by Schumacher's replacement Mika Salo. From here on, Irvine stepped up to the task and put on a valiant effort, winning the next 2 rounds, albeit with team orders employed, and then a third, a fourth and a sixth. Häkkinen got pole in all 5 races, but won only one of them, as he had a tyre failure in Germany, was beaten by Coulthard at Spa, and then famously spun off while leading at Monza. This meant that going into the European Grand Prix at the Nürburgring, Häkkinen and Irvine were tied on points, with only 3 races remaining. Here, it was the Jordan of Heinz-Harald Frentzen, himself having an exceptional year and only 10 points behind Häkkinen and Irvine, that took pole, while Häkkinen qualified 4th and Irvine was way down in 9th. After 3 attempts, the race got going, and after an early safety car, Häkkinen was up to 2nd and Irvine was up to 6th. He passed Giancarlo Fisichella for 5th in the first stint, and after rain started coming down, Häkkinen pitted for wet tyres, only for the rain to then stop again. Irvine pitted the following lap for dry tyres, but he was left on the jacks for 28 seconds with only 3 wheels on, as the mechanics were confused about whether they'd given him the correct tyres, as teammate Salo had had a slow, unplanned stop of his own the previous lap. Irvine rejoined now down in 13th, behind Häkkinen, who was still on wet tyres. He swiftly passed the limping Häkkinen and began working back through the field. 4 drivers successively retiring from the lead, including Frentzen and Coulthard, moved him and Häkkinen back into the points, and Häkkinen came back strong in the final stint and passed Irvine and finished 5th, while Irvine was just outside the points in 7th, right behind the Minardi of Marc Genet.
Schumacher returned for the next round at Sepang, which Irvine won, with Häkkinen third, giving him a 2-point lead, but Häkkinen won the finale at Suzuka and with it the title by 2 points, as Schumacher was second and Irvine third after crashing in qualifying. Häkkinen pitting for wet tyres handed a major lifeline to Irvine, who without his 28-second pit stop would have remained in fourth, and with all the later retirements in front could well have won the race, and then secure the title with victory at Sepang. Because he had finished just outside the points, critically behind Genet, there was no incentive to use team orders and have Schumacher hand second place to him at Suzuka, as when tied on points with Häkkinen, Irvine would have lost on countback. We've seen pit stops of this nature happen before, usually from Ferrari again or Mercedes. This one, however, is especially convenient. The 1999 season hadn't really panned out the way anyone expected. It was not Ferrari's plan for Irvine to be fighting for their honour, nor was it Häkkinen's plan to make his title defence so difficult for himself. Before Schumacher broke his leg, Irvine had 1 win to his name, whereas Schumacher had 35 and already had 2 titles as well. Irvine also had a serious reputation as a crasher, mostly from his Jordan days. Ever since joining Ferrari in 1996, Schumacher's goal was to revitalise the team and win the title with them, and become the first driver to do so since Jody Scheckter in 1979. As part of this plan, he had brought over Rory Byrne and Ross Brawn from Benetton, and so far it was working, and he whipped the team back into shape and transformed them back into a fighting force capable of winning races and fighting for championships. Häkkinen retired from the lead 5 times in 1999, and it is accepted by virtually everyone that without his injury, Schumacher would have taken the title. But Eddie Irvine, a champion? Really? And before Schumacher? Ferrari have a way of planning things out without any consideration that sometimes plans change, see Russia 2019, and Schumacher would never have stood for being beaten to the post by his number 2. When Häkkinen bottled his strategy and dropped out of the points, Ferrari could have got desperate and improvised messing up his tyres to the point that he lost even more time than Häkkinen did, when he easily could have won to put one hand on the title. Before the race, it was already known that Irvine was leaving Ferrari at the end of the year in a seat swap with Rubens Barrichello at Stewart. How would that have looked to win the title and then be kicked out? Still, he can take some solace that were the current point system in place, that Ferrari would have had to conjure up something more than just a botched pit stop, because he would have won the title by 16 points. Should Massa be champion? Recently, the 2008 vice-champion Felipe Massa, no doubt inspired by the Void Lap 58 brigade, has revealed that he intends to see if there are any legal routes to contest the outcome of the 2008 championship. He claims that he lost the title by 1 point to Lewis Hamilton because of the Crashgate scandal at Singapore, as without the safety car deployed by Nelson Piquet Jr. deliberately crashing to give track position to teammate Fernando Alonso, he would not have then pitted from the lead and left his pit box with the fuel hose still attached and subsequently finished outside the points. Okay Felipe, I'll bite. Let's recap how 2008 panned out. Australia. Hamilton takes a comfortable lights-to-flag victory from pole, and Massa spins at the start and then later wipes out David Coulthard and has an engine failure. Hamilton 10, Massa 0. Malaysia. Massa gets pole, but spins off halfway through the race. Hamilton starts 9th after a grid penalty for impeding Nick Heidfeld in Q3, and then has a slow pit stop and finishes 5th. Hamilton 14, Massa 0. Bahrain. Massa wins from 2nd, Hamilton starts 3rd but has a slow start and rear ends his best friend Fernando Alonso and finishes 13th. Hamilton 14, Massa 10. Spain. Massa finishes 2nd to teammate Kimi Raikkonen, Hamilton finishes 3rd. Hamilton 20, Massa 18. Turkey. Massa wins from pole, Hamilton finishes 2nd. Hamilton 28, Massa 28. Monaco. Massa gets pole, and Hamilton hits the wall early on in the race, but with his superior pace wins and Massa drops to 3rd behind Robert Kubica. Hamilton 38, Massa 34. Canada. Hamilton gets pole, Massa qualifies 6th. Hamilton misses the red light at the end of the pit lane during a safety car and rear ends Raikkonen, and Massa has refueling problems and only finishes 5th. Hamilton 38, Massa 38. France. Massa wins from 2nd, Hamilton starts 13th with a grid penalty for Canada and then gets another penalty for cutting corners and finishes 10th. Hamilton 38, Massa 48. Britain. Hamilton puts on arguably the greatest drive of his career to win from 4th in torrential rain, whereas Massa spins 5 times and finishes 2 laps down in 13th. Hamilton 48, Massa 48. Germany. Hamilton wins from pole, Massa is passed by Piquet in the pit stops and finishes 3rd. Hamilton 58, Massa 54. Hungary. Hamilton gets pole, but Massa takes the lead at the start but later retires with an engine failure and Hamilton has a deflated tyre and finishes 5th. Hamilton 62, Massa 54.
Europe, Massa wins from pole, Hamilton finishes second, Hamilton 70, Massa 64. Belgium, Hamilton gets pole but spins on the second lap and loses the lead to Raikkonen. In the dying laps, he cuts the bus stop chicane trying to repass Raikkonen for the lead, lets him through, immediately passes him again at last source, rain then comes down, Raikkonen crashes out, Hamilton wins, Massa finishes second. After the race, however, Hamilton is then given a 25-second time penalty for cutting the bus stop chicane and gaining an advantage and drops to third, handing the win to Massa. Hamilton 76, Massa 74. Italy, Massa qualifies 6th and Hamilton 15th in torrential rain and Massa finishes 6th and Hamilton 7th, Hamilton 78, Massa 77. Singapore, Massa leads from pole with Hamilton 2nd, Crashgate happens, Hamilton finishes 3rd and Massa 13th, Hamilton 84, Massa 77. Japan, Hamilton gets pole, Massa is 5th. Hamilton has a poor start and Massa hits him on the second lap and spins him round. Both drivers get penalties, Hamilton's for pushing Raikkonen wide at the start. Massa then later hits Sebastian Bourdais as well, but Bourdais gets penalised. Massa finishes 7th and Hamilton 12th. Hamilton 84, Massa 79. China, Hamilton wins from pole, Massa finishes 2nd. Hamilton 94, Massa 87. Brazil, Massa gets pole in front of his home crowd, Hamilton qualifies 4th. Massa comfortably wins, Hamilton drives a cautious race and in the dying stages when rain comes down, pits for wet tyres and then runs wide and drops to 6th behind Sebastian Vettel. Both drivers then pass Timo Glock, still on dry tyres, at the last corner of the last lap and Hamilton wins the title by 1 point. As mentioned before, Massa's objections lie with the Singapore race. At the time, everyone was none the wiser as to what had happened until almost a year later when Piquet dunked on Renault after getting fired. The 2008 season was now far behind everyone, and the result was also set in stone as the rules stated that no results can be changed following the FIA prize-giving ceremony. Massa tried in vain to have the result changed when the news first leaked, and he is doing so again now because in a recent interview, former chief executive of the Formula One group Bernie Ecclestone claimed that both himself and then FIA president Max Mosley knew in 2008 what had happened, but stayed silent in order to avoid a major scandal, and that had they reported this at the time it would have resulted in the annulment of the race results which subsequently would have handed the title to Massa by 5 points. Under the current International Sporting Code, the right to request a review of a race result expires 14 days after the race has happened, and unfortunately for Massa, as of me writing this script, 5,303 days have elapsed since the race happened. As well as this, Renault were punished at the time, with the team receiving a 2-year suspended sentence for race fixing, and they also lost their sponsor ING. However, they were not disqualified from the race, partly due to the prize-giving ceremony having already taken place and setting the result in stone, but also because there was no evidence that anyone in the team other than Piquet himself, managing director Flavio Briatore, and executive director of engineering Pat Simmons knew about the plan. Alonso didn't know, his race engineer didn't know, and none of the mechanics knew, so it wouldn't have been fair to punish them too. Had they been disqualified, that would have only served to help Hamilton, and also meant Nico Rosberg's first win would have come 3.5 years earlier. Leaving Singapore aside, things do start to look a bit different. Hamilton did not have any reliability problems all season aside from a deflated tyre in Hungary, whereas Massa had 2 mechanical failures, one from the lead, and also had refuelling problems in both Canada and of course Singapore. Both drivers did, however, make a large number of errors. Massa crashed 3 times in the first 2 races, spun endlessly at Silverstone, and collided with both Hamilton and Bourdais in Japan, being given a lot of mercy from the stewards. Hamilton blocked Heidfeld in Malaysia qualifying, rear-ended Alonso in Bahrain, hit the wall in Monaco, rear-ended Raikkonen in Canada, cut corners in France, spun in Belgium, and was way too conservative in Brazil. He, by contrast, was targeted a lot by the stewards. He received 2 very strong penalties in France for relatively minor infringements, was very unjustly penalised in Belgium after the stewards decided to change the rules in order to levy a very harsh penalty, and then received as many penalties in Japan for running someone wide as Massa did for colliding with 2 drivers, including himself. Even if you just overturn the Spa penalty, Hamilton's winning margin would increase to 7 points, meaning he would have taken the title in China. If we restore results given or taken away by reliability or dodgy penalties, then Massa can finish 5th in Australia, Hamilton can finish 3rd in Malaysia, Massa 3rd in Canada, Hamilton 6th in France, Massa 1st in Hungary and Hamilton 2nd, Hamilton 1st in Belgium and Massa 2nd, and Massa 11th in Japan. The new points tally? 115 to Hamilton, 109 to Massa. Tier 8. Kimi should have 4 titles. Continuing on with rewriting 2008, one person that was overlooked was the then defending champion Kimi Räikkönen. Kimi took the 2007 title by just 1 point in what was his first year with the Scuderia, replacing the outgoing Michael Schumacher. Both himself and Fernando Alonso were candidates for the seat, and as mentioned in Tier 6, the team was divided regarding who they wanted, with Luca de Montezemolo wanting Alonso and Jean Todt wanting Räikkönen, and there are reasons to believe that those who still wanted Alonso may have attempted to manufacture Räikkönen's downfall. Räikkönen's title defence got off to a reasonably strong start. He had an engine failure while running 6th in the dying stages in Australia but was classified 8th, but then won in Malaysia, finished 2nd to Massa in Bahrain, and then won very convincingly in Spain, whereas Massa and Hamilton had both won 1 race, but Massa had had an engine failure and 3 accidents, and Hamilton had an accident, a grid penalty and a botched pit stop, so after 4 rounds Räikkönen already had a 9-point lead in the championship. Over the next few weeks, rumours began spreading that Ferrari were looking to replace Räikkönen with Alonso, not for 2009 but 2010. Räikkönen finished a close third to Hamilton and Massa in Turkey, reducing his lead to 7 points, but in Monaco he received a drive-through penalty for not having his wheels attached at the 3-minute warning before the race start, and then rear-ended Adrian Sutil while running in 5th and finished 9th, whereas Hamilton won and Massa finished 3rd, and Hamilton took the lead in the championship. In Canada, he started getting grilled by the media regarding his contract situation, insisting that he was staying until at least the end of his 3-year contract in 2009, and it was at this race that he was rear-ended by Hamilton in the pit lane, Massa had refuelling problems, and Robert Kubica won and took the lead in the championship, and Räikkönen dropped to 4th. He got pole in France, but a broken exhaust meant he finished 2nd to Massa, and at Silverstone he struggled his way to 4th while Hamilton stormed to victory and Massa spun endlessly, and now all 3 drivers were tied on points at the top. At this point, it came to light that Spanish bank Santander, who was sponsoring McLaren, were looking to jump ship to Ferrari for 2009, on the condition that Alonso, who of course drove for McLaren in 2007, would join the team as well. When queried about this, Alonso said he would not comment on his own future with Renault until an oddly specific September. Before the next race in Germany, Räikkönen unknowingly had the front suspension on his car changed and immediately started complaining of lack of grip, qualifying 6th and finishing 6th in Germany, while Hamilton and Massa were 1st and 3rd. In Hungary, he qualified 6th and finished 3rd, beating both Hamilton and Massa, though only because Hamilton had a deflated tyre and Massa had an engine failure while leading, and was now 5 points behind Hamilton and 3 ahead of Massa. In Valencia, however, Räikkönen retired with an engine failure of his own, and Massa and Hamilton finished 1st and 2nd, and he was now 7 points behind Massa and 13 behind Hamilton. There had been constant discussions in the media by this point talking about the ever-aloof and nonchalant Räikkönen's supposed lack of motivation, particularly in the light of the uncertainty surrounding his future and his sudden drop in pace, a lot of which came from De Montezemolo and Todd's replacement Stefano Domenicali, who was allied with De Montezemolo. But in Belgium, he qualified 4th, with Hamilton and Massa on the front row, and he passed Heikki Kovalainen and Massa on the first lap for 2nd, and then took the lead from Hamilton when he spun at last source on lap 2. He maintained this lead on the soft tyre until Hamilton closed in during the final stint on the hards, and on the 42nd of 44 laps Hamilton cut the bus stop chicane trying to pass him, then gave the place back but passed Räikkönen again at last source. Rain then started coming down, and while evading a spinning Nico Rosberg at Fagnes, Hamilton ran across the grass and Räikkönen did a 360-degree spin. Räikkönen then however ran onto the runoff at Blanchimont and spun and crashed into the barriers. Hamilton won but was demoted to 3rd, giving the win to Massa, leaving Räikkönen now 4th in the championship, 1 point behind Kubica, 17 points behind Massa and 19 behind Hamilton. 5 days later, Ferrari announced Räikkönen was now to stay with them until the end of 2010. On the same day, Alonso said this had no effect on his own plans, as he wasn't looking that far forward, having 2 months earlier said he would not comment on the alleged Ferrari-Santander deal until this time, suggesting the Renault driver was in the know regarding contract negotiations at Ferrari. This decision was most likely done by Räikkönen, who was permitted to activate the extension clause in his contract as he had met the performance requirements, and in doing so maximise his payouts when he was to be bought out of it to make way for Alonso and Santander, who himself was now set to stay at Renault as any attempts by Santander and De Montezemolo to get Räikkönen out of the team 1 year early had failed. The entire Italian Grand Prix weekend was beset with heavy rain. Massa qualified 6th, but Räikkönen and Hamilton were way down in 14th and 15th after getting caught out by a sudden downpour in Q2.
Massa finished 6th and Hamilton climbed through to finish just behind in 7th, but Raikkonen did not have the same race pace and was 10 seconds behind in 9th, despite setting the fastest lap on the final lap, and with Kubica finishing 3rd he was now 7 points behind Kubica, 20 behind Massa and 21 behind Hamilton, with Kubica's teammate Nick Heidfeld now closing in 2, and he was now beginning to realise he was fighting a losing battle. You may be asking why Raikkonen's seat was under threat from Alonso and Santander and not Massa's, and the reason for that is that Santander were planning to launch an initial public offering on the Sao Paulo Stock Exchange in 2009. What better way to launch that than with a Brazilian driver as Formula 1 champion? In Singapore, rumours were still circulating, mostly in Spanish media, that Alonso and Santander were still going to Ferrari in 2009, despite Raikkonen apparently having his future secured. Here, he qualified 3rd, behind Massa and Hamilton. Crashgate happened, and he then crashed himself in the closing laps, his 4th consecutive pointless race, putting him 27 points behind Hamilton with 3 rounds remaining. At the next round in Japan, Raikkonen had his original suspension restored, and finished 3rd in each of the final 3 races, and helped Ferrari to secure the Constructors' Championship, while Massa would end up losing the driver's title to Hamilton by 1 point, much to the chagrin of Santander. Major rule changes in 2009 turned the grid on its head, and both Ferrari and McLaren spent the first half of the year in the midfield. Massa largely outperformed Raikkonen, and by the halfway point in Germany had more than double Raikkonen's points. What Ferrari could not have foreseen was Massa's near-fatal accident in Hungary when he was struck on the head by a spring and put on the sidelines for the rest of the year. From here onwards, Raikkonen's performances transformed. He suddenly got 4 consecutive podiums, including a win, and Massa's replacements Luca Badoer, who had been a test driver with Ferrari for over 10 years, and Giancarlo Fisichella, who had been in Formula 1 since 1996 and won 3 races, both faltered and failed to score any points in the car. De Montezemolo and Domenicali started speaking more positively about him too, having continued to lay on the supposed lack of motivation up until then. At the Japanese Grand Prix, the announcement came that Alonso would take Raikkonen's seat at Ferrari for 2010, despite both their contracts going until 2011, though behind the scenes Raikkonen's fate had already been decided over a year earlier, and Raikkonen would be leaving Formula 1. He had been given 2 options, either receive 2 years full pay for 2010 and 2011 and leave Formula 1 for at least 1.5 years, or receive 1 year's full pay for 2011 and get a seat back with McLaren. In the end, he chose the former, and Alonso and Massa turned up at pre-season testing in 2010 with Santander plastered across their chest. Getting back to the original point, it was only after the rumours of Alonso taking Raikkonen's seat that his title challenge began to go off the rails. That suspicious tyre blunder at Monaco gave him a penalty when he was running in second and put him out of position, then led to him later rear-ending Sutil. Without that, he could have easily finished 3rd or 4th. Initially, he was just pressured internally by De Montezemolo and Domenicali, and by the media pestering him regarding the rumours, but then before Germany he had his suspension changed, which would have been supervised by his predecessor and now team advisor Michael Schumacher, who it was strongly implied that Raikkonen did not see eye to eye with, particularly as Raikkonen was accustomed to being in charge of his own car setup and development trajectory. It was at this point that Raikkonen's pace noticeably dropped, particularly in qualifying, and so now he is being pressured to leave by his team and now has a car that has become much less drivable. That's one way to psychologically break someone. His one chance at redemption ended up blowing up in his face when he crashed right at the end of Spa, and it was only once he was 27 points behind Hamilton, with 30 points still up for grabs, that his old suspension is restored, and suddenly he gets 3 podiums in a row, when the only way he could have still won the title was to win all 3 races with Hamilton 8th or lower and Massa 7th or lower in each race. If we cover the 6 races where he had the new suspension, he finished 6th in Germany, when really he should have been either 3rd or 4th, taking into account Piquet jumping to 2nd during the safety car. He finished 3rd in Hungary, but was behind both Timo Glock and Heikki Kovalainen, drivers he should have been able to easily beat and take the win. In Valencia he had the engine failure, and I think we can accept that as Massa had one of his own at the previous race. Spa was always one of his strongest circuits, as he had won the last 3 runnings of it, and won a 4th time in 2009. A lot of people were caught out by the rain at the end, but Raikkonen was the only one that crashed. He did lightly snag Hamilton when he passed him at last source, which damaged his front wing. There were a lot of wet races in 2008, and the Ferrari F2008 didn't really show up too well in them compared to the McLaren MP423, especially in the transitional period between dry and wet. This was right at the end of Raikkonen's contract negotiations behind the scenes, so let's be generous and say he doesn't crash, finishes 2nd and inherits the win from Hamilton's penalty. Monza was a bizarre race as virtually no practice was done due to the rain, and the grid was turned on its head. Raikkonen and Hamilton were both caught out by a sudden downpour that prevented them advancing to Q3, and Raikkonen just didn't gain ground as fast as Hamilton did. Massa didn't move anywhere, but Raikkonen did get fastest lap, so I think we'll leave this result as is. And then Singapore. Before Crashgate happened, Raikkonen was in a very strong position, as he was gaining on Hamilton and Massa while on higher fuel and could have jumped them in the pit stops. Alas, he ended up in 5th, and then bounced over the curbs at turn 10 and crashed. Aside from the crash, he apparently wasn't struggling here, so we can leave this as is too. For the final 3 races, of course, he had his original suspension restored. In Japan, after being pushed wide by Hamilton at the start, he was then hit by Kovalainen, which prevented him beating Alonso and Kubica after Massa and Hamilton's penalties and winning the race. In China, he was comfortably faster than Massa but was ordered to cede position to help him in his title fight. This of course would not have happened if he himself was in the title fight. Massa commanded in Brazil and Raikkonen was 3rd, no change needed here. If we do the maths, then the new points tally looks as follows: Massa 94, Hamilton 97, Raikkonen 101. So, a case can be made to say that in an ideal world, the Iceman should have 4 titles, not 1. Kimi is a man of few words, not one to complain about what was, and perhaps he was happy that when he returned to Ferrari in 2014, they went from badgering him to leave to just ignoring him completely. Tier 8. Now we're really starting to go to some dark places. Alonso died in a plane crash. In January 2009, Fernando Alonso and his then wife Raquel de Rosario were involved in a small plane crash when departing in their private jet from Melinda Airport in Kenya after spending time at Flavio Briatore's resort there to return to Spain. Shortly after takeoff, the plane's right-hand wing clipped the side of a building. The plane was landed safely, and everyone was unharmed, and Alonso and his wife departed for Spain the following day. However, Alonso's agent then contradicted this account by saying that Alonso wasn't even in the plane at the time and that the accident took place on the ground while the plane was taxiing. 9 years later, Alonso revealed that he once Googled himself and found out about this accident, which he also said never happened. There's not much on it online, but this led to jokes that Alonso Googled himself and found out that he'd been dead for several years. Senna was sniped. The full details surrounding what exactly caused Ayrton Senna's fatal accident are unclear. A large number of court cases against Williams took place in its aftermath, and eventually, 13 years later, it was declared that the official cause of the accident was the car's steering column breaking. However, footage from Michael Schumacher's car behind him and telemetry data showed that the car suffered a snap oversteer upon entry to Tamburello, which Senna then corrected, reducing the throttle at the same time, then slammed on the brakes and went into the barriers, which is not consistent with a steering column failure, unless the failure took place as a result of the snap oversteer. The car was also seen bottoming out over a bump on the circuit. Patrick Head and Damon Hill both blamed driver error for the crash, and Adrian Newey further suggested that there was a puncture which caused the loss of control, or more plausibly a loss of tyre pressure as Senna was complaining behind the safety car that it was not driving fast enough for him and the other drivers to get adequate tyre temperatures. One thing that does not help with eventually finding out the truth is that an unidentified person immediately sees the car's black box after it was returned to the Williams garage, and it has never been seen again, and that the car itself has since been destroyed. One of the more outlandish theories is that Senna was assassinated by a sniper. In the accident, Senna was struck on the helmet by the front right wheel, which slammed his head against the headrest. As well as this, 2 suspension components penetrated the helmet and the visor, causing massive blood loss. Any one of these 3 injuries alone would have been fatal, and also would have been prevented by the halo, as I have discussed in a previous video. The idea that he was sniped comes from the fact that the puncture holes in the helmet were the right size for a bullet, and that apparently in the crash footage his head appears to slump to the side before the impact with the wall, and that the engine note sounds less like braking and more like just slowing down. There were no grandstands at Tamburello, and it was lined with trees, which would be a perfect sniping spot, and the sound of the bullet could easily be drowned out by the car's deafening pre-hybrid engines. But you'd have to be a bloody good shot to get a perfect headshot on a target moving at 190 miles per hour. The reason for the assassination apparently comes from it taking place on the anniversary of the formation of the Illuminati, and they wanted him dead because of his philanthropic work. As soon as the Illuminati are mentioned, I think we can throw this idea out.
Tier 8. Barcelona 2012 was rigged. The 2012 season is something of a modern classic, which saw a record 6 former champions take part, and 7 winners in the first 7 races, the most implausible of which was Pastor Maldonado. The 2012 Spanish Grand Prix saw the sole pole position and win of his career, with him never even seeing the podium again. And the more you look at his results for the remainder of the season, the more suspect it starts to look. Maldonado entered Formula 1 in 2011 with Williams as the incumbent GP2 Series champion through his sponsorship from state-owned Venezuelan oil company PDVSA. In his 3.5 years in GP2, Maldonado won a record-breaking 10 races, but was also involved in almost twice as many accidents, gaining a reputation for being fast but reckless, or what modern Formula 1 fans would call a terrorist. This reputation followed him into Formula 1 as in 2011 he crashed in the pit lane in practice at Sepang, came to blows with Lewis Hamilton in the dying stages of Monaco, spun off in Canada, swiped across Hamilton at the end of Q2 in Belgium, and spun off in Brazil. In what was a highly uncompetitive car, however, he was close on pace to his highly experienced teammate Rubens Barrichello and scored 1 point to Barrichello's 4. Maldonado was retained by Williams for 2012, while Barrichello was dropped and replaced with Bruno Senna. From the beginning of the season, it was clear Williams had a far better car, as Maldonado qualified 8th in Australia while Senna was 14th, but then while running in 6th, chasing Fernando Alonso for 5th, crashed at turn 7 on the final lap. Where have we seen that before? He qualified 11th in Malaysia with Senna 13th, and the engine blew with 2 laps to go while in 10th, and Senna finished 6th. In China, Maldonado and Senna occupied row 7 and had a clean race where they finished 8th and 7th respectively. In Bahrain, Maldonado's KERS broke in Q2 and he was demoted to 21st after a gearbox change, while Senna qualified 15th. In the race, he got a puncture on lap 25 and did a 360-degree spin exiting turn 3 and retired, while Senna retired with vibrations. Going into the 5th round in Spain, Williams had finished only 3 times in 8 attempts, but had scored points in all 3 finishes and was sat 7th in the Constructors' Championship, in between Sauber and Force India, showing that on pace the car was capable of making Q3 and scoring points, but it just needed to finish first. In FP1 and FP2, Maldonado was classified a fairly unremarkable 18th and 13th, but in FP3 on Saturday morning he went second fastest, with Senna 14th. In Q1, Senna was blocked on his first run and then spun off into the gravel at turn 12 on his second and qualified 18th. Maldonado went 5th fastest in Q1 and then fastest in Q2. In Q3, he went almost 0.2 slower, but still qualified second, but was half a second behind Hamilton on pole. However, Hamilton ran out of fuel on his in-lap and was then excluded from qualifying and sent to the back of the grid, meaning Maldonado would start on pole with Fernando Alonso alongside him. Maldonado had a poor start and was passed by Alonso at turn 1. He spent the first stint trailing him, trying to avoid getting caught in his wake, with Kimi Räikkönen close behind. They maintained position after all making their first stops for hard tyres on laps 10 and 11. Shortly after, Senna was rear-ended by Michael Schumacher and taken out of the race. Maldonado closed in to Alonso in the second stint and pitted 2 laps earlier on lap 24 for a second set of hard tyres and managed to undercut him to retake the lead with a 6-second buffer after Alonso got held behind Charles Pic for a whole lap. He maintained this gap at first, but pitted for a third set of hard tyres on lap 41 when Alonso started closing in, but had a slightly slow stop that took 6 seconds. On his fresh tyres, he passed Räikkönen for second, who hadn't pitted yet, and then shortly after, Alonso pitted and rejoined 4 seconds behind. Räikkönen pitted 4 laps after Alonso and rejoined 22 seconds behind him on soft tyres. Maldonado's slow stop had effectively negated the undercut, and he was on tyres that were 3 laps older than Alonso's and 7 laps older than Räikkönen's. Alonso got within DRS range of Maldonado on lap 50, but fell back a few laps later, while Räikkönen closed in at over a second per lap. Alonso closed up again by lap 56, but couldn't pass him with DRS. He made his last attack on lap 58, and Maldonado won by 3 seconds, and Alonso almost lost second to a charging Räikkönen. This was Williams' first win in 8 years, and it had seemingly come out of nowhere, but despite their best attempts, they were not able to replicate this result for the remainder of the season. Senna continued to be a dependable but unremarkable safe pair of hands that scored semi-regular points. Maldonado came off his win by colliding with Sergio Perez in FP3 at Monaco and then starting from the back and rear-ending Pedro de la Rosa at the start. He hit the wall of champions in Q2 in Canada, then came to blows with Hamilton again in Valencia. At Silverstone, he collided with Perez at Brooklands, and at Spa, he qualified third but was demoted to sixth for blocking Nico Hülkenberg in Q1, and then jumped to the start and may have indirectly triggered Romain Grosjean's 5-car pile-up that he was part of, and then hit Timo Glock at the safety car restart. In Singapore, he qualified second, behind Hamilton again, but dropped to fourth at the start and then had the hydraulics die on lap 36. In Japan, Maldonado scored his first points since his win 10 races earlier with 8th, and in India, he got a puncture and dropped from 12th to 16th. In Abu Dhabi, he qualified third and then collided with Mark Webber while defending it and then lost Kurz and finished 5th. He finished 9th at Kota, but then ended the season by crashing out on lap 2 at Interlagos. Clearly, Maldonado's win was a massive outlier, the likes of which we have rarely seen before. So where did that sudden pace come from? 1 month before the race, Frank Williams celebrated his 70th birthday, and the prevailing theory is that Bernie Ecclestone awarded the team a special set of Pirelli tyres as a birthday gift, being bribed as such by Venezuelan president and Maldonado's friend and indirect benefactor Hugo Chavez. These performance-enhanced tyres could explain how, even with a poor start and a slow third stop, Maldonado still got extremely strong undercuts and held off Alonso on older tyres in the final stint to win fairly comfortably. But Peter, you ask, how would you hide this incriminating evidence from parc fermé and scrutineering? I know.
Burn it.
90 minutes after the race finished, a large fire broke out in the Williams garage that injured 31 and sent 7 to hospital, with them all later being released with only minor injuries. No harm, no foul. Anyone else know a time when the garages themselves have caught fire, even with all the combustible materials they have? Team consultant Alexander Wirtz insisted that the reason they were so fast was because himself and chief designer Ed Wood had worked out that redesigning the brake ducts would increase airflow over the wheel rim and cool the tyres and reduce understeer. But by the following round, all 11 other teams had worked this out, which was why their relative pace returned to exactly how it was before Barcelona. I mean, he's a team member, so he would cover it up. But it doesn't explain Bruno Senna's pace that weekend, being nowhere near Maldonado, when across the season he scored points 10 times to Maldonado's 5. Maldonado is one of 35 one-time Grand Prix winners, 8 of which were winners of the Indy 500, and is possibly the most implausible, as the majority of those came from drivers being in the right place at the right time and or capitalising off other drivers' misfortunes. Very few of them miraculously had a race-winning car for one weekend and then immediately returned back to their expected performance level. 25 of Maldonado's 76 career points came from that win, which has made him a polarising and complicated figure in Formula 1 history who, despite being a Grand Prix winner, in 5 seasons never once finished at Albert Park, Sepang or Monaco. Tier 8. Why was the 2026 Saudi Arabian Grand Prix really cancelled? The 2026 season has got off to a bit of a bumpy start, with endless complaints from both fans and drivers about the new regulations, and 2 races having to be cancelled. The official reasoning for cancelling the Bahrain and Saudi Arabian Grand Prix is because of the ongoing war in the Middle East, but regarding Saudi Arabia specifically, it may not be quite that simple. Both races were cancelled preemptively a few weeks into the outbreak of the war, and several weeks before they were due to take place, as despite neither country being formally involved in the conflict, they have both been hit by drone and missile strikes from Iran on the many US military bases in the region. Regarding Bahrain, as it sits slap in the middle of the Persian Gulf, control of which is being hotly contested, it is on the front line and right in the line of fire, so this is understandable. Jeddah, by contrast, is 780 miles, or 1,260 kilometres away, on the opposite side of the Arabian Peninsula. The closest the war has come to it is a single missile strike on a Samref refinery in the coastal town of Yanbu, 180 miles or 290 kilometres further north. But elsewhere, the vast majority of fighting has been taking place far away in the Persian Gulf, and there are numerous accounts online of residents in Jeddah saying that they feel safe and life has carried on as normal for them. Remember as well that 4 years ago during the Grand Prix weekend, there was a drone strike on an oil refinery within sight of the circuit, and yet the race still went ahead. Even though there is currently no end in sight for this conflict, there are ongoing attempts to see if the race can be rescheduled for the end of the season alongside Qatar and Abu Dhabi, both yet to be cancelled. So maybe the war is a convenient excuse to have the race postponed over concerns of a different matter. I've said in the past that Jeddah Corniche is one of the most poorly designed circuits of the modern era.
It combines the confines of Monaco with the speed of Monza, and despite having 27 corners, has maybe one overtaking spot at best. During the DRS era, there was a DRS zone on the back straight before the final hairpin. This, however, was invalidated by the DRS zone on the main straight immediately afterwards, which led into a tight chicane that is so narrow that in these cars it's almost impossible to pass someone without having to cut the corner. The circuit's high speed and narrow walls that it uses to cosplay as a street circuit gives it a lot of blind corners, but also very few hard braking zones. With the 2026 cars, the battery is charged primarily by the braking energy, in a similar fashion to ERS and KERS from years gone by. If you can't charge it adequately with braking, then the other options are lift and coast, or the dreaded clipping, where it simply charges itself. Jeddah's lack of braking zones would make drivers much more dependent on the latter two options. As we've seen in prior races, this creates huge speed differentials, which has already caused one big accident and threatened several others, on circuits which, unlike Jeddah, are actually well designed without endless blind corners and no runoff. The FIA are already trying to come up with short-term solutions to assuage concerns regarding safety and quality of racing, but are limited, as for the time being, the software can be changed but not the hardware that the teams have spent the last year and a bit developing. Of course, if they'd simply dropped this hybrid charade and brought back V10s with synthetic fuels, this wouldn't be a problem. The race may just be cancelled as a way of saving face and avoiding a potential bloodbath, regardless of whether or not there are missiles in the sky. Very few people will miss these races, but it seems that Domenicali will take any opportunity he can to drop Spa and Imola, but will stop at nothing to make sure the four horsemen of Middle Eastern circuits are always present.
Vettel's illegal chassis. New rule changes in 2017 designed to claw back the downforce and torque lost with the advent of the hybrid era in 2014 took away a large part of Mercedes' advantage, and in his fourth year with Ferrari, Sebastian Vettel was able to make a proper run at the title. His car wasn't particularly strong in qualifying, but had very good race pace, and he led the championship for the first 12 rounds of the season. His main rival Lewis Hamilton came back strong after the summer break and beat him in Belgium, and then again in Italy, taking the lead in the championship. At the next round in Singapore, Vettel took a very convincing pole position at a circuit he had won at 4 times before, and Hamilton struggled and was way down in 5th. However, an error of judgment from Vettel at the start meant he triggered a 4-car pile-up and gave the lead and the win to Hamilton, effectively creating a 40-point swing that increased Hamilton's lead to 28 points, when Vettel should have retaken the lead in the championship. At the next round in Malaysia, Vettel had a new power unit put in practice, which then failed in qualifying and meant he started last while Hamilton was on pole. In the race, however, he managed to climb all the way to 4th, while Hamilton was beaten by Max Verstappen and finished 2nd. After the race, however, he was then very oddly rear-ended by Lance Stroll on the parade lap and hitched a ride back to the pits with Pascal Wehrlein. It ended up being a reasonably successful race of damage limitation that only increased Hamilton's lead by 6 points. It was also a bit fishy. At this point, Vettel was over 100 points ahead of teammate Kimi Raikkonen, and so if Ferrari still wanted him to take the title, they had to pump all their resources into him. Vettel, of course, had an engine failure in practice, and had this replaced with another faulty engine. Raikkonen's car, however, was working as normal, and he qualified 2nd, less than 5 hundredths behind Hamilton, a sure sign that Vettel should have been on pole. What could have happened, in order to avoid breaking both curfew and parc fermé, and to find possibly that they couldn't fix the problem anyway, was to simply switch Vettel and Raikkonen's cars, and switch over their seats and adjust their steering wheels, pedals and car numbers accordingly so that both Raikkonen and race control are none the wiser. So, come race day, Vettel is now at the back of the grid in Raikkonen's car, and Raikkonen is on the front row in Vettel's very poorly car. On his way round to the grid, Raikkonen noticed power issues with his car, but he was instructed to drive onto the grid as planned, where the team would try and fix it. The team then appeared to inspect the car and quickly decide it can't be fixed and have it wheeled off the grid as fast as possible and hidden away back in the garage, and Raikkonen does not start the race. Vettel drives to 4th, with Hamilton 2nd, but now there comes a new problem: how to get the car back to the garage without race control getting a close look at it. Well, along comes Lance Stroll. Now, crashes occasionally happen on the way to the grid and on the formation lap, but they're almost unheard of on the parade lap, much less collisions between two different cars. Vettel sees Stroll in his mirrors, casually turns in, gets a nice slam from behind that tears a wheel and the rear wing off, hitches a ride back with Wehrlein, waving to everyone and keeping the cameraman distracted as they do their best impressions of Nigel Mansell and Diet and Senna, and his car is casually put on the back of a tow truck and escorted back to Ferrari instead of being parked along with all the other cars.
A potential 18-point deficit is reduced to just 6 points, but then Vettel's fate is sealed when he's back in his car in Japan, not wanting to tempt fate with the stewards, and the engine almost dies on the grid and then does in the race, and Hamilton gains another 25 points on him. A tyre blowout, 1 error of judgment and 2 engine failures versus a loose headrest is the difference between being champion and not being champion. McLaren never paid the fine. So this, if it wasn't obvious already, refers to the Spygate scandal, which I covered in detail in the last Iceberg video. The shorthand is, in 2007 McLaren were found to be in possession of large amounts of confidential Ferrari technical data, and for this they were excluded from the Constructors' Championship and fined $100 million, the largest fine in sporting history. There are reasons to believe, however, that McLaren in fact paid
nothing at all, nothing at all, nothing at all.
$100 million, would you believe, is a lot of money, even for a Formula One team. To put it into context, it's 2.5 times Virgin's entire budget for 2010. Now, Virgin were obviously uncompetitive, but that $40 million was still enough to have them put 2 cars on the grid at each race that could reasonably be expected to last the distance. McLaren's estimated budget for 2007 was just over $400 million. $30 million alone of that went on Fernando Alonso and Lewis Hamilton's salaries. Most Formula One teams don't typically leave 25% of their budget in reserve. As part of the conditions for paying the fine, McLaren were expected to design their 2008 car from scratch and submit full blueprints of the car to the FIA for scrutineering to make sure there was nothing that could have come off a Ferrari on it, otherwise they could be banned from Formula One completely. There had been no evidence that the stolen data was used at all in the design of their 2007 car, the MP422, despite still receiving an extremely heavy fine, but their 2008 car, the MP423, looked almost exactly the same. Internally, the only difference was the banning of traction control, and externally there were some minor aerodynamic revisions, but it was clearly just an evolution of their last car, and, would you believe, was just as competitive. Their estimated budget for 2008 was $433 million, an increase of 8%, and the second largest budget of any team behind only Toyota. If you deduct $100 million from that, then they drop from 2nd to 6th, ahead of only Red Bull, Williams, Toro Rosso, Force India and Super Aguri. They were also not afforded any prize money when otherwise they would have won the Constructors' title in 2007. In 2007, Alonso and Hamilton achieved 8 wins, 24 podiums, 8 pole positions and 5 fastest laps, and in 2008, Hamilton and new teammate Heikki Kovalainen achieved 6 wins, 13 podiums, 8 pole positions and 3 fastest laps. Not too shabby. Admittedly, almost all of those were achieved by Hamilton alone, but all year long there was as little in it between McLaren and Ferrari as there had been the year before. Not really something you would expect with such a heavy financial hit. So, for what reason would they have not paid the fine? Well, that leads us to 2007 was rigged. Like 2008, 2007 was full of drama and controversy. Aside from the Spygate scandal itself, a heated rivalry grew between teammates defending champion Fernando Alonso and rookie Lewis Hamilton. What was not expected, despite his stellar junior record, was for Hamilton to push the 2-time champion so hard and put himself in the prime seat to take the championship, and in so doing become only the second driver after Giuseppe Farina in 1950 to become champion in their debut year. Though of course Farina had already been racing professionally for 20 years, and that was the debut year of the Formula One World Championship. Of course, neither driver took the title, and it went to Kimi Raikkonen by 1 point. The way that Hamilton's campaign in particular went off the rails, however, is quite suspicious. Up until the European Grand Prix, Hamilton had finished on the podium in every race, won 2 of them, and had a 12-point lead over Alonso in the championship. The first hiccup came at the Nürburgring, where he was one of several drivers to get beached in the gravel at Turn 1 during the early downpour, but was controversially lifted back on track by a crane and carried on but finished outside the points. A puncture in Turkey dropped him from 3rd to 5th, and he finished off the podium in an instant-free race for the first time in Belgium, but in Japan he took a commanding win in the pouring rain while Alonso crashed out, and with only 2 rounds remaining he had a 12-point lead over Alonso and a 17-point lead over Raikkonen. At the Chinese Grand Prix, he took his 6th pole position of the year, more than any other driver, but he did narrowly avoid a grid penalty after it was determined that his erratic driving behind the safety car in Japan had caused Sebastian Vettel to rear-end Mark Webber behind him. By this point, McLaren had already been excluded from the Constructors' Championship and issued their aforementioned $100 million fine. But Alonso and Hamilton had both been given immunity from prosecution in exchange for their full cooperation with the investigation, which left them free to fight it out for the Drivers' Championship. This had been done at the insistence of Bernie Ecclestone in the interest of both the sport's integrity and maintaining the ratings, which had soared with Hamilton's meteoric rise, and FIA President Max Mosley and McLaren team principal Ron Dennis famously did not get on, with Mosley saying of the fine, $5 million was for the offence itself, the other $95 million was for Ron being a twat. McLaren was still being investigated, however, to see if any stolen data was used in the design of their prospective 2008 car, the MP423, which risked them being banned from Formula 1 completely from 2008. Alonso was fourth, behind both Ferraris, and by this point his relationship with both Hamilton and McLaren had, to quote King Charles III, irreparably broken down. While Alonso was a two-time champion who had walked all over previous teammates Tasso Marquez, Alex Young, Jarno Trulli, Jacques Villeneuve and Giancarlo Fisichella, and defeated Michael Schumacher, he was being beaten by a rookie, though crucially, a rookie that had been in the McLaren family for 9 years, and he was now accusing the team of sabotage against him. This, combined with the fallout of Spygate and the threat of a grid penalty, meant Hamilton hinted at an early retirement, saying, "It's just a shame for the sport, and if this is the way it's going to keep going, then it's probably not somewhere I really want to be." Hamilton led the first stint, in the rain, and pitted on lap 15 while Alonso stayed out until lap 18 and Raikkonen lap 19. McLaren had oddly enough refueled Hamilton's car but kept him on the same tyres, which were now comfortably worn in, whereas Raikkonen and Alonso had put new intermediates on, and Raikkonen took the lead from Hamilton on lap 29. By this point, the rain had stopped, and Hamilton's tyres were so worn down that a strip of white canvas was appearing. What the team didn't want was to bring Hamilton into the soon-to-be outgoing Alonso's orbit when they hoped that if the rain returned, they could avoid an extra stop for slicks, which Hamilton and Alonso didn't need as their tyres were so much younger. Raikkonen had now disappeared over the horizon, Alonso was closing in, and Hamilton was being unlapped by back markers on slicks. On lap 30, the team did eventually let him pit, but with no tread left on his tyres, he slid into the gravel trap at the pit entrance and beached the car. This time, no crane came to help, and he had his first retirement of the year, when he could have secured the title by finishing 5th or higher with Alonso 4th or lower. Still, at least he didn't also hit the wall like Lord Maldonado. He went into the finale in Brazil with a 4-point lead over Alonso and a 7-point lead over Raikkonen. Here he qualified second, behind Massa, but ahead of Raikkonen and Alonso. A poor start meant, however, that he dropped behind both of them at the Senna-S, but from there could still win the title with room to spare. In his desperation, however, he tried to repass Alonso at Decido do Largo, but ran wide and dropped to 8th, which would hand the title to Alonso, assuming race leader Massa wasn't ordered to let Raikkonen pass him for the lead, which, this being Ferrari, I wouldn't put past them. By lap 8, Hamilton had climbed back to 6th, needing 5th or higher to secure the title, but going through Decido do Largo again, the car suddenly went into neutral. Hamilton spent the next 30 seconds coasting towards Ferradura, frantically pressing buttons and turning knobs on the steering wheel trying to fix it before he eventually got it going again, but he was now down in 18th, 35 seconds behind Alonso and Raikkonen. After the race, when McLaren were able to inspect the gearbox, they concluded that a small piece of metallic debris had got lodged in one of the hydraulic control valves. Remember that Formula 1 gearboxes can change gear faster than you can blink, so they're naturally very sensitive to the slightest disturbance, and eventually it washed its way through the valve and the clutch re-engaged the gearbox. By the time Hamilton made his first pit stop on lap 22, he had climbed up to 10th, with 50 laps still remaining, but he was now 40 seconds behind Alonso in 3rd, who pitted on the same lap. The plan at this point had been to fuel Hamilton for a short middle stint where he could continue to gain positions, and then run a long final stint in clearer air once the field had spread out. However, based on the state of his tyres, they decided to switch to a 3-stop and have an even shorter middle stint and then split the final stint. Raikkonen and Alonso stuck to their planned 2 stops, and Hamilton's 3rd stop came only 3 and 4 laps respectively after their 2nd stops. Hamilton rejoined from his first stop in 14th and was only up to 9th when he pitted for a second time on lap 36 and rejoined lapped. He held this position, however, but only passed David Coulthard in the 3rd stint. He dropped to 9th when he made his 3rd and final stop on lap 56, and was only able to pass Coulthard and Jarno Trulli and finish 7th. Massa did cede to Raikkonen, who took the title by 1 point, and Alonso finished almost a minute behind in 3rd and was tied on points with Hamilton but lost on countback. Hamilton was less than 10 seconds away from unlapping himself and passing both BMW Saubers to finish 5th and take the title, and very nearly did when BMW Sauber and Williams were investigated over fuel irregularities. 2007 started fairly normally and just got stranger and stranger as time went on. It's easy to say that Alonso and Hamilton's scrapping caused them to lose focus and take points off one another, and that Spygate threw the team into disarray, but despite that they were still in a very strong position in the closing stages of the season, and even Ferrari would struggle to match the strategy decisions made with Hamilton. Hamilton doesn't often talk about his time as a McLaren driver, aside from in Turkey in 2020 when he avoided pitting on his heavily worn intermediates because he didn't want a repeat of China 13 years earlier and was on the cusp of winning his 7th title. But in 2012, when asked about what was going on behind the scenes at the tail end of 2007, he said something very interesting. "I didn't know at the time, but I do now. It's not something I can talk about." That memoir he's supposed to write in 3 years' time is going to be very juicy. Obviously, he no longer drives for McLaren, but as a Mercedes driver he is still nominally connected to them, and virtually all the major figures involved in the 2007 controversies, aside from Martin Whitmarsh and of course Alonso, are either dead or no longer involved in Formula 1 in any official capacity. To link this back to the previous segment, one explanation for what he means here is that McLaren were told in secret that they could be spared paying the fine or being banned for having a suspiciously similar 2008 car as long as they threw the driver's title. Alonso was in far less of an advantageous position in the final 2 races as Hamilton was, and Raikkonen was driving so strongly they could just leave Alonso to his own devices. But it would take a lot of ingenuity to throw a 17-point lead for Hamilton in 2 races, and that's exactly what happened with 2 very unorthodox strategy calls. Hamilton was the only driver to not change tyres at his first stop in China, and there was very little pressure as he could win the title from almost any position, so what harm would an extra stop for slicks have been, unless they were worried about Alonso kicking another door down? And then Brazil. McLaren that year tended to have worse tyre wear than Ferrari at hot circuits, but Alonso, who pitted on the same lap as Hamilton, apparently had no such problems and could carry on with his 2-stop strategy. Of course, the gearbox failure itself is very suspect too, as aside from a tyre blowout in qualifying at the Nürburgring and a puncture in Turkey, Hamilton had no mechanical problems all season, same with Alonso, whereas Raikkonen had an engine and hydraulic failure in the first half of the season, both times running third, but came back immensely strongly and finished on the podium in each of the final 7 races. This and the needless extra pit stop cost Hamilton about a minute, and without it he could have driven to a safe 3rd place and won the title by 3 points, possibly 5, assuming Ferrari then allowed Massa to win at home. If that had happened, his comments to the media suggest he could have potentially walked away and possibly given IndyCar a go, but being so near but still so far pushed him to try again and prevail in an equally dramatic fashion the following year.
It has to be this lap. Abu Dhabi 2021. A race that will live in infamy. After all the drama, the clashes, the controversy, it came down to this. Inexplicably, after 21 races, Max Verstappen and Lewis Hamilton were tied on points. Despite major setbacks at Baku, Silverstone, Hungary and Sochi, Verstappen had been breaking ahead, but in the preceding 3 rounds, Hamilton had been equipped with a suspiciously powerful engine that allowed him to close back in. Despite Verstappen and Red Bull throwing everything but the kitchen sink at Hamilton, it seemed all had been lost, until what some could interpret as divine intervention from an as yet incidental figure in this saga, Nicholas Latifi. 2021 drew in a lot of new fans and raised a lot of people's expectations about what Formula 1 is like, particularly after a very dry 2020. But the more I think about that season and everything that took place, the more it feels increasingly scripted. While Hamilton and Verstappen were fighting each other for pole position in Abu Dhabi, Latifi was at the other end of the grid trying to get out of Q1. He had what for him was a fairly strong qualifying, lining up 16th, ahead of teammate George Russell, as well as the outgoing Kimi Raikkonen and Mick Schumacher. He started the race on medium tyres, along with Russell and Raikkonen, while Schumacher started on softs. Raikkonen passed him on the 2nd lap, and Schumacher had passed Russell at the start and then pitted on lap 10 for hard tyres. Latifi and Russell both ran very long first stints, but Russell retired from behind him on lap 27 when the gearbox died. Latifi pitted from 15th on lap 28 and was undercut by Schumacher and rejoined 10 seconds behind in 17th and last, but was on hard tyres that were 18 laps younger than Schumacher's. Within 5 laps he had caught up to him, but was unable to get into DRS range. He managed to get within range on lap 45 and started his attack. On lap 48, he rode the curbs in the final sector and fell backwards, but 2 laps later had closed up again. As Latifi crossed the line to start lap 51, his race engineer Gaetan Jago said over the radio,
"Nice to be this lap, mate. Do everything."
Latifi got within DRS range on the straight between turns 5 and 6. This enabled him to make an attempt around the outside of turn 9, only for Schumacher to put him wide on the exit. At turn 14, he then lost the rear and hit the barriers. The curtain rises. At the opposite end of the grid, up until this point, Hamilton had been driving relatively comfortably to what looks like his 8th driver's title. He started the race on used mediums, while Verstappen started on used softs, then went on to used hards, aiming to do a one-stop, but Verstappen had put on new hards and then switched to a second set later, but still couldn't catch him, even with teammate Sergio Perez putting in a valiant effort to back Hamilton into him. After a titanic clash that had seen these two go back and forth all year, it looked as if the season would end in a subdued and anticlimactic manner, with Verstappen running out of answers. Of course, Latifi's crash opened up a window of opportunity exploited by Verstappen and Red Bull that turned the race on a dime and made the final lap one of those classic moments that will appear in endless compilations 30 years from now. The main reason the title fight had been so engaging and close was that there were a lot of very controversial and at times bewildering decisions made by race control that it seems were essentially done to keep the title fight closer than it should have been. Whenever Verstappen would start breaking ahead, everything would suddenly start falling into place for Hamilton, who made things very difficult for himself with costly errors in Imola, Baku and Hungary, the latter two of which were complete open goals, and uninspired drives in Monaco, Austria and Turkey, who received major lifelines in Silverstone and Sochi, and then that suspiciously powerful engine at the tail end of the season that showed no signs of breaking. Without all the dodgy collisions and stewarding decisions, Verstappen probably would have won the title 3 or 4 races earlier, but we instead got them tied on points going into the final round, something which hadn't happened since 1974, in a season with 15 races, not 22. So why exactly did it have to be this lap? Well, if Latifi had crashed any sooner, Mercedes would have anticipated the race restarting before the end, pitted Hamilton to cover Verstappen, and Hamilton then disappears over the horizon again in the final few laps. Any later, and the race would have ended as it was, very anticlimactically behind the safety car. It's hard to see why Williams would have had such urgency in getting Latifi past Schumacher. Schumacher had pitted so early that he was probably planning to pit again, whereas Latifi, who ran the longest opening stint on new mediums, was probably aiming for a one-stop. Hamilton, Carlos Sainz and Sebastian Vettel all did one-stops with long second stints on the hard tyre, and pitted much earlier than Latifi. Obviously, Hamilton's strategy ended up not working out so well for him, but they showed the hard tyre could easily last 40 laps or more, and Schumacher's tyres were 18 laps older than Latifi's, so Williams still had 7 laps to either wait for him to pit or pass him elsewhere. There was no possible way of making any further positions as well, as Lance Stroll in 13th was 33 seconds down the road. The crash was low speed and pretty pathetic, and Latifi and Jaeger sounded surprisingly unbothered over the radio.
You okay? You okay, mate?
Sorry.
Copy. Copy.
Up until this point, Latifi had been an unremarkable but at least safe driver. For the past 2 seasons, his teammate had been the highly rated George Russell, who was a far better qualifier, but in races, even if his pace was slower, Latifi was better at keeping himself out of trouble, and of the two was the first one to score points. It was the following season, of course, with the transition to ground effect, that he really honed his skill for crashing and triggering game-changing safety cars. Before the race weekend had even begun, in the back of my mind I just knew it would somehow go down to the final lap. And maybe, just maybe, Michael Massey and the powers that be had that in mind as well. Anticipating that, as it's Abu Dhabi, the race probably would be a dud, they could have approached a backmarker driver with little to lose and asked them to do their best impersonation of Nelson Piquet Jr. when the time comes. Now, Russell never finished the race, but even if he had, he never would have agreed to this as he was signed to drive for Mercedes from the following year. Mazepin never even started the race, so he got off lightly, even if it would have not looked suspicious in the slightest for him to just crash again. Schumacher was still a Ferrari junior, but had connections to Mercedes through his father, so he would have said no. Latifi, however, was not a Mercedes junior, had no allegiance to either them or Red Bull, or any realistic chances of driving for them, and he wouldn't have lost much by not finishing, as he already had points that year, and from race control's perspective, it would not have looked suspicious as he would have nominally been aligned with Mercedes, whereas if Tsunoda or Gasly had been the one that crashed, that would have been a major red flag for the entire paddock. At the end of the day, If the entire plan of 2021 was to hand Verstappen the title and to stop Hamilton breaking Schumacher's record because the FIA are white supremacists or something, Verstappen would have won it much sooner. Certainly much sooner than with less than 3 miles to go. I don't think they were bothered who won it, they just wanted to deliver what ended up being one of the most entertaining and unforgettable moments in the sport's history. Red Bull took the bait and capitalised, whereas Mercedes' rather conservative race strategies that they usually got away with when their cars were so much faster finally caught up with them. Just some food for thought for you to contemplate. The Epstein Files. It's become the story of our times, how a man with few marketable skills and a background as a high school teacher was able to ascend up the financial ladder and become a prominent member of high society with his fingers in many pies, and build an empire on a private island where he could indulge in every indiscretion and transgression imaginable. During his lifetime, Jeffrey Epstein had contacts and connections here, there and everywhere, and kept meticulous records of every correspondence and every action, which in 2026 we are learning more and more about through the release of the Epstein Files, such as the time when redacted a redacted-year-old in the redacted. When/if the full contents of the files are released, it could prove to be a paradigm-shifting moment in society, with the power to bring down regimes and destroy careers and reputations. Since Epstein was something of a social climber who liked to surround himself with figures with wealth, power and influence, it shouldn't surprise you that there are various figures from the world of Formula One who were acquainted with him. This doesn't necessarily imply what you think it does. The only known Formula One drivers whose preferred file format was PDF are Gary Brabham and John Risley Pritchard, but the reputational damage of even being associated with him is enough for people to want to keep things under wraps. In 2019, long before the release of the files, Epstein's Black Book was published, which contains an extensive list of the many business and personal contacts he had made over his career. From within the world of Formula One, it includes the founder and former CEO of the Formula One Group, Bernie Ecclestone, Alpine CEO and team principal Flavio Briatore, former Jordan, Ferrari and Jaguar driver Eddie Irvine, 1997 champion Jacques Villeneuve, and Aston Martin CEO Lawrence Stroll. This at a glance is fairly innocuous, as the number of contacts in the book is very extensive, and only a tiny handful of them also appear in the flight logs for Epstein's private jet, the Lolita Express, the primary way on and off his private island, Little St. James. When the files began being released this year, however, the plot thickened. Bernie Ecclestone was shown to have corresponded with Epstein in the early 2000s, including Epstein sending Ecclestone a gift in 2001. 10 years later, Epstein made an unsuccessful bid to purchase Silverstone. In 2002, Lawrence Stroll also received a gift from Epstein and appeared to be acquainted with him, as his then-wife Claire Ann, Lance's mother, emailed Epstein's right-hand woman Ghislaine Maxwell to apologise for not visiting, quote, Little St. Jeff, which was Epstein's nickname for Little St. James. Flavio Briatore regularly corresponded with Epstein in the 2000s, even after Epstein's first conviction, and in 2010, after he'd been banned from the paddock for Crashgate, was described by Epstein as his Italian friend. Epstein also expressed interest in buying a mansion in London that Briatore was planning to sell. Former Ferrari team principal and FIA president Jean Todt wrote a letter to Epstein in May 2017 saying that it was, quote, nice to get to know you through our common friend Terje. Let me know if you come to Paris or Geneva. I will be back in New York in mid-July. Terje, in this case, being Terje Rød Larsen, a former Norwegian diplomat who acted as something of an intermediary between Epstein and his many contacts, and also sometimes assisted with the admin of some of his crimes. Epstein also claimed in a separate email to have had Todd visit him at his home, whom he referred to as Odd. Hey, that rhymes. At least as early as 2003, the year after he retired from Formula One, Ghislaine Maxwell had Eddie Irvine's mobile number, and Irvine, as a successful real estate developer, corresponded with her and Epstein regularly and attended several parties hosted by them in New York City and Miami. At one of these, he spotted the late Virginia Giuffre, the figurehead of Epstein's victims who brought down the former Duke of York, Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, but he denies knowing anything about the island. For the most part, these are the kind of names you'd expect to be part of Epstein's social circle. Now, none of this implies that they were involved in the really seedy stuff, but Epstein did seem to also be involved in a lot of fishy business deals and have a degree of influence in the political sphere. The extent of this within Formula One itself seems to be his attempts to buy Silverstone, which, while ultimately unsuccessful, is perhaps the clearest indication that his interests weren't purely social.
Epstein wasn't just collecting names, he was probing for influence, leverage, and entry points into institutions that carried both prestige and power. I haven't seen any evidence that he was a fan of Formula One, but with its unique blend of money, politics, and global reach, it would have been an obvious target. And that's really the uncomfortable thread running through all of this. Not that every person who ever exchanged emails with him or attended a party was complicit in anything criminal, but that Epstein operated in environments where access was currency. Being in his orbit, even casually, meant being part of a network that he curated very deliberately. The Black Book wasn't just a contact list, it was a map of influence. In Formula One terms, it's less a scandal about specific wrongdoing within the sport, and more an illustration of how porous the upper echelons of global elite circles can be. The paddock has always been a place where billionaires, politicians, and dealmakers mix as much as drivers and engineers. Epstein simply exploited that reality. Whether the remaining unreleased material reveals anything beyond a few casual business dealings and attending a few parties remains to be seen. In a sport as dependent on reputation, sponsorship, and perception as Formula One, even the faintest association with a figure like Epstein is enough to cast a long shadow, regardless of what actually happened behind closed doors. And as more names, emails, and fragments of correspondence continue to emerge, maybe it will reveal what we're all thinking. My money's on Briatore.